And so most of the times you presume. And then it is when you find yourself in the law courts, that's when you now realize that, oh, I got it all wrong. So at every point in time in life, we need to be updated with knowledge, with information, and we also need to seek knowledge. You know, there is um, there is one hand when you give knowledge, and then the person you're giving the knowledge to is not interested in it. But there is also the other hand that someone seeks knowledge and makes use of that knowledge. So that's why we have legal literacy. The last time we had this session last year on the 12th of June, we looked at why we need legal literacy. It's very important. When you go to the law courts, you see a whole lot of cases, and you see people that you would never have imagined that they should be in court. My colleague can bear me witness, true or false. So you see them, elites, they are in court. So sometimes it doesn't even have to do with you. It has to do with the other person that you're having a relationship with. So sometimes we just look at ourselves and we say, I remember the last time somebody was saying to my sister, I beg, I don't need it. And I just laughed. I said, that is the height of ignorance. Because if you think you don't need or you have a lot of information, the person you are dealing with on the other end, does the person have that much information that you have? And then sometimes you get into transactions or relationships that you are pressured, or because of the emergency of what you need to do, you just allow things pass without having a look at the details of what you're doing. And then at the end of the day, you find yourself in court. I think it was on the women group, somebody posted something about there's a law firm in Lagos, is a very notable one, and this young lawyer, when she came out of law school, she was the best in her law school. She made a first class and all of that. She was the talk of the town. If I call her name, you will know her. And she was, her dream was to work in this certain law firm, and she got into the firm, and she was trailblazing, doing excellently well. And she, of course, she was bringing a lot of clients, elites and, top blue chip organizations, as clients to the firm. And then there was an offer that was made to her by the founding partner, to become a partner in the firm, to be a senior partner in the firm. And they brought a document. This is a lawyer, very good too, because even with our lawyers, we are not absorbed from what we are learning. So that's why they say a lawyer, a good lawyer, is not the one who knows the law, but the one who knows where to find the law. So you can have someone coming to blab, they've crammed a lot of statutes, but they could actually be talking in error. So she had this document, and, because she trusted her senior, she quickly, appended her signature. She signed the document. She just went to the last page. She didn't flip through, and she signed it, not knowing that there was a clause in between that she had not read. Thank God, of course, a legal battle ensued. But it just shows to us that sometimes, even when you think you are still prone to mistakes. So what we are learning now is not as if it's going to stop issues, legal issues from arising, but it could minimize or it could prevent. Okay, so we're going to go on to our talk for today. Remember the last time we had looked at the Constitution as the ground norm of the country, and we had said that there is no subsisting law that supersedes the provisions of the Constitution. While there are other laws that guide institutions, transactions, and all of that, we know by now that any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 is what is null and void. So it does not matter what the provision of that law says. It may look very fantastic, it may look very fine, but put side by side with the Constitution, if there is an inconsistency, by inconsistency, it means that it is not in line with certain provisions of the Constitution, or that, relates to that matter. Then it is inconsistent, and then that law will be what the courts will say, it will be set aside. So today we are going to look at the administration of estates under the Nigerian property law. Now, administration of estate is just one aspect of property law. Property law is broad. It's broad. It's just one aspect. But one will be wondering why did they pick this particular aspect? Why did they pick tenancy? You know, tenants are very legally aware. True or false? Concept. They are every tenant, they know their rights, and they know that the law seeks to protect them. Okay, so I know. Well, it's not like we cannot look into that as time goes on, because of course the laws too are prone to alterations, you know, and all of that. We have new editions of different laws and procedures. Okay, so why are we looking at administration of estates? Media, please, can you start rolling the slide? So we said a synopsis. I love what Reverend Patrick said yesterday. He said, don't look at that big grammar. That synopsis there means we're just having an overview. If we come and tell you everything, then we don't have jobs anymore. So we just want to tell you what you need to know that you can prevent. You know, some of my colleagues, when they saw the video, they were like, oh God, that these are the things that we need in society right now. You know, before now, when I was sharing this vision with some people, they were like, no, don't do that kind of thing. They come out food for your mouth, you know. And I said, no. If actually we went through law school and we understood what we were being taught, when you have an informed client, it makes your work easier and better. And it makes the court processes too not to be, you know, prolonged. Because a client comes to you and they are during client interview and they take 4 hours telling you something that is actually nothing. So you go to court, you initiate a process or an action, and then sometimes you would hear at the first hearing, you say this is a frivolous suit. Yes. Why? Because the client is not properly informed, does not know how to, you know, give you information, give you brief on what is going on, you know, in their lives or in their transaction. So you just use your residual or preliminary knowledge of what you think that thing is all about. And of course, lawyer went to school to collect money at the end of the day so that they can also go on. So they will have to, you know, find a way around that thing and go on. But there are a lot of what they call frivolous suits in courts. And if we do our research, it stems from ignorance of the clients. And so the lawyers will just try to patch and manage to do what they can do, you know, to get the best out of it. Okay, so it's very important that we are informed. So if there is an issue and you're seeking legal counsel, you know what you're telling, you know, your lawyer, you know what you're telling. It's just like you go to your doctor and you tell the doctor, I'm having running stomach. And the doctor asks you, what did you eat? I've not eaten throughout today. Now maybe you ate fish, you ate like 5 things, you only mentioned one. Because you don't want doctor to look at you like a careless person. You only mentioned one. You know, doctor will give you prescription based on what you have said. Or except they go to run tests. You know, and while the law profession is different from medicine, when you run a test or you do a scan, at least they will see to a large percentage what is wrong, isn't it? But you know, the law is based on facts. Factual evidence. It's not, I wanted to. It was like I was trying to. There is no such thing in the law courts. So that's why people ended up saying lawyers are liars. No. It is the evidence that is before the court that the court deals with. So that's why we must put our ears to the ground and pick out what we need to pick out. I'm still just trying to buy time so people don't miss out on the valid things. If there is still time, I would go back. Okay. So the slides for the first session, please. The second slide. Understanding estate administration in Nigeria. When we understand estate administration in Nigeria, we're protecting family property and legacies. We're protecting family property and legacies. Now we would see what is meant by estate. You know, someone met me, and when you say estate, some people are looking at Naf Valley Estate. Well, it's an estate. Some people are looking at Sunrise Estate. Well, it is an estate. But it is beyond the physical name of estate that you see. So by the time we look at what estates are, you will now know why you should, take necessary actions to do certain things so that at the end of the day, you're not at the losing end. All right. The next slide, please. The importance of this seminar. Why is this seminar on administration of estates important? Why did they even need to have a law that has to do with estates? Is it not my property? Is it not my money? I worked hard for my money. I've heard people say, I'm a self-made man. I'm a self-made woman. I worked hard for my money. But you see, you're not living in isolation. You're not living in a cave where it is just you and yourself alone. You are living in a regulated society and a regulated environment. So there are rules that will guide how things are being done. And basically, law is to ensure law and order, and then protection of lives and properties, and of course, recently, businesses too. So you would see that it is very, very important that we hold this seminar. As we go on further, you would understand more reasons why. Our next session is going to be on the legal implication for businesses. And we see a lot of mistakes people make, when going into business. And or even if you didn't really make any mistake and you have done well for yourself, you have handled a business that has lasted. But have you ever thought what would happen to the business, the proceeds of the business after you are no more? You know why people don't like this topic? Once they just hear wills, just hear disease is a problem. It's a very big problem. But these are realities we must face. Okay, so the importance of this seminar. Many families face challenges when a loved one dies. Now, notice the first caption. When a loved one dies. So the loved one now doesn't have to be husband. It doesn't have to be the wife. It could be your son, age 18 and above. It could be your daughter. Not your daughter, not your son. Also, it could be a son. It could be a daughter. Okay? It could be a sister or a brother. So like we said earlier during the sensitization, this seminar is not just for you. It's also to protect loved ones, even if you don't have interest in their property. So there are certain things that go on in our families, disputes that go on in our families and communities will be avoidable. Okay? So many families face challenges when a loved one dies, particularly the benefactor of the family. Now, the text didn't say particularly the husband of the family, so that we understand where we're driving at. So the text didn't say particularly the husband. We said what? The benefactor. So who is the benefactor? The person who is earning more. The person who provides for the family. Nowadays, we have instances where it is the wife who earns more and provides more. True or false? True. Then sometimes you could have an inheritance bequeathed to a member of the family that is sustaining the family. And that inheritance may necessarily not be for the husband. So a benefactor is the person who, sustains the livelihood of the family. It doesn't really have to be the husband. But I know that in most instances, particularly, in our African settings, even though I know that, the times are evolving, it is rested on the male. Okay. And more so as children of God, we know the roles that God has placed on the man. Okay. So I know that virtually everybody will be coming here, but I'm not really going to bring scripture into what I'm saying. It's a professional seminar, but once in a while, we'll touch on one or two things so that as believers, we're not led astray. So such challenges include, amongst others, family disputes over property. It's no longer news that when somebody dies, most of the time, there is always a dispute over what? Property. And sometimes we think it's only people that are rich, people that are very wealthy. It's not true. as far as you have worked, the person has worked, and the person has one or two things. In fact, in my place, even up to spoon, they will share. I don't know if it happens in your own area. Even up to spoon, they will share. As far as it is a property that person, the disease, left behind, they will share up to spoon. Not minding whether the person left behind people that should be catered for. Okay, so family disputes over property. Difficulty accessing bank accounts. So there's someone who will be talking to us a little bit about that. She's been in the bank for some years, before she left the bank. So they have first-hand experience, on these things. Delays in inheritance distribution. Now, once succession or someone's property has become a legal issue and it is now in the hands of the law or in the courts, once there is a matter concerning a property, distribution of that property will be halted. I am trying so much not to use too many legal terms so that we understand what we're saying. So what I mean is, now if family members are dragging, I think that's the common word, they are dragging property, and they now take the matter to court, that property will not be distributed until that matter has been resolved, until the court has given a decision. And the hierarchical structure of the courts, of the Nigerian courts. So sometimes when they have finished with the lower courts, the next thing is the aggrieved party or the person who did not get justice, according to them, would say, we want to appeal. So sometimes you can have matters spanning over 10 years, from the initiation of that action, to the final decision in the apex court, if it gets to the apex court. That's the Supreme Court. And now, so imagine 10 years. Let's say the man left children that are still in school, and they should use proceeds from this property or from this business, as the case may be, to fund their education and all of that. What happens? It has to, so sometimes it's only maybe at the discretion of the courts, that certain things, would be permitted. But if they have to follow the law stricto sensu, that is to follow the law strictly, that property that is in dispute, it would have to delay distribution. So that's why we need to hold this seminar, so people don't get into these unnecessary battles and delays, particularly when they should be benefiting. Of course, one thing that will not delay anyway, if the person had liabilities, if the person had debts, the court will ensure that they settle those debts. So you can imagine they are settling debts, and then the people that should live off it are not benefiting from it. That's another reason. So we have a caption there. Understanding estate administration helps families avoid. I want us to take note of that. You see, prevention is always better than cure. In our last year's session, when we're looking at criminal law, there was something we learned, that there are things you should avoid. Don't wait until you get to prison and you're looking for an NGO that is doing pro bono that will come and get you out of prison. They may not remember you. So we were talking to the young ones and virtually everybody, to be careful on how they go about their dealings, particularly in these times that we live in, so much insecurity. The next slide, please. Okay. Importance of this seminar. Statistics shows that about 70% of Nigerians die intestate. What does that mean? It's a legal term. Intestate means 70% of Nigerians die without a valid will. I'll be doing a lot of repetition so that whatever it is we're saying, sinks deep. 70% of Nigerians die without planning on how their properties should be distributed to their loved ones. I know a lot of us, it was very catchy for us, to include these two topics in this seminar. Many of us are interested in the second one, Abi, how our businesses will thrive. But have you ever sat down to think about what will happen when you are no more? So the business that you have put in years to work for, the monies that you have gathered, the properties that you have gathered, you have even done your due diligence to ensure that, the business, is running legally and smoothly as regards the business itself. But you didn't make any plans towards how that business will be sustained if you're no longer there. Or what will happen to the people that you are doing all this, hustle and bustle for. I often hear, people say, I'm doing all this for family. Sometimes even we as parents will say that, isn't it? We say all these things I'm doing is because of you people. Oh. So how is it actually because of them when you don't actually plan in case anything goes wrong? As we are seated here, we're not planning to die. And none of us will die untimely in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. But then, it is inevitable. Let me ask another question. Why do you have to save money in the bank? Can someone tell me? Why do you have to save money in the bank? Ma? For the rainy day. And that rainy day is in the future, isn't it? So are you assured of that future? That you'll be in it? Aha. So are we getting where we're going to? You think it's okay for you to save money. You think it's okay for you to make investments. And it is because of the future. But you are afraid to do something that will secure that future because you don't want to die. I don't understand. It's not adding up. Does it make sense? Most of us, we have our, what are they called now? Pension managers, pension funds, isn't it? For those in the pension, you are saving the money for pension. And there are a lot of people that have either died in service or they died when they just retired. They didn't even get to enjoy pension or even that money they kept. No proper plans, for that thing that you were saving for the future. So sometimes when we say we are saving, we are actually saving for ourselves alone. Consideration is not given to the people that, in quotes, we call loved ones. So most of the things that we say, I'm doing this for you, I'm doing this for you, if we look at it in-depthly, we're doing it for ourselves. So that is why you can see 70% of Nigerians die, without writing a will or making plans for their investments. It is not, God will help us. When we get to that bridge, we will cross it. No. You see, all the laws that you see today, all the codified laws, they are extracted from Scripture. Yes. When we started LLB, those are the first things, but now they try to downplay it because of course people from other religions. The way you see the 10 commandments, when you expand the 10 commandments, every law is subsumed under the 10 commandments. So even God helps us to plan for our future. If we look at the laws in the Bible, you see all of that written. But I don't know why Christians, we live in a time where we love this life, but at the same time, we are not even prepared to live the life well. And then sometimes, a lot of things come into play. Oh no, God will not allow that thing to happen. Yes, God will not allow it to happen, but actually you don't know the time. And so if you say the people that you call loved ones are really your loved ones, then we should pay attention. Okay, so this came from an NBA survey, that's Nigeria Bar Association survey in the year 2022. 70% of Nigerians die intestate without a formal will. Another importance is family inheritance disputes account for nearly 30% of all civil cases in Nigerian courts. Some of these cases span a number of years, that is 3.5 years at the least, causing depletion of the estate and division of the family. Let me explain. Now, I talked about administration of estates being just one part of property law. It's just one part. Now, if administration of estates is just one part of property law, and property law is just one angle of civil law, then of all the civil cases we have in all the courts all over the nation, about 30% of them are stemming from succession and inheritance. That should call for concern. So out of, let's say, 10 areas in property or 7 areas in property, one area, just one area. Now we're not talking about company law. We're not talking about normal contracts. We're not talking, so you can imagine that there are so many areas of civil law. And then in one aspect, which is property, another little aspect of it is taking 30% of the legal matters we have in the courts. It's a serious issue. It's a very serious issue. But you see, because everybody is still saying, I'm not going to write the will, I don't want to die. Or there is a way, as we proceed, we would understand. So that's why we need to have this seminar, so that we know that these things can be avoided. Now, if the law would take its course when it has to do with succession, it would just simply be to distribute in a legal manner, so that if there is anyone that wants to interfere with the legal process of distribution, the law will take its course. Now, that's not to say that when you have a will, it cannot be contested. But when that will is valid, it is formal, the courts have looked through that will. In fact, it is not, no matter how, except the judge is corruptible, but we don't want to look at those issues now. Because, we always look at this what if, and we don't want to do the right thing. So let's leave the what ifs and do what is right. Like I always say to people, the system is corrupt. Yes, it is corrupt, but it is always working for the average and common man. Yes. Courts are sitting every day. You say, there is no justice in the courts. Yes, there is justice. Some people are getting justice, some are not getting. But when it comes to the common man, you see this law is working very well. It's working very, very well. All of us here cannot be presidents or people in the parliament or in the lawmaking body or politicians generally, because they are the ones circumventing the law most of the time. But for our everyday today life, the law is working. I must tell you the truth. Our prisons are congested. Some people, police just went and carried them. Yes, where were they? What were they doing? In as much as the system is corrupt, in as much as the system is bad, let us be informed. Because it will still work. And most of the time, it works on your ignorance. Okay, so let's go on. Now, for most of us here, we're military personnel, and I've often heard military personnel say, I don't need to write a will because there is a pattern in which the military, I'm trying so much to reduce any legal term. Okay, there is a way that the military has structured succession. I know in school we had looked at the Armed Forces Act. I had to look at the acts over and over again. There is nowhere in the Armed Forces Act that it said you should not write a will. There is no such place. Now, what we see happening every day, even in the military, is because service personnel refuse to write a will. And so the inventory that the military is taking, how are you sure it's all the properties of the deceased? They only act on the information that they have. They only act on the information that they have. And you see this thing, that we hide our properties. We don't want people to know what we have. So why are you working for it at the end of the day when you don't even know what will happen to you when you're not there? I will keep repeating this phrase. You say some people are your loved ones, people you care about, and you have no plan. for what we get to them, particularly if you are their benefactor. So for those of us that are service personnel, the Armed Forces Act does not preclude us from writing proper wills. But however, it provides for special testamentary provisions. What does that mean? Because of the nature of the job, now under the Wills Act, it is very strict how a will should be written. It must be written. So under the Wills Act, except in some extreme circumstances, wills should not be oral. They should not be holographic as well. So under the Wills Act, and of course the Wills Act, we have different states that have adopted it into their state laws. Now, in the Act, a will, for it to be valid and seen as valid in the courts, it must be written. It must be executed by the testator. The testator is the person who is giving out his will. It must be evinced by a legal practitioner, a lawyer, a solicitor. It must also have witnesses that have signed, and most of the time the witnesses are the executors of the will. It would have named an executor and so many of these things, Then it must have followed the process of will writing. Now, for service personnel, some of these strict rules are not applicable because of the nature of the job. So peradventure, somebody is in a volatile area and is not sure of what's going to happen, and is able to call a trusted colleague to say, okay, in case anything happens, if he records it, and passes it on, to the appropriate authorities, it is valid. Now, the reason why somebody passes on as a personnel and then you have them come and they are checking what the person has and all of that is not the actual provision of the law. The provision is that you should do a will. But when the will is not available, then the armed forces will come in and then they will take inventory. But my issue right now is the issue of the inventory itself. Most of the time, my few interactions with some colleagues and particularly my husband's late classmates' wives, sometimes they're not even sure. So the military does what they want to do. So I was talking to one years ago. I said, you will still need to go to the court and get letters of administration because there are some properties that you will now discover later. And it was not catered for when the military was doing their own work. So you will still need to get letters of administration. And of course, if the family members want to challenge it, that the military did what they need to do does not stop a family member from challenging what they are doing. It's just that sometimes because people are afraid of uniform, they don't want to do wahala. But sometimes there are people who already know the provisions of the law, so they take advantage of your ignorance. So in court, we've seen them. Yes, we've seen them. And sometimes because the wives are not properly informed, they lose some of these properties. Okay, so let's go on. So we can see that in sections. And by the way, for those of us that are personnel, how many of us have actually looked at this section in the Armed Forces Act? Have we even opened the act? No, you are a military police. I'm not asking you, sir. I'm not asking you, sir. On a general note, you're seated here, you're a personnel, you have looked at the Armed Forces Act. It's a problem. Part of it. Okay, the only one that concerns you at that material point in time. Maybe when it has to do with promotion or something. Abi? Please, let's always look at the laws that regulate the institutions where we work. Someone showed me an employment letter, and immediately I looked at it. I told her, I said, don't take up this employment. This is slavery. I know that normally, particularly in banks and financial institutions, they have what they call bonds. Isn't it? Okay. They have their bond period. But this one, in between the line, I saw perpetual slavery in that. And I told her, don't take up this employment because at the end of the day, leaving this place is going to be a problem. Or better still, if you will take it, then let it be on Let it be oral. So if they are not giving you an appointment letter, you too, when you want to resign, you are not giving them a resignation letter. So that way you're even. But if you don't take these steps, once you put something into writing, it would have legal implications. The next slide, please. So as you can see there, we just have that, showing us how we see matters in court. Please, can you go back to the previous slide? That's what we see in court. Issues. Sometimes you will see 3 variations of the same document. Yes. Photocopies are not admissible in court, but you'll be wondering, how did this thing happen? So that's why we must do our due diligence. Okay, the next slide. The next slide, please. So the relevant statutes when it comes to administration of estates. We have the Administration of Estate Law and Act, the Wills Act. See, there is an erroneous belief we have that all these statute books are for lawyers. No. They are not for lawyers alone. They are for the citizens to avail themselves of the provisions of the law, so that at the end of the day, you don't do injustice to yourself. I know someone, when I was in the law office where there was someone we went to meet. I was thinking the person was a lawyer, but I later discovered that the person is not. But I saw a lot of statute books. Very informed person, informed client. So Wills Act, probate rules and high court rules. Armed Forces Act for service personnel. I think we just talked about that. So for those of us that are in the armed forces, please do well to look at the statutes or the laws that regulate the institution. Another thing I noticed is that most of us, we actually do not look at the terms and conditions of service for organizations. Please, let's do well to read. No wonder the white man said that when you want to hide something from an African, you put it in a book. Just on the lighter note, I remember some time ago in the UK, I had an officer's wife. She came to give birth and she was with me. And so through the process of antenatal and all, there's a folder you have. You're supposed to study your folder. So it was obvious she didn't study it. So because when she got into labor, we called for ambulance. My husband called for ambulance, and they said there is no available. Okay, they asked her some questions, sorry. And of course, she wasn't giving them the proper response. And they just knew she was ignorant. You can imagine somebody that, because the husband was, I think he was also doing a course and then he left, but as at the time she registered, he was still doing the course. So of course, everything was fully paid for. And she was entitled to ambulance services. So when we called, they said, no, there is no ambulance, that we have to bring her. I now told her, when they called you, what did you say? She was saying, I was just telling them, I said, these people they're just playing on your ignorance. And there was nothing we did not do. The ambulance didn't come. So we drove to the hospital, and then when we got to the hospital, they refused to give her a bed, and they told her she was fine, she was okay, she can just go home. And I told her, no. Don't accept. In fact, at some point they told me, say, please, could you step aside? I said, no, I'm standing in for her husband. You cannot ask me to step aside. And, but at the end of the day, in fact, it was not even small nurse that just came and said, no, you haven't really progressed. I think you should just go home. I said, go home to where? And so I started reading through. I quickly picked up her folder and I looked at her history and I started talking, and then the lady now knew that, oh, this one knows what she's doing. In fact, after a while, they asked me to go because I was becoming a problem. She gave birth, and they were using she and her child as guinea pigs because that period they had a lot of student nurses and doctors. So we need to read. When you are handed a document, please go through it. Sometimes, because it's lengthy, we are tired, we don't want to read through it. Now, thank God for technology. We have technology that can, help you, to read books, to read documents. So you just, insert it and then let it play. But you pay attention. Okay, so we have, so please, for service personnel, I'm pleading, or personnel rather, I'm pleading, take a look at the laws that regulate your organization. Then customary law and Islamic law. The next slide, please. The next slide. Thank you. What is an estate? You know, earlier I had said when you hear estate, I'm sure somebody even asked me, Naf Valley Estate, Sunrise Estate, which other one? Admiralty Estate. Yes, they are estates, no doubt. But in this context, when the law is talking about an estate, what is an estate? So some people just feel this seminar does not really concern me. I don't have an estate now. It's people that own estates that should go and attend the seminar. You know, so like I said earlier, if you have quest for knowledge, if it's something you don't understand, you would want to find out more. So what's an estate? Simply put, like I said, I'm trying so much to take away so many legal terminologies so that we understand what we're saying. Simply put, an estate includes everything a person owns at death. Lands, houses, money in banks, vehicles, investments. This one shock you, Abby. Shares, bonds, treasury bills, insurance. And then the last one, which people do not even take interest in, personal belongings. You know, it bothers me that people that are educated do not take these things seriously. But illiterates in the village take this matter seriously. That's why they will count your spoon. Or somebody's spoon, not your spoon. They will count somebody's spoon. Yes. They will count somebody's spoon. They will count the clothes he wore even while he was alive. That's to tell you how serious this issue of property is. And you say, is it not clothes? They will sell it as second hand. Or some will wear it. But somebody is benefiting from what you worked for. That another person that should benefit is not benefiting. So even your personal belongings, please can we go offline for a short moment, just to share something. Can we go offline for a short moment, please? online because a lot of people had asked me. We're back. Oh, thank you. So, identifying assets. I want to talk a bit about identifying assets. Many of us here are Christians, good. But even if some of us are not Christians, there is a lot of anomaly we see. You married someone, you lived with that person until your death. Well, some people will say there are reasons why I didn't want to tell him or her everything. It's fine. But for the fact that this person is a loved one, you have lived with this person. Because that's why even when people, the court grants a divorce, you know that they share the properties, particularly when there are children involved. So it is not really looking at the fact whether you still love the person or not. That's not the issue. Somebody is sharing their life with you. I think natural justice behoves that you should think about that person even when you're gone. More so, when this person is with you and you know that you are the benefactor. Remember earlier I said, I didn't use the word husband or wife, benefactor. Now that's the legal term and there's nothing I can do about it. Benefactor, it means it could be either. And so, just to talk to us, because it is part of this seminar, you have properties you are hiding from your spouse. Or you are a child, you are not married, you have investments you're hiding from your parents. You see, the truth is, sometimes we plan these things in our hearts. Okay, I want to do it in this way, I want to do it, and then something happens. And at the end of the day, you see, that thing you were planning that you did not do, the law will do it in the way that they seem best, for the best interest of the people that you have left behind. So as I am now, let me use myself for example. If I have A, B, C, I didn't disclose C to my husband, something happens to me. And then maybe my friend knows about C. Or my sister knows about C. My husband is not aware of C. And I'm living in the same house with him. Is that actually love? We're going off the law now a bit. But when you go to family courts, you will still hear it. The judge will tell you that you don't love that person. That's the truth. Yes. So we have these issues. In the former estate where we were living, some years back, someone came to me and was telling me that someone wanted to see me. Okay, she told the person about me, but as at that time, I don't think I was called to buy it. I was new to the estate, that she is aware that this man had some buildings in the estate, but the wife was not aware. So we have people like that. You want to surprise, so you just end up surprising yourself. I'm doing it as a surprise. When my son is now 18, I'll give it to him. We'll come to that. So please, let's not have, say, this man, my husband is very funny. If I let him know, he will sell it. Agreed. There are people who do that. My wife, in fact, she will use the money and go and do Owambe. Agreed. So we're going to learn the processes that we can secure these things. But you're still living with the person. You're still providing for the person, taking care of the person. So you must protect their lives in the eventuality that you are no more. Okay, so estate administration is the legal process. Take note of that word, of identifying assets first, paying debt. So if somebody is owing, I was talking with my sister, she worked in the bank and she will share some experiences. Sometimes when somebody passes on and then say, my husband or my wife had 30 million in their account. They will just tell you the balance. They're not telling you the statement, the inflow, the outflow. So there could be liabilities involved. So we've seen those actions. Now you go, you say, no, my husband had 30 million. Why are you telling me it's only 2 million? Or we are still owing bank. Do you know why? Because you only saw balance. You really do not know. Sometimes, people involved into transactions to businesses that, the other party. Now, I'm trying to major on families, but, it could be any relationship, is not aware of. And you just quickly say, there's 30 million there. And then you go. There is loan. there are direct debits and stuff like that that you are not aware of. So that's not what the bank looks at. So the bank will look at, even if you follow the process legally and you have gone with a letter of administration, they will tell you, no, this is not what we have. So you have to go back to the court. So identifying assets. So let's talk a little bit about that. What do we do with our assets? What do we do with them? Okay, maybe you have a frivolous loved one or someone that you feel you cannot trust with your investment. See, somehow you just have to trust someone or trust a process or trust a system, or else at the end of the day. But you see, is it not better if, just on a lighter note, if that wife who gave you 4 children, eats the money, than somebody that never spent one day with you, didn't do anything for you, the money lands in their hands. In fact, in the UK, when all the people that are supposed to be beneficiaries do not come to claim these unidentified assets or assets that have not been disclosed, it reverts back to the crown. There was a time not too long ago that the president was asking for those kind of funds from the bank. Do we remember? Those unclaimed funds. He was asking. But sometimes, if you look at our laws, they are silent about certain things, so they will always become contentious. Managing property, that's estate administration. Then sharing the estates amongst the beneficiaries. As we can see, that is the last. So when someone passes on and he has properties and he is indebted or he has liabilities, the first thing they will do is to assess the estate, and the first thing the courts will do is to what? To pay off the debts. It is what is left that they will now, distribute amongst the beneficiaries or the people that we call loved ones. Okay, so how do we identify assets? Let us ensure that we have proper recording of everything that we have invested in. Then when it has to do with personal belongings, things that, they have good market value even when they are pre-owned, what we call second-hand, even when they are pre-owned. Those kind of things that you have that will still have second-hand value, please make sure they are properly documented. Now, there are other services. I remember a few years ago, in the former assembly where we were, the Men's Fellowship presidency sent his, had a building somewhere in Abuja. I think that's the biggest building he has. He was actually planning to move into the building, and he asked me to help him sell the property. And as if I knew, he didn't tell me much, but I just said, sir, don't sell this property. At this point in time, you will run at a loss. He was saying, okay, no problem. And so he left it. And I think about a year after, he passed on. I was not really formally his lawyer, but we were very good family friends, and he was older. But 2 days before he passed on, the wife called I and my husband, and it was too late. As at the time we went to see him in the hospital, he couldn't talk. And then 2 days after he died. So immediately he died, that night about 2 a.m. she called me. I just moved into Naf Valley, then she called me, and I am privy to a lot of family issues that they have, particularly with her mother-in-law. She's a socialite, a politician, and I know the kind of family he's from. So as she was crying, I just told her, I said, why you're crying? Okay, we had to go bring her to the house while they had to deal with the cops. And then I told her, I said, as you're crying with one eye, there's going to be serious legal issues after now, particularly as regards your husband's properties, because he had properties in Lokoja, in Abuja, and all of that. And I think the biggest eye is the building here, the biggest building he had, the one he had asked me to sell. Now, I didn't even know the issues surrounding that building. So while she was crying, people were coming to the house. I just whispered in her ear, where are all your documents? And she was like, it is with her sister in Jos. I said, I don't understand how people do things. I said, please tell them to send it down. Because it was just immediately the drama started. And you'll be surprised that the people that started this legal battle, or these disputes rather, are very well educated people. One of them is even a diplomat that you would not expect that would be interested in, his relative's property. No. You see, greed does not know face. Yes. It is a work of the flesh. So it does not select face. It can enter anybody at any time. So when the documents came, I had to go through them, and immediately I discovered that this man bought that particular house that their eyes were on in his father's name. His father had passed on, and he was a child born out of wedlock, though he was the first son. He now has passed on, and so even if they go to court, who will the property devolve to? Who would be, the legal person to own letters of administration? It will be the first surviving child of the other marriage. Sorry, excuse me. And so immediately I saw that, I said, Madam, there is trouble. There is very big trouble. Because for the other properties, well, segmented here and there, we looked at them and I said, okay, there are some we could sell. And then the cars, I said, well, you would have to, but I said, the first thing you need to do is to get letters of administration. And then you need to change the name. So I was asking her, why did your husband do that? She said that there was a business deal he did, and then the proceeds of the contract, when he got the proceeds of the contract, he used it to purchase the house. She was privy to what was going on. But when he purchased the house, that period, there were a lot of issues with his organization and EFCC. And so, I said, but if it's a correct, legitimate deal he did, and the source of fund is legitimate, she said, yes. But of course, I don't want to go much into that, whether it's legitimate or not. Once they have their eyes on you, they will carry you. You go explain tire, So he felt the best thing to do at that point in time was to, change the documents, the name on the deed to his father's name. And it was a very bad one. So I said, you have to talk to the people who sold the property and all of that, if they could rebuy it, because the person is a known estate developer. If they could, rebuy the property, then you can, And she was like, that people are already complaining, people are already saying. I said, if these people lay their hands on an LOA, that's letters of administration, I am telling you that this property will be gone. And that's, where they have their biggest investment in. So I had to contact someone in probate, and then she was able to process the letters of administration. But that one would not suffice for that property. It only catered for the properties that, were in her husband's name. This one was in her father-in-law's name. Her father-in-law was dead. The other woman has other children. And in fact, the first son of the other wife was living with them. And as at when he died, this man died, it was this guy that collected the death certificate because she was in mourning. Things happen when you are in mourning. You're besides yourself, a lot of things. So he picked it. Thank God, God just gave him a conscience. And now, sometimes we think it is that death certificate you get from the hospital that suffices in the courts. No. You would proceed with that death certificate from the hospital to the National Populations Commission. You will register the death there. Then the death certificate you're giving from MPC is what you would use to now process. We'll get to that. So she didn't know this process. And she quickly now brought I now said, this is not what you need. So I had to talk again, because you don't know it all, and sometimes it's not every time we get this kind of matter. So I had to talk to another friend, a senior colleague who had been head of probate in FCT High Court. And she told me, no, this one will not work. But anyway, God helped her, and they were able to sort that out. Now her husband had monies in the bank. Some friends were saying, we will call manager, we will call this one, except those people want to be fraudulent. And of course, if they are caught, the law will take its course. And they told them, you need to get letters of administration, because the man died without a will. I don't think that man was planning to die at that point in time. The death just came sudden. So we must take note of this. The next slide, please. So now, what happens when someone dies? Two situations may arise. One, testate is a legal term, and I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. So you just know what it is, so that if in case you see it somewhere, you understand what it is. This means that the deceased left a will, and if I may add, a valid will. Then the second is intestate. It means the deceased did not leave a will. And for most service personnel, I have discovered that what happens is, most of them died intestate. Remember our first slide that 70% of Nigerians die without a will. Fact. They die without a will. Fact. So the legal procedures in administering both, when someone died with a will and without a will, they are different. No? So for a tested succession, the will must be valid. And I think I talked about what makes a valid will. The next slide, please. No? Benefits of writing a will. Benefits of writing a will. Okay. Thank you. Now, there is a myth that writing a will means you are going to die. Yes. That's why that's the truth. Just some few days back, I and my husband, we had to be witnesses to someone's will writing, and we are also executors of the will. You are not going to die. Now, we just heard that 70% of Nigerians die without a will. Why did they die without writing a will? If writing a will kill you, why would 70% of people that have died? So if, for example, 1,000 people have died in the past in Nigeria, how many percent did not have a will? 700. So why would 700 people die and they did not write will? So whether you, okay, we're all laughing now. So are you now seeing that some of these things that we, even as Christians, some of these things that we hold on to, they are just myth. And it is just a fear from the pit of hell. And the devil trying to make us, leave confusion for our loved ones. Okay? The fact is, people who died without a will in Nigeria are more than those who had written wills. Yes. So that you write a will does not mean you are going to die. It's nothing but a superstition. Remember I had asked earlier that why do you save money? He said for future. Why are you doing business? Or why are you, putting certain things in place? Say for the future. And the future, are you guaranteed about it? You're not. So if you can save money in the bank, if you can do investments for the future, you can write a will. It's the same thing. It's only just saying, I want this to go to this. Now, the difference between having a will and not having one, when you have a will, it is your intention, it is your wish, it is your desire. This is what you want. So for those people too that don't want maybe their spouses to inherit from them, you put it in your will. They can go and contest it if they want. But that is your wish. That is your desire. But by the time you leave it in the hands of the law has, its plan of succession. And the first person usually is the surviving spouse. Okay, so the benefits of a will: protects loved ones, ensures wishes are respected, and makes estate administration faster. So the way a will helps property to be distributed is faster than the way letters of administration would work. Now, understanding probate, a simple guide for families and beneficiaries. Probate is the legal process through which a court confirms the validity of a will and authorizes the executor named in the will. So you are the one that will name the person that will execute your will. Now, the one I just talked about now, we are not his family members, but he has trust in us. And so he says, okay, you will execute this will for me. Because he doesn't trust any of his family members, neither his wife's family members. That, they may not do due diligence. And you see, these relationships, call for a fiduciary relationship. What does that mean? It calls for trust in relationships. So we must look for that person, that has our backs. Even though sometimes it's not, but let's not always look at the negative. Okay? Authorizes the executor to administer and manage the estate in accordance with the law. So it's not just writing a will. There are processes by which you make that will legal. So let me talk about that, though it's not on the slide. When a will is written, and preferably by a solicitor, the will can be with the testator, which is not advisable. Which is not advisable because family members that may be privy to the will or that you have a will could tamper with it and alter it. And once it is altered and it is in your possession, nobody can claim to say, no. And in fact, most of the time, it is such wills that even give rise to legal actions. Okay? Or the will can be lodged in the probate department of the High Court of every state. They have their probate division. In Abuja, if you go to the FCT High Court in Maitama, the probate registry is there. So you can lodge a will there. It makes it easy. But of course, a solicitor will be aware that a will has been lodged there. They have different vaults where they keep that. Or the will can be with your solicitor. But I would advise for the will to be lodged in the probate registry. Or it could also be lodged with the banks. And talking about assets, let me also bring that again. There is what they call custodial security services. They have some private firms who do that now, and they have banks who do that. So for this family that I talked about, this family friend, I told her, I said, I'm not going to be with your documents. It's my principle. I don't keep people's property. I said, but you can reach out to your bankers, let them keep your documents safe. And in case you have any valuable right now, because they may be invading your house and they could use anybody in your house to pick valuables from the house. So make sure you seek the custodial services of the bank. And then provides for payments, the essence of, validates the will and confirms its legal enforceability, authorizes the executor to administer and manage the estate in accordance with the law. And we've seen the accordance there. You must pay debts. Provides for the payments of outstanding debts, taxes, and other liabilities of the estate. Ensures the proper and lawful distribution of estate assets to the beneficiaries. Now, when this man passed on, the mother came and said she wanted one of the cars, and then she of course knew of some of his properties, and then they should sell the house, the biggest property they had, not house now, the biggest property they had, and they should share the proceeds. Their first son was just graduating from the university, and they had other children in the university and in secondary school. And this woman had a good bank job that she was doing, and of course, she left her bank work to face the home front. And now somebody will quickly say, that is why they say women should work. Oh, yes, work. But sometimes it could be difficult. Managing, everybody doesn't have the same strength. Juggling, the work and family. So for her, I think she felt best she should do that, and then she was into business. And sometimes too, it's really not easy managing on your own. So even when you have a job, most of us here females, we have jobs. Can you take care of the bills alone? Let's be honest. Can you take care of the bills alone? It's not easy. It's not easy. That's the truth most people will not tell you. The strong women in quotes, they will not tell you that truth. It's not easy. So we must take note of this thing. So it ensures proper and lawful distribution. The next slide, please. Steps in obtaining a grant of probate. Now, when you hear the word probate, generally the department or the courts that grants letters of administration and probate is the probate registry. But when you hear the word probate, it means the person that died with a will. So what is called a grant of probate is a document that gives you the legal right and authority to deal with the person's property. Now, there is a common mistake we see a whole lot. It happened even when my dad passed on. Next of kin. They have become a necessary evil right now in society. Somebody feels because he is named as the next of kin, he is the sole beneficiary of the properties of the deceased. No. Next of kin is just a personal representative that when this person passes on, this is the person that the authorities, organization, the courts would look up to for information. And now, when you give them information and maybe you're giving letters of administration as the case may be, or there is a will, and maybe as the next of kin, you are named as an executor, it is not that all the properties belong to you. That's a common mistake we see. So somebody is an executor or somebody is a next of kin. That's what my elder brother felt, that because he's next of kin to my dad, he is the sole owner of everything my dad owned. And so he also made another mistake, which I'm going to talk about quickly. I know our time is almost up. Because of the plurality of laws that we have in Nigeria, most of the times when somebody dies without a will, it is a very big problem. So the law would assume the law or the authority that disease subjected himself or herself to. For example, there are some people that's why there's an intersection between property law and also family law. And that is why most of the time, even in churches, people are advised to ensure that they secure their marriages under the act, what we call court marriage. Because at the end of the day, even though it can be contested in court, we have seen notable cases like there is a case Ukeje versus Ukeje. I didn't put all these cases there, but you can write it down. There's Idehe versus Idehe. All these cases are family disputes that have to do with property. The first one I talked about, Ukeje versus Ukeje, the Supreme Court held that, it was about the Igbo tradition that women cannot succeed their fathers. But we saw that in the Bible, for those of us that are Christians, the daughters of who? Zelophehad. Isn't it? So you see, we just remove some things and we think they are not important. No, everything in the Bible is for our instruction and for our living. So the Supreme Court held that female children can succeed their fathers in a nutshell. But actually, originally, in that case, the property of the deceased was subjected to what? Customary law. And the customary law of, the Igbo culture, for those of us that are Igbos, we know, it goes to the Okpara, Abi, the first, or the Umunna first, Abi, and then there's a way, it goes. For me, I call it a repugnant custom. And of course, any law that is inconsistent with the laws of the federal, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is what? Null and void. So the Supreme Court held that daughters could. Then in Idehe versus Idehe, if I'm getting it, yes, it held that widows can succeed their husbands. But in customary law, it is different. So we also should be careful. Those of us, we say we are believers, but now we attend town hall meeting. I'm not saying we should not go for town hall meeting, no. I'm not saying we should not do Ohaneze Ndibo. I'm not saying we should not do August meeting. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that, because the same thing happened when my dad passed on. In fact, somebody looked us in the eye and said, your father never went to church. Yes. Because at home, he's playing Christian father. When he's in their midst, he subjects himself to customs and traditions. So thank God that he has a lawyer in the family. And my brother said, we are going to fight in court for 3 years. And I said, see you in court. No problem. But before then, of course, I had already done my background work. And of course, he had no case. But then, because the person he's contesting with is his mother against others. Well, I was petitioned, to all the authorities, the commissioner of police, virtually everywhere. I told them in the commissioner's office, I said, I'm not answerable to you because there is no way that says the police has the right to decide how my father's burial and his property should devolve. I said, but for the fact that, you called and out of respect, I said, but I will not travel from Abuja to Bayelsa to answer to this frivolous and, flimsy summons. I won't. You don't have the right. But because I was aware, I could do that. But if I was not, you just, you'll be panicking and then you go. And then imagine family members, like, my mom said, like maybe 12 of them against just, I had to ask my 2 younger brothers to go with her. And all they were after was property. Why? My father died without a will. He was afraid to die. Even at age 80, he was afraid to die, but he still died. Yes. Right from when I know him as my dad, you don't bring obituary to the house. You don't place anything obituary, particularly of a man. You don't talk about a dead man. You don't, anything dead, don't even say it near him. But he still died. And the day death came, my mom said he submitted willingly. He just arranged himself. He's a very handsome man, so he went to die handsome. He just arranged himself very clean, neat, and he could not hold back on a lighter note.
So steps in the grant of a probate. So probate now is when the person had a will. Okay, so you file the application as the executor, if you're named as the executor. And now how will you know? When somebody writes a will and they call you to come and witness or to sign, and they say you are the executor, you already know that you are the executor, and you know where the will has been lodged, either in the probate or it is with the lawyer, as the case may be. Okay, sometimes some people leave it with their executors, but I don't think it's completely correct, because sometimes the executor might also have a personal interest or might be named in the will. So they might alter the will. And if they alter the will, how would you know? Okay, so submission of supporting documents, namely the original will. But if the will is already in the probate registry, you don't need to. You just tell them, okay, it has been lodged here, and then, they will get it from their vault. Death certificates. I'll talk about death certificates again. The valid death certificate in the court of law is the one from the National Populations Commission, meaning that death has been registered. Else, now, that was one of the issues my brother faced. When my dad was in the hospital, he was playing big boy. He didn't go. And so, he is not in possession of the death certificate. So as it is now, and we too were not in possession, as it is now, well, by the Spirit, my dad has, God forbid, my dad has gone to where, he is, and I know he's in heaven because we led him to Christ. But then, in the eyes of the law, in the society, he's not dead. Because as I'm talking to you now, his pension funds are still running. We cannot access it. The hospital where he died, because of the commotion going on at that time, they could not get the death certificate from the hospital. So even when my younger brother went back, they were trying to, and you see, record system in Nigeria is poor. So that thing you don't do there and then. So even when you are in grief, somebody is crying, another person's eye should be open. So they could not get it, and it is with that you would go to the National Populations Commission. So up till today, my father's death has not been registered. Yes, and all the monies in the bank, of course, the bank will claim it. I would have someone talk about that very soon. So we're gradually, okay. The steps also, examination of the will. Now the courts will examine the will to ensure rather that it is properly written. When a will is vague, there are parts of a will that the court can set aside. A will has to be detailed. So you cannot just say, for example, you have 3 houses, and you say, I give my house to my second daughter, Ujunwa. It is vague. You would have to describe the property. I give my house, or my duplex, not even house, my duplex located at so place to my daughter. And if there is a condition to her receiving it, you will state the condition. Maybe after she's married or when she's 18 years. So these are the things that the courts will look out for rather. Time will not permit us to look at that. So if you need more information on that, you will see us for consultancy. All right. Okay, so assessment of the estates, of the diseased assets. Now, or assessment of the assets. Now, why do they need to assess the assets? I talked about something earlier. Sometimes there could be liabilities involved. And so you say, my husband has properties that is worth 300 million. And of course, he has liability of 280 million. In your head, you're counting 300 million, Abi. But actually, what you have left is either 20 million or minus 20 million, as the case may be. So that's why we should, be up to date with our records and divulge, information to the people we should. Issuance, payment of prescribed fees, very important. Why some people also run away from probate is the fact that for them to grant you probate, they'll value the property, and there is a percentage you will pay to the court for that. So if you have property that is worth 2 billion, sometimes how much is the fee? People don't want to pay. Just the way you don't want to pay lawyers. But you want to do, please, can I see you outside? There was the day someone came to the house. My mother was saying, please, we paid through our nose for you to go to school. And then, and I agreed with her. I said, well, I'm a child of God. And of course, God comes first. Okay, and even the law permits you to do pro bono. Okay, then issuance of grant of probate, and then the proper administration of the estate. Now let's take note that a grant of probate empowers the executor to lawfully administer the estate and implement the wishes of the deceased as expressed in the will. That's the difference. You have wishes, you have intentions. Your will carries that. So let's go to the next slide. So when you don't have this now, what happens? Letters of administration. Now, what are letters of administration? Letters of administration serve as the court's authorization for eligible persons to manage, preserve, and distribute estate of a deceased person where there is no valid will or executor able to administer the estate. Let me explain that. We've talked so much about valid will. Now, sometimes there is a valid will, but the executors are not willing to act. Like in the case I talked about of our family friend, the matter, let me use pidgin, he passed me, yes, and of course, I'm being careful with some kind of issues, because of the nature of my husband's job too. So that's why I told her, lodge all your valuables and your documents with the bank custodial services or any private firm that does that. Now the issues were just enormous. So even if the man wrote a will and named me as the executor of that will, sometimes the best thing you want to do is to decline. When the wahala is too much, sometimes they are threatening your life and stuff like that. So you have people declining, that they don't want to be executors of the will, particularly if the person is not even a family member. Okay? So in that instance, any person who has an interest in the property, according to the succession downline given by the courts, would apply for letters of administration. So let's go. Do we understand that? Okay. So now the purpose of letters of administration, to grant legal authority to administer. Now for a will, it is to execute what the person has already decided. But this one, it is to administer and manage the deceased estate, to empower administrators to identify, collect, and protect estate's assets, enable the payment and settlement of the deceased outstanding debts and liabilities, and ensure the proper and lawful distribution of the estate. We've said this over and over again. So what happens now if, after you have obtained letters of administration, you now discover that there are other properties not named in that letters of administration? Properties that you didn't know, like I talked about somebody in my former estate, the husband had houses. Thank God for his agents. The guy was an honest person, and he was like, oh, he's looking for the wife. I think she had gone to the estate once, and this friend of mine had met the woman, so she had her contact, and she was able to contact the lady, and she came all the way from Kano, and it was amazing that the man had a lot of properties in Abuja that she was not aware of. So thank God for the estate agent. And it's also possible you only disclose the ones he wanted to disclose. So I'm wondering why you would have property like now the person is gone. Now other people are dealing with something you have sweated and worked for. If not for anything, even if you don't like that spouse, what about your children? Are you not thinking that they should be cared for? What about maybe you have siblings, maybe you're taking care of? Okay, let me share a quick story. I was sharing one of the days we had the sensitization. My friend that was head of probate was sharing, a very pathetic story with me. I think I shared a part of it. This man was very ill. He had a protracted illness, and in the course of his illness, the wife, she was taking care of her husband. Now, her husband's siblings, her husband's younger brothers, scattered away all their valuable documents, including her marriage certificate. So when the man died, this kind of people, immediately the person dies, they're not even thinking about you. It's about what you have left. From the next day, they have started applying for all these things. And you see, it is the one, like I said earlier, the court deals with evidence, facts. Not them being telling me, say, I was trying to, it was because I was thinking I would. That's not what the court deals with. So it is who presents evidence before the court. And so they had the original copies of all this man's assets. And so the lady got back home. She was not seeing anything. And so she cried to she went to the probate registry and she was asking for the head. And she met the lady and she told her, she's a Muslim. This person I'm talking about, my friend, she's a Muslim. And in fact, she said, una Christians, I don't know how they do nothing. Because in Islam, there is a way it is done. No matter where you are, or no matter what you have achieved, there is a way Islam has prescribed succession. But in Christianity is different. Like I said before, you are still putting one leg in tradition, one leg in church. You are not doing this one. They don't mind. They will carry your money. So why did you marry? You can stay and marry your brother or your sister. Why did you marry? So let's continue with the story as we round up. So this lady, she went and she was crying. And she looked at her. She was in mourning clothes. She was wearing white. She was a shadow of herself. And she said, I cannot help you. Okay, can you show me just one document that shows that you are this man's wife? Where is the marriage certificate? Sorry. Say, I cannot find it. She only produced a photocopy. And a photocopy document is not admissible in court. It's not admissible in court. So she now said, okay, I don't know what to do, but you just have to pray. And she said, before now, these young men, they've come to her, and she asked them, are you sure this man does not have a wife? They said, no. Okay, this man does not have a child at all, whether boy or girl. Say no. That he was so engrossed in his business, so he was not really paying attention to all those things. Okay, have you searched to be sure that he didn't have a child, even, since that there is no such thing. And as they were talking, the oldest one amongst them was living, her first son, the lady's first son, was living in his house. He said, no such thing. So on a fateful day, this same lady went back crying, and she was like, there's nothing I can do. You don't have any document. You don't have anything to prove, nothing to show. And then just that day, as the lady was walking out of my friend's office, she saw her brother-in-laws coming in. And so she ran back and said, Ma, they are coming. She now said, okay. So she now asked, so when the men came, she said, I'm asking you, they will withdraw my license as a lawyer. If the court discovers that I granted you letters of administration and your brother has a surviving spouse or a child. They said, no such thing. She now said, okay, let me have a look at those documents again. She told the lady to hide at the typing pool where her staff were. So they now brought the documents, the original of the documents. So she just said, okay, let me keep it in my drawer. But this kind of miracle does not happen every day. Let me keep it in my drawer. And she kept it in her drawer. And then she now said, please sit down. And then she went to the typing pool and said, Madam, come. As the woman came, there were 4 of them, the 3 older ones ran. They had to call security to run after them. Say, do you know this woman? They ran away. It was the youngest one that stayed back. That one has some conscience and he started crying. I warned them that we should not do this thing. And then that one told how, because he was staying with them in the house when his brother was sick, he was the one transferring the documents to them, including her marriage certificate. That these men are in custody of her marriage certificates, the church marriage, the court marriage, and all of that. That was how she was able to help. But these miracles don't happen every day like that. That was how she was able to help this woman. So you can imagine your own blood brothers doing that to you. But we always say as lawyers, you must have that eagle's eye. That's what EFCC calls it, Abi. As I am, I know family members I cannot entrust anything to. I don't do sentiments with family members, no. I know the ones I can entrust things to. Because over the years, you would have watched them. A sibling will tell you, please give me 100,000 for business. I will pay you back. And you tell them, okay, pay me back 50,000. And for 3 months, for 3 years, 10 years, you are begging them to give you back the money. Then it is that same person you are thinking will take care of your family if you are not there. We attach so much sentiments to our relationships and it ends us and our loved ones in problems. Now, if you are a young person and you are not married and you have been able to acquire, some wealth, sometimes too, the family members, like in this instance now, the mother of the deceased, the man died at 52 or thereabouts, I think, 53. His mother was alive and she was the one that was voraciously looking for the property. And it is not as if this man did not know that his mother was that kind of person. In fact, he just bought her an SUV not too long before he died. And she was asking for another car. A woman she was in her late or early 70s. What are you doing with two cars? All your children are gone. And your son left behind children and a wife. So at this point in time, I want to advise. Thank God we're Christians. We must ask for discernment. We must know the people that are around us. I don't know why people you will see. Some people you are working, you have married, your next of kin, the person that will even help to do it is your brother that does not have job. I don't know how we reason sometimes. Or has not been able to manage a business properly. Or manage himself properly. When even the ones that are doing well, they still put their eyes. How much more? So we allow this family statement. They'll tell you, don't allow a woman to come and tell us. Don't allow a man to come and tell us. Please, let's be guided. Okay, so as we go towards the end of the next slide, please. So why letters of administration? Now, letters of administration, remember, is when the person died without a will or died with a will, but the executors are not available or are not ready to act. So letters of administration will be granted by the court. Now, why it is good for us to obtain these things is so that there is a legal process. And remember I said before, you say, they leave all these things for court, they work. It is working. But for me, the prevention is write a will. Letters of administration is a matter of can't help. The court is just trying, but you would have protracted or prolonged legal battles. Okay? So it ensures that the estate is administered in compliance with applicable laws, and we've talked about the laws earlier, safeguards the rights and interests of beneficiaries and dependents, provides legal access to deceased bank accounts, properties, and other assets. At this point, quickly, I would want my sister to speak a little bit about this because she worked in the bank for 10 years and she was head customer service. So they see this a whole lot. Access to deceased bank accounts. Please, can you just throw a little light on that?
All right, so I'll just quickly, like she has already said, before you can have access to funds in the bank, you must have either a will or letters of administration. Now, sometimes when somebody dies, a bank customer dies, people come and say, I'm the person's next of kin. So when you're filling an account opening form, and there is a point that says next of kin. Now, that next of kin does not necessarily mean when the person in question dies, the beneficiary can automatically access the funds. No. Next of kin is just like a contact person that the bank, gets in touch with in case of, you can't get access to the customer. So some persons come to the bank and, I want to have access, I'm the next of kin. And then the bank will deny the person access. So that is where letters of administration comes in. Now, before one can get letters of administration from probate, first of all, you have to go to probate and get a bank form, what they call a bank form. Now, in every organization, we have ignorant people. So sometimes when these people go to probate to get a bank form, they go to maybe a bank staff, maybe they just meet one customer service staff that, has knowledge gap, and the person will quickly just give them balance of the account. No. Sometimes when they get that balance of the account, maybe they've gone through the process of the letters of administration. Some even go as far as paying 10%. For example, maybe the deceased had 20 million in the account, according to the account balance. And you go to probate, they'll collect 10% of that 20 million. So some people go as far as paying that 10% ignorantly without getting correct details. So when they come back, because I've had cases where they'll come back with the letters of administration, and you're seeing them 20 million. So what a banker that knows what he or she is doing would do, the person will go through the person's statement from inception. For example, if the person opened the account in 2001, so they will call up the account statement from 2001 till the date of death, the date that is stated on the death certificate. Now, sometimes you see people come with salary accounts. Like she rightly stated, my father has a pension account that is still running for like how many years now. So some people ignorantly come with this bank form. Okay, see, 20 million is in my father's account. And at the end of the day, the person will look at the statement and realize that, oh, the person died on so date. So you are not entitled to that 20 million. Maybe by the time they'll do the calculation, maybe the beneficiary is only entitled to maybe 1 million. In fact, I've seen a case whereby, I can't remember now, it's been a long time, where the person came in with, how many millions she had already paid, the 10% fee and all that. And when I looked at the customer statement of account, the inflow and outflow, including, if I'm not mistaken, loans and all that, what the person was entitled to was 1,300 and something naira. And the woman started crying, swearing for me, calling me all sort of names. But at that point in time, the bank cannot do anything. So why is it essential? When they give you that bank form, I'll just talk on the aspect of the beneficiary first. When you're giving a bank form, you first of all, when you get to the bank, insist that they should give you a statement of account of the disease. Now, what the difference between an account balance and a statement of account is that the statement of account shows you the inflow and outflow of that account. Sometimes that customer may have, maybe she has 30 million. Now that's where we come to non-disclosure. And he invested maybe 10 million in treasury bills, another 10 million in fixed deposit. It will not show in the account balance. The regular one they will show account balance, it will not show. So it will only show in the inflow and outflow. That inflow and outflow means the statement of the account that on so date, on 13th of September 2001, this person invested so amount. It's possible, that is when the bank will be able to trace where the funds went to. It could be to another bank, it could be to an investment house, it may not even be within the bank. So it is from that statement you go back to the probate. They'll go through the statement with you and ensure that all of the deceased person's financial assets is actually declared. So now, another issue we used to encounter with some customers is documentation. Some people come with falsified documents. And every document, whether you come with letters of administration, will, or is subject to verification. So no bank will, disburse funds to you, release any funds to you if that document you present is not properly verified. So you must ensure to go with your proper documentation. And this documentation, because we've had cases, Nigerians have problem. Their valid means of ID card will carry Emeka Okonkwo. Their BVN is carrying Emeka Okafor. The letters of administration is carrying another name. Now you might think these things don't happen. It actually happens. So when they come with these documents, there is a conflict. So some of these, why there is delay, I think she talked about delay of access of fund. So sometimes when you come with this kind of documents that have irregularities, the bank will now be forced to ask you, okay, if you're claiming you're the person, whatever name that is on the letters of administration, you have to bring a valid ID that carries that same name and a valid BVN that carries that same name. That is one. Now, what are the documentation? She also talked about death certificates. Sometimes people falsify death certificates. Sometimes that person might just be an invalid. The person is not dead. So you see cases where people come with a hospital death certificate when the person is not actually dead. That's why it is important that the death is registered in National Population Commission. So that's what bank accepts, the death certificate from the National Population Commission, to ensure that the person is actually dead. Because like she said, family members, including spouses, can be funny sometimes. So the person has to come with a valid death certificate, his BVN, the valid means of ID, and it's been a while, so I've forgotten something, an application letter and the letters of administration. So that's on the part of the beneficiary. Remember to request for a full statement when a bank form is given. Then the other aspect I want to quickly talk about is on the aspect of the deceased. Now, like she said, that some people, they don't, disclose all of their financial assets to their loved ones for whatever reasons I do not know. Now, So we have cases of, like she rightly said, there was a time the president was requesting from unclaimed funds. The bank has an account where they transfer those unclaimed funds, dormant account. So most times, how do we know that these persons are dead? We normally call, all those dormant accounts. From time to time, when you are an account officer, we call these dormant accounts. And maybe if you've called, the number is switched off for years. Sometimes we go as far as visiting the customer's house. I know we've gone to one that, of course, you identify bankers when they are coming. And somebody, the neighbor said, are you people from the bank? Said, make on go. Say, those people, the family members, they are fighting. Now, in that particular case, the family members did not even have, as of when I even left the bank, I don't think that money was claimed because of non-disclosure on the part of the deceased. So some persons might have financial assets. You must have a trusted person, either a family member or a trusted friend, like she rightly stated, of somebody that made them executors of their own will. You must have a trusted person that you must disclose all of your financial assets to. Because as I speak to you, banks have a lot of unclaimed funds. Now, what this could lead to, it could lead to delayed or lost inheritance. Now, talking about letters of administration, sometimes maybe that customer had maybe an investment, like I talked about the requesting for statement, and you're only privy to what is in the account. The person did not tell you, just told you, I have so amount in so bank. And we have customers that have the habit of, they might have an account with Access Bank, Union Bank, Zenith Bank. They will only disclose one account to their loved ones. So it is very important, because it could lead to loss of inheritance. Like we have sometimes I feel so bad. And when you hear of bank staff committing fraud, these are the accounts they commit fraud on. Not all banks. I just want to be careful about that. It's not that when you see a banker, you say the person is a fraudster. No. We have, of course, in every organization, you have people that have integrity issues. So most times, when you see such accounts that they commit fraud on, maybe it might be your loved one's money that you are not even aware of. Then there is another case where, I could remember when one of my colleagues that we got into the bank at the same time was dismissed. Now, that case was, the person disclosed his financial assets to somebody that is not trusted. Now, bankers, we have all the information. When we open our computer, that computer is backing you. We're seeing things that you are not seeing. So this, under pressure, and some of them could have family pressure, maybe had family pressure. And you see money. Money is very tempting. So this, I don't know if it's a family member, I can't remember now, or a friend came, and now did partnership with the banker. And they started taking out money. I think the customer had, other investments. And he told him what to do, and they went ahead, and that was before they discovered the fraud. A huge amount of the money was already gone. So that is why, talking about will, writing of will, disclosing your assets, especially financial assets, to your loved ones around you, it is very important. And then the last thing I want to talk about, sometimes, like she said, there could be counterclaims. So that's why you ensure, she has already talked about it, you must ensure that all your documents are in place. There is nothing wrong if you have these documents. Okay, I didn't talk about other valuables. Apart from money, like she talked about rendering custodial services. Some banks render custodial services to customers. So it's possible the customer did not only have maybe money lodged in the bank. It's possible the customer could have other valuables such as gold, land documents, house documents, deed of all those conveyance, yes. So we normally, keep those things in course. So if, for example, you come and then they just give you account balance and you go, and you later find out that this person had these other valuables, you will have to amend the letters of administration. If not, you cannot make claims to those things. So that's why it is very, 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 very important for us to, there's no need to be afraid of death, to, as much as possible, make these things known. Like, even, I'm a single, but there's nothing I have that I don't let my sister know. She's the only trusted person I have. I think one of the trusted person I have in my family. You know, so you just have to let somebody know. At least somebody is aware that this is this and this and this and this is what the person is doing. Then something is also coming to my mind. If non-disclosure can also lead to family disputes, like she has rightly said, sometimes people come. If you like, you know, one thing with bank, people say bankers are very wicked. If you like, come and cry. They might have compassion. They will feel for you. But if you don't have the right documents in place, nobody will attend to you. In fact, as I speak, there are some, I think there were some drafts that I even raised, you know, in favor of some certain persons that were unclaimed, even after I've left. I think it's about 5 years plus now. And nobody came to claim these things. So just to avoid those things, we should ensure to do our proper documentation, ensure that we disclose whatever we have. It is, I'm emphasizing it because these are real life issues. These are real life issues. Next of kin is not a guarantee that you automatically inherit somebody's financial, so financial assets. I think on that note, I think I'm done as much as I can remember. Thank you.
We appreciate her for that, please. Sorry, our time is gone. Okay. We'll just have some minutes break, but let's just run through the remaining slides. I think she'd said many of the things that I wanted to say. So please, let's ensure that we have all this in place. Your documents, don't joke with them. And let them not be lying across the house anyhow. You know, anywhere you keep it here, you keep it there. You never can tell when somebody, maybe your domestic staff, has picked a valuable document. I know you will not know, nobody will know until it is required or it is needed. Particularly when you have a CFO. You're not looking for anything except maybe there is a case in court. So if you don't have any legal matter concerning that property, you will not look for it, isn't it? So please, let's ensure we lodge this document with custodian services. Many of us don't know about them. Many of us do not know. You know, even though at the end, sometimes some of these things can still be contested in court, but it is minimal when you know that you have done your due diligence. So a case that maybe should span 10 years, 5 years, when everything has been properly done, if it's a judge that has not been compromised, you know, at the end of, but even when the judge has been compromised, you can always appeal. Okay, so don't always look at the law and say, no, this law, wow, the system is bad. Let's not do that, please. So the letters of administration safeguards the rights and interests of beneficiaries and dependents. We've talked about that. So who may apply? Now remember, letters of administration, you know, occur when there was no will. Now, under the law, there is a prescribed, you know, downline. It is first the surviving spouse. So you now see why the brothers of that man took away the wife's marriage certificate. How was she going to prove that she was the man's wife? The certificate was not there. Oh, you will say, okay, she can go to registry. You talk about certified true copy. No, we talk about all these things, but the process is not as easy as we say with our mouth. Before you get some of these things, they have already done what they want to do. Then you will start contesting in court when they have already benefited. Sometimes at the end of the day, what now gets to that beneficiary is the crumbs. And sometimes there's particularly when the judge has seen that they've squandered it, where will they get the money from? So sometimes we think, let's go to court, let's go to court. If the money is not there and the person is not capable of paying you back, what will they do? And the person doesn't have anything that the court can sell to pay you back. So let's take note of that. So the surviving spouse of the deceased, the children of the deceased. So there is a downline, the surviving spouse, then the children. The children according to the succession, maybe first son, like that, it follows. Or if, for example, the person's children are dead, the grandchildren of that person that is alive. Are we seeing the precedence that it takes? The grandchildren. the grandchildren of the children of the deceased. So if the children are not available or they are dead, their grandchildren first, that's the downline. If there are no children, no grandchildren, then the parents. Do we understand? So the surviving parent of a disease has no business with the property when there is a surviving spouse or children or grandchildren, direct grandchildren. After the parents, then siblings of full blood. The law says siblings of what? Full blood. What does that mean? The same mother and the same father. Or their children. Are you seeing the process? So I'm wondering why one uncle that is not even answering the same surname with you come and be owning property. I don't understand. It's the things we subject ourselves to. Okay? And then, if those people are not available, then it will be siblings of half blood if you have half siblings. Siblings of half blood from either side. Or their children. Before grandparents. Then uncles and aunties. Those ones, they are the bottom. So, I don't know how somebody, all the children, that's why in our villages, they will kill all, they want to kill all the children, kill everybody that is. They know the law more than us. We say they are illiterate. They are not. They know the value of property. So when we see in Africa, magic people that don't watch, they eat that much. You see how they want to kill the first one, kill. They know what they are trying to, show us. They want to get everybody that should inherit that property, even according to custom, or in the eyes of the law, or under the law, rather. Okay, so as we round up, and then who may apply? Next of kin. Okay, so sometimes the next of kin will apply, but like I said before, next of kin does not give you absolute right to inherit all the property. So like I said, but that was the mistake my brother was making. He said, don't worry, I will strip all of you of everything. I said, you don't even understand what you're saying. Next of kin, that's why we have some children killing their fathers because they feel they are next of kin. It doesn't follow that way. It's only the one that you know. And so if you don't have all these processes, well, if you are next of kin, in fact, there is a case my sister didn't share. She shared a case with me that the boy had to kill his mother. So even the children were raising. Because he knows that when he goes for LOA, they will ask if his mother is alive. And of course, if she was legally married to the father. So, and even if you say the person is not legally married, there is a way somebody will show proof. You live with somebody for 20-something years, 30-something years. There is a relationship. Okay, so the boy killed his mother so he could get letters of administration to inherit his father's property. So we have seen this kind of case. I don't even want to go over it. In fact, there was one that was so gruesome. The father's life assurance said that, what's it called now? Yes, the indemnity, no, what's it called now? Premium, what's it called? When somebody has a life assurance, so that the person, the beneficiary would only have access to it if the person dies by accident. Now, this young man's father was very ill and maybe he collapsed. They were not sure whether he was dead or not. But anyways, he just carried his father and used the car to run over him. Yes. And, to run over him. See, when you go to court, I was telling our children in the children's church, I said, we will need to, though children are not allowed in courts, but maybe juvenile courts or stuff, we need to arrange for a session where they will see, what goes on and things they should avoid, okay? So please, it's very important. Don't be afraid to write a will. Don't be afraid to secure your properties. Have a lawyer. You think having a lawyer is only when somebody, you have a problem, you want to carry your tenant to courts, and then, please, law practice is not all about, yes, my lord. No. And actually, the court is the last resort. Yes, the court is not the first instance to handle disputes. It's the last resort. So when we see law practice, most of all our big wigs you're seeing, any very influential lawyer you see, he did not make his money from yes, my lord. Yes, most of them. How much? How much will clients pay you? Appearance. So most of them, they make their monies from soliciting. So law practice is beyond let's go to court, then you can't be arguing and fighting. No, that's not it. So it's the last resort. Okay, so let's go. Process of acquiring letters of administration, it's there. Apply to probate registry. Complete complete required forms. She talked about some of the forms. Submit supporting documents, death certificate, and I put it there, National Population Commission. Evidence of entitlement to apply, passport photographs, and identification documents. Very important. You see this thing about name. We joke with it a lot. You are applying for something, you will use one name and remove one name. You are applying for another thing, you use one name. In fact, the white man, sometimes the order in which you even fill your name is an issue. Yes. There are some countries that will say, no, it is the reverse order, there is a problem. So you must bring supporting documents to show that you are the person. The order. So I write, you're applying, there are some, some are kind, they will say, okay, in this order. First name, middle name, and then surname. So, Tarie, Dorcas, Ogriki. But normally, in the law, we start from our surnames. So, Ogriki, Dorcas, Tarie. But, so you can see that sometimes, so you have to support a document to show that actually you are this person. So let's take note of all these things. And let's share this information we're getting with people around us. And then, now, sharing this information does not mean you have become a lawyer. You know, after the last legal literacy, somebody now said, Kai, they've called me to bar now. I said, no, be like that. It doesn't work like that. So you see all this information we're giving you. Everything that you need to do, a lawyer needs to evince that document. That's the difference between me and you. So if you like, cram all the laws. If they have not called you to bar and you have not been enrolled in the Supreme Court, you are not a lawyer. I was talking with a family member and he was, arguing. I said, don't call this one you're arguing, you're wasting your time. You are not a lawyer. You just went and crammed rules. And a good lawyer is not the one who crammed laws. There's some things you ask me now, I'll tell you, I'm not too sure, I'll get back to you. That's a good lawyer. Because we read a lot, so you have to go and study and be sure of what you're saying. You say, no, this matter now under estate administration now, now simple matter. Let's go to court. You go to court and then the judge says, what will a judge normally say? Counsel, when were you called to bar? In fact, they will even award you cost. Okay, so let's go. We've seen the processes there. Then there will be a public notice for that. It takes, I think, about 21 days, but it depends on the state law. Then payment of prescribed fees. She's talked about the prescribed fees. So they have valued the estate. If all you have is what 30 million, you are paying 10% of that. Okay, so this is what people run away from, and they want to do sharp and lose a lot. Okay, then issuance of letters of administration. Okay, and then frequently raised concerns. We're closing now. Frequently raised concerns. There are so many of them. I had over 10 of them, but of course I can't put them all. Can estate property be distributed before obtaining probate or letters of administration? Remember, probate has to do with when you have a will, and letters of administration when you don't have a will, or you have a will and the executors are not available to act. Okay, now the answer is estate assets should not be distributed until probate or letters of administration has been duly obtained from the court. We've seen in courts where the judge has awarded costs to people who dealt with properties without getting the required authority. No beneficiaries. Do family members inherit the debts of the deceased? No. No. So that's the mistake now. Let me clarify that. So as a person, you will not use your money to pay for your loved one's debt. No, it's not correct. If anybody is subjecting you to do that, it's wrong. Rather, you would use what the person has left behind to pay for the debt. So if a man or a woman passes on, and then let's say they have, in all, their valued assets is, let's say, 5 million. And they are owing somebody 3 million, or they are owing somebody 6 million. Let's put it that way. Now, if the 5 million will be used to settle that debt, but that 1 million, you are not the one that will pay. That one is gone. Do you understand? So when somebody passes on and then somebody comes to meet you, your brother, your sister was owing me. Sorry, I cannot do anything about it. The money is gone. Except you know somebody, or the person is privy that maybe you're an executor or an administrator. Okay, what is the time frame for estate administration? Now, there is no fixed time frame for estate administration. The duration depends on the size of the estate, availability of documents, and then court procedures where disputes arise. But grant of probate is faster than letters of administration because there is an existing will. Now, let me say something quickly before I'll drop the mic for a short session of question and answers, 5 minutes break to stretch our legs, and then the next speaker will come up. Okay, so now she talked about people having assets. Now, sometimes you already have an LOA, or there is a will annexed, to an LOA. And LOA means letters of administration. Now, if you now discover that there are other properties that are not catered for by that letters of administration, there is what the court calls resealing. So resealing means when you have discovered that, oh, my husband or my wife has this property in this state, you would go to that state, you will go to their probate with your LOA, and then you will show it. So they are just adding to it. So it's called resealing. So you can access properties like that all over the country when you have your letters of administration, but it's always good to be the person to land it first. Sometimes you can have what they call double probate, or double grants. Maybe the estate is very vast and it's something not only one person can handle. So there could be another person that would be giving the letters of administration, or the grant of probate, but it's called double probate, particularly when the property is not resident in the state where the original probate or letters of administration was issued. Do we understand that? So these things we're saying is not just for you alone, your loved ones too. I know a few persons in church that they've come to meet me about these things. These things can be avoided. Okay, and then the last one is, can an executor or administrator sell estate property? The answer is yes. And where authorized by law, particularly, they may sell property, to clear off the liabilities, and also in the best interest of its beneficiaries. At this point, I just quickly want to talk about another relationship, though I didn't put it here. I didn't want my slides to be full of too many information, okay? It's about trust. All this relationship has to do with trust. There's what they call trusteeship. I won't talk too much on that, but sometimes, maybe because your beneficiaries are young, and maybe your wife is a novice in the business that you do, it is good to have someone that would hold these assets in trust, someone that can run this business in trust for the beneficiaries. Sometimes we have children that are not interested in the business we do, true or false. But they are our children, and they also want to benefit from the business, but they don't want to do the business. So you could have someone, and that's where sometimes partnership comes in business. But I think my colleague will talk about all of that. So you have someone that will hold, these assets in trust, particularly if you have a legal business that is running, and your wife doesn't have idea, or maybe it's not her area. Maybe you're into manufacturing, or I know a lot of people that, okay, they get to bring on their spouses into their business, but sometimes they don't have the interest. I know when somebody doesn't have the interest, doesn't have the expertise in that business, they may not run it properly. Even if they have MBA, they may not run it properly. MBA is not a guarantee, okay? So you have someone that, would run this property in trust for your beneficiaries. So maybe the person is running the business, then there is a formula by which they distribute the proceeds from that business. Okay, so that's that. Another question is, can we go to key takeaways, please? Key takeaways, okay. Every adult should plan for the future. Death is inevitable. A valid will can prevent family disputes. It can prevent it, but it may not actually stop it. Keep records of your assets. Inform trusted persons about important documents. Consider using custodial security services for safekeeping of valuables and documents. Stop keeping valuables in your house. Sometimes we just like this show-off thing, When we invest in gold jewelry, for those of us that are females, for some people, the backdrop is to show off, but you are just undoing yourself. The essence of investing in gold is so that you would have a good return for your money at the end. I'm not saying you shouldn't wear them, But the essence, because gold appreciates with time. But you have people, they just wear heavy chunk of gold walking up and down the place. And then one piece lost, your heart is falling. You want to die. The essence of investing in gold is actually for the future, when it appreciates with time. Like I talked about someone who thought what he had in the house, what his wife left was gold, and it was just replica. We have a lot of replica jewelry that looks like gold, but it's not gold. I don't think any serious human being is only a busybody and somebody who does not have plan for their future that will be checking. This thing gift is wearing, is it gold? That person doesn't have sense. I don't have that time. Gotta be checking whether what you're wearing is gold or not. So if you invest in gold, please make sure you preserve it. Keep it. It's not to come and show off, because if you lose it, you have lost it. And it could come in handy for your loved ones, okay? So, estate administration protects beneficiaries and property. Seeking legal advice at the right time can save time, reduce costs, and prevent avoidable disputes. Now, in the church like this, thank God the turnout is good. But I noticed from the last time that after the seminar, a lot of people, the only person I actually took time to listen to was somebody who I knew attended the seminar. So many people that didn't come for the seminar now came to me, and they're looking for free services. For heaven's sake, it's my profession. Yes, and I should earn from it. And like I told someone, if you are not going to pay, go and meet a son and pay 5 times. Because if I work in a son's office, I'm the one doing the work. They've made their name. In case you don't know. You say, no, I have a friend that is a son. He's a senior advocate. It is we that are doing the work. They carry file and go to court. They say like us now, when they got to a point, they leave the dirty job for us, they take the glory. So go and meet the son. And then something that, somebody will charge you, a reasonable fee. Because they have made a name, they will charge a very great amount. Sometimes our pride does not allow us to access what is available to us. Our ego. No be that sister who I know for church. I know one better lawyer. They will chop your money, and it's the same thing I would have done for you. So please seek legal advice, and particularly when you're climbing the ranks in your profession, in your business, please have a lawyer. Have a lawyer. Don't start a business without a lawyer. It's risky. Have a lawyer, someone that you can trust. And don't just look at, this person has one very big name. Sometimes today they have a way of swindling you. Yeah. Okay, so never underestimate the power of the law and courts. I was talking to my husband the other day about charge and bail. I said, anybody who has been called to bar, from any law school, don't joke with that person. Say that one, na charge and bail it be. See, let me tell you, some of these charge and bail, they make more money than some of us that are looking posh. Yes. By the time you go to court, you need their services. Colleague, true or false? You need their services. For something, another lawyer will just tell you, okay, it's 50,000. Because you are already in a desperate situation, they will tell you it's 300,000 and you will pay. Charge and bail you are seeing in court, they have money. They are just disguising to fool you that they are helping you. Actually, they are making money. So when you see somebody who has been called to bar, you can also encourage, someone that to, start up and grow in the career, because the head is hot at that point in time. So anything, like my colleague that is coming up now, her head is very hot. When she's, sharing this, I'll be looking at her like, is it the same school we went to, But, let's encourage them. You look at people that that they are lawyers. No, this one, let me go and meet this person. Well, we're not, because sometimes some of these big names too is good, but they don't even have time for your small matters. They will still send you back to that junior officer in the law court, and that one will use the opportunity and deal with you very well, and deal with your ignorance. The Lord will help us. So please seek legal advice at the right time. Probates and letters of administration are valuable legal instruments. Legal literacy, what we're doing now, and legal education can help to foster peace in families and communities. You see, before, when I had a vision for legal literacy, and I was sharing with someone years ago, the person was like, no, don't do that, and I was like, why? I said, because the problems why society is not developing is because of ignorance. If you go to the Western world, an average citizen in the US, in the UK, or in Europe, they are very well legally informed. It's not just about knowing your rights. When they say legal, you just think it's about rights. No, they are very well legally informed. So it is very, very difficult, That's why when you go to the courts and you hear the kind of matters there, even you as a lawyer, you will sit up. But when you come to our court, sometimes very frivolous matter that they should have even handled the family gathering, they will bring it to court. Why? Ignorance, okay? So let's take advantage of that. Never underestimate the power of the law and courts. They remain society's strongest tools for protecting rights, resolving disputes, and securing justice. So please take advantage of the situation. Legal literacy is important. In fact, I was studying the Indian model, and what has helped India to evolve to where it is now, and even in China, is legal literacy. They have made it a club in their schools. They have made it a club, and these are emerging. They are not even, China is no longer an emerging democracy anymore, is it? We cannot call China. They are at par with the US. I think the US is just using the big brother TDO to suppress. But if you ask me, they have even actually gone ahead. Legal literacy, they know. And the law cuts across so many things: intellectual property, technology law, media law, so many. This is just one aspect. As God will help us, we will have time to delve into some of these things that affect us. All right, so we have come to the end of this session. Thank you for your rapt attention. So we started at about 9. We said about 9:20, 9:30 thereabouts. So we're 30 minutes into our time. Okay, do we have any questions, or we'll just save them till after the second session? Okay. Okay. If it's a personal question, you see me in my office. Go ahead, sir. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. The mic, please. We just have 5 minutes for this. We'll stretch our legs and then we'll come back for the next session. Okay? There's a hand there, there's one here, there's one here. Okay. Media, please, if there are questions online, you could send it to me. Tell those online, you can drop your questions in the chat,
Praise
and then we'll
Lord.
get it.
Hallelujah. Good morning, all. Thank you very much, the resource person, for this exposing us to this wonderful and a mind-blowing seminar. Indeed, I am impacted and I am informed, better informed, that the way I should be. Thank you so very much. May the Lord continue to increase your wealth of knowledge in Jesus' name.
Amen.
My question goes like this. On estate administration,
Yeah.
right? You reference UK. In an event where someone died and the family didn't follow up for his or her properties, I understand that properties bounce back to the government.
Yes.
Okay, I want to know the time frame in which that property, fund, or whatever goes back to the government. Secondly, is it applicable in Nigeria? If it is applicable in Nigeria, like you mentioned, when the properties or the fund get back to the coffins or the government coffins, which is in Nigeria, how do they go about managing that fund? Thank you very much.
Okay.
And lastly,
Okay.
for all that are seated here, our sister talked about the bank. We all have accounts. It's an observation. Do we all have our account officer's number? Do we know them in person? Please, let's think about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You know, this is a seminar, and I was telling my colleague, I said, it is not everything that we will tell you. We will only just tell you the one that you need to know. And what we're doing now is a preventive measure. Because if I say it is 5 years, it's in the law books. That's why I gave us statutes. If I tell you it is 5 years, somebody will go and relax and wait. Then when it is 4 years, 11 months, then they will now start rat race wahala. True or false? Yes, we love reactive measures in Nigeria. In the UK, yes, that's done. But of course, we've seen the downline. So it takes a while. Yes, let me just use that word, it takes a while. But it's in the provisions of the... Then in Nigeria, I was sharing with someone, I said, the provisions of our statutes sometimes are salient on some issues. Not that they are salient, but you see, I would say it anyway, because I think that's what we are fighting for, most lawyers. We are fighting for a constitutional review. And I trust it will happen. It's one of the biggest problems we have in this our country. Honestly, I must say it, is our constitution. Yes. So sometimes these things are there. But there would always be some caveats. There will be some exceptions. There will be some proviso, yes. There will be some condition precedents. So at the end of the day, when you look at all of it, the stress it even puts on people, you will now be saying, is there any need? So that is why we are focusing on educating communities. For me, my profession is my calling. It is beyond money now. It's a big problem, particularly believers. So I don't want us to go and look at time frame of when somebody does not come to claim. Because I have seen it so much in Nigerians. We have, that reactive attitude. Now, it is a seminar. People will not show up. But let it be a burial. This place will be full. Yes. Let it be a burial. This place will be full. And why? Some is because they want to eat rice. Rice you will eat. Chaplain said something to us some time ago. He was like, see, he does not like all this food thing. And I agree. Some people just want to attend something because there is food, something to gain. Food you will eat. And that's why it also affects even how we decide our leaders. So please, it is there in the statute books. But I want to advise, when you see time frame for a process in the statute book, don't hold on to that time frame. Always initiate your actions as early as possible. Your processes as early as possible, because sometimes that time frame, and before you know it, red tapeism, bureaucratic processes. You would say, okay, the law says 3 years for this thing. Now, to get one document sometimes in court, you will spend 6 months already. Then before you now get 3 documents, you have spent 1 year plus. The time is going. So I always advise, and even they always advise us, while we take cognizance of the time as lawyers, for citizens, when you are aware of something, immediately you are aware of it, take action immediately. All right? Okay. So, and then those funds in Nigeria, I think it was some months back, the president was asking banks, to look, to borrow those funds. Actually, those funds are supposed to go back to the government, and they're supposed to use them, for developmental purposes. Okay? So actually that's how it's meant to be. But there are some other provisions, there are some other regulations, conditions also that must be met for that, to take effect. So that's that. There was another question you asked. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
I want to first appreciate Barrister Mrs. Ogiriki and Barrister Ms. Obole for this beautiful, well-packaged, well-delivered session. And I'm happy that it's happening in church, because as Christians, sometimes on account of our zeal and our faith in God, we are tempted to think that nothing concerns you and I in this world. Like a song writer once wrote, I'm just passing by this world. This world is not my home. All of that is good, but for the period that God has allotted that we live here, you must be keen and concerned about the day-to-day things that makes you and I live well. Praise the Lord. And so away from that, I took down notes significantly. You talked about the will, and I wish that during the sum up you could reiterate more and give room for people to take down notes, those writing. I wrote here that describe a valid will and also an unvalid will. What are the ingredients? What makes a will valid? What makes a will unvalid? Okay? I also wrote this. What are the dangers of making a family relation an executor of a will? Because there are people who still feel that my brother, my sister, my uncle is better than my wife or better than my husband. I also wrote down that how do you authenticate the original will? What are the ingredients? Even though you've talked about it, if you could also harp more. How do you identify a proper will? The court deals with facts and evidence. A quote from your submission. The court deals with facts and evidence. And I wrote down, kindly describe what can be admissible in court should there be an eventuality. Thank you very much.
Okay, so a valid will, amongst others, like I said in the Wills Act and also the state wills laws. First, it has to be written. There are different types of will, but that's not our area of focus now. There are different types of will. We have non-computive wills, holographic wills, statutory wills, and all of that. There are many. We're just talking about what you need to know. It has to be written. It has to be signed by the testator. The testator is the one making the will. It has to be executed. The execution means that there are witnesses that are attesting to what this person is saying. And the law provides for 2 witnesses. Now, the will also must be, the testator must also be under good health and sound mind, particularly sound mind. Okay? So it can be contested. So that's why it's good you make a will when you're okay, not when you're sick. Because another person can contest and say, no, it was when he was sick. He was not okay. He was not, he was having issues, mental issues. He was psychologically down. So he did not really do it with his right mind. So it must be written at a time where the person was of sound mind. And then there was no undue influence. So what's the undue influence? Like the will I just talked about that we were appointed as executors to. The wife, we're very close, but she's not privy to what is in the will. And of course, non-disclosure, I didn't disclose to her. Okay, so sometimes a spouse can also have an influence, on the writing of the will. The essence of the will is what you desire. It is your wish, your intention. So sometimes in a will, you could have your spouse catered for in the will, your children catered for. If you have parents, your parents catered for, siblings catered for. Do we understand that? Okay. But in letters of administration, where you have the person to administer the estate, sometimes some people may be left out. Do you understand? Some people may be left out. We have seen that. Sometimes somebody will die and maybe leaves an aged mother. Of course, he was the person taking care of the mother. If there is no will, the wife will do as she pleases with the property. If she gets an LOA, she will deal with it that way. So most of the time, it is through a court process that maybe the court will now impose. Because of course, that person is in the line of succession, is the beneficiary, by the court. But of course, you know how it goes. So if at the end of the day, the wife can even say, I have this and this, the person has this debts and that debts, and we have paid, there's nothing left. But in your will, you would distribute accordingly. Now, even up to personal property. So let me answer the question. But now, in a proper will, like I said, your description must be proper, or else that's a part of that will. That will is not even valid. All right? So if you are describing this bracelet, and or you want to give out this bracelet, and you have 20 bracelets, if you say, I give my bracelets to my first daughter, it is vague. You must describe, I give my white pearl, there must be proper description. And if you say first daughter, you must put her name. Because tomorrow, another person can arise and become first daughter. Have we not seen that happening? So the one that you are calling your first daughter is Nkem Clementina. So if another person arises tomorrow and she's Dorothy, and she's saying, I am the first daughter, I'm older than her. No, your will has stated that Nkem is your first daughter. That one can go and contest. But you see, that is your wish. It is your intention. And you cannot overturn a dead man's wish. It's only a wicked judge that will go and grant, probate or LOA to somebody that was not intended in the will. Okay? Now, when you make a will, as you are still alive, you can alter the will, you can update the will. When you have more properties, you can update that will. But that will must be signed. Very important. It must be executed. Your witnesses must sign with their addresses. Witness should not sign alone with phone number, with their residential address that they can be contacted. So these are the things that make a will valid. And the court will look into it. And trust me, the court knows how to, to be sure that some of these things, are present. One of the things we learn as lawyers is psychology. Sometimes you are in court, in as much as we deal with evidence, I'm going to go to evidence now. Sometimes when you are in court, even without being told, particularly during cross-examination, there are some questions you will ask somebody. You are working with the person's psyche already. There are some questions you will ask the person starts fidgeting already. You know that there is something wrong. So, undue influence. And who are the people that can influence somebody unduly? Somebody who is privy to what you own. So that's why most of the time, if it is your will, your own will, your wife shouldn't know what is in your will. It's just you and the solicitor and the people executing the will. Except you so desire. But most of the time, because that is where some family disputes arise. They will say the wife was the one who influenced him to do it. Or the son was the one who influenced him to do it. So please get a lawyer. Then evidence. See, sir, the law of evidence is a full course that spans 2 semesters. And then when you go to law school, it's also a very full one. In fact, if I bring books on law of evidence, maybe you run away from this court. Okay, so what is admissible? I'm just talking about real life issues now to bring it home. You will not, your wishes that are not documented is not as admissible. I remember, let me use my dad now. My dad died in intestate. And I come and I say, my father, on the 7th of July, 1995, he told me that anytime he dies, I should collect his house in Guzape. You cannot go and tell the court that, yes, I am his daughter. There is proof that I am his daughter. Even if I write it with my hand. Or sometimes, okay, they'll say there are recordings, but that's, it takes a process. But then, generally, what is admissible is what? The originals of the documents. When the originals are not available, that's what they call certified true copies. Now, certified true copies, you will go to the issuing authority of that document. So, for example, C of O is missing. You would have to go to the issue, yes, C of O, or is your company incorporation. You have to go to CAC. Now they will issue what they call certified true copies of that document. It is that certified true copy that will be admissible in court, not photocopies. So let's understand, photocopies are not admissible in court. That you photocopy something, or except maybe something that has a barcode, and then maybe you have a scanned copy. I just did an affidavit of recent, and then they sent a soft copy with the barcode, So, and that code is showing that that document belongs to you. Okay, but on a general note, photocopies are not admissible documents in court. Then when it comes to, audio recordings and all of that, there are instances where they are admissible. And, okay, is that okay? But the basic one you need to know. What we want you to know is the one that you can do easily. Now, these other ones could be additional evidence, but you should have, a documented will. For the law of evidence, photocopies are not admissible. Hearsay. What's the other one? There is hearsay. Hearsay. There's a word that's coming and it's going. They are not anything that cannot be truly verified, and the authenticity of that thing does not lie with you. It is not an evidence that you can tender in court. Okay. Sir? Opinion. Thank you, sir. Opinions, yes. They are not. So it has to be, so even when it has to even do with judgments, particularly when the judgment has, that's what we use to do our advocacy, case laws, statutes, and if there is a judgment from a lower court, a high court, and there is a judgment on that same matter from the apex court, which is the Supreme Court, you cannot use the one that's a trial judge. A trial judge is the first judge who handles the matter in the high court. Then you now say, this one, no. They will always refer to the final judgment that has been given. So you will not use opinions. And even when you see judgments, you see dissenting judgments, isn't it? A dissenting judgment is a judgment that, the person is disagreeing from the judgment that was delivered. But sometimes as lawyers, we also learn from the dissenting judgment, because that's where we see definitions, new legal concepts and all of that. So what is tenable in court is, original, what is authentic. If I can make the word simpler. Counsel, do you have, colleague, do you have anything to add to that? Evidence. Yes. Admissibility.
Okay. When it comes to the admissibility of documents, most especially original documents, there's a procedure in law where if you're not able to provide for some reasons the original document you are relying on, the law permits you to lay proper foundation as to why you cannot produce the original document before the court. And the photocopy, as she has stated, must be certified. So you have to proceed to ensure that this document, you lay a foundation, I couldn't find, I've made efforts to get the original documents I'm relying upon in this matter, but for some reasons I'm unable to find them, and here are the photocopies, and I have further taken steps to get them certified. That's the condition upon which those documents can be admitted in court.
So photocopies normally are not admissible, because we've seen a lot of that. I think this is all I have, no. And so for somebody to certify a photocopy, like I said, you're going back to the issuing authority. And so when you go back to the issuing authority, there are a lot of questions they will ask you to verify that you are the owner of that document. Okay. So, we have a question online, and it says, what will be your advice to couples who own properties jointly? Is there need to write a will? There is need for you to write a will, because you have your own part of the property, isn't it? Or even if it's a business, isn't it? She will talk about that when it has to do with, opening a business. So that's why, abroad they see marriage as a partnership, isn't it? They see marriage as a partnership. So when you jointly own something, it means You both have a share in it. Yes, sometimes, out of the goodwill of one spouse, maybe the other person didn't bring anything into it, and just say, okay, we are owning this thing together. But that part that belongs to you, you must declare it in a will. So that at the end of the day, see, there will still be legal issues. People like property. They will say, okay, the one that is your part, take it, give us our brother's own. Yes. So please, you must still do a will. Another thing also that we advise sometimes is, if you are so afraid of writing a will, now that you are alive, you can devolve your properties. You meet a lawyer, so there are some of your properties that the people that you want them to go to, you could change the documents to be in their names. But things like personal belongings, you will not carry it and give them now, Abi. You are still using them. So how do you do? Definitely to fall into the hands of the person, what's it called? First grabber, Abi, the person who grabs it first. That's the person that would take it. So it's still advisable that marriage, that's even how the law views it. That's why when there is a dissolution of marriage, there's a way the property is shared, particularly when there are offsprings from that marriage. And anyways, there's an intersection between administration of estates and family law, and also matrimonial causes, particularly when the marriage was under the Act. Someone raised his hand again. Okay. We have another session. Okay, let me take one more so that I will allow my colleague to handle a session, then we'll have a general session. So that one will depend on you if you want to still sit down. Yes, but let her take the other session. But let's have your own and your own. And then the other questions will be taken afterwards. Okay. There's someone behind. Dari, there's someone behind.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
First, let me say a big thank you for this well-packaged lecture. My own is just little clarification on all you've said and your colleagues. It's actually in respect of the will, where you mention probate and letter of administrations. Yeah. Then I want to cite an example because I've worked at military institutions where, in fact, to be specific, military pensions board, where we have several cases, relating to sharing of, those that who are actually entitled to, the benefits of the deceased. Now, I want to start an example. How do you advise or how do you handle a situation where it may be a personnel, for instance, who got into this job, and maybe at the point of entry, he hasn't married, he has not gotten married, and maybe he's using his brother or any of his relatives. Then eventually he got married, but he was, unable to, write his will or enter his NOK in this case. Now maybe he has his children, he has his wife, and all his documents are still reading his brothers or maybe his sister or his parents in that case. How do you handle that situation? And secondly, we also have a situation again where you see, maybe a personnel, who is maybe married, legally married, and maybe due for one reason or the other, they are separated. And maybe I want to take another woman who are not married now legally, and they also have children now. And now maybe the person now, the personnel now is deceased. And now comes the question of sharing of, his benefits and what have you. How do you advise how best it can be handled? I've seen situations where they will have to constitute a board. They will invite both parties. They will come and the authority will now use our discretion to see how they can share the properties and all that. So I just want to get more clarity on that. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so let me start from the last one if I've forgotten the first one. Now, the last one, you see, I just talked now that there's an intersection between administration of estates and family law and also the matrimonial causes. Now, when there is a proper dissolution of marriage, which means the court has seen that the marriage has broken down irretrievably and they have allowed for a divorce. There are processes, but that's not our area today. But then, the person who is divorced now, she is no longer legally bound. Now, there may be children from that union. Those, of course, will be beneficiaries. And if they are still young, what accrues to them? Of course, she would be seen as a trustee, or what we call a guardian, to manage that. But it does not make her the first downline of succession of the deceased. If they are properly divorced, bigamy is a criminal offense. You know that. You are still married to a wife legally. You have not divorced her properly. You are going to marry another one. For your information, we've seen a lot of women in that kind of situation. The first wife that was not properly divorced is still the one that the law will recognize. But like I said before, the court is actually the last resort. And even as lawyers, we are always counseled, advised that, before matters are taken to court. But, when it has to do with succession, most of the times you cannot help it, because if you do not, get the required documents early and another person lays hand on it, it could be a problem. Okay, so in an instance where the person is properly divorced and the wife, the current wife, is legally married, and particularly under the act will take precedence. So that other wife is the first person. But you see, because there was another marriage and it was dissolved by the courts, they will take cognizance of the fact that they are beneficiaries also from the other marriage. That's what the court does. But most of the time, people want to settle these things out of court. That's why I said they will constitute a board and all of that. But if it is to go through the legal process, there is no way you can cut out the other person. But as Christians, all of us here are Christians. Divorce is not an option. I told someone some time ago, I said, I'm not a divorce lawyer. You can go and report me if you like. Yes, I don't do divorce. I don't. See, even what the society is trying to run away from, we Christians, we don't waste any time in approving it. You know that it is not just one day you apply for divorce and you get it. First of all, the court, okay, if there is violence in the marriage, the court will say, okay, separate for a while. Because the court is still giving time. Even society has value for marriage and family. But we as Christians, we quickly want to leave this thing, we want to go. Let them separate, let them divorce. Even the court doesn't grant divorce. It takes a while. It takes a process. And the reason why the court is allowing that process is so that you can reconcile your differences. And when the court sees that the differences are irreconcilable, as in there is nothing anybody can do about it, it's at that point that the court can grant a divorce. I know a lot of judges that they will tell you they are not doing this. Let's see how we can work this out. They will hold sessions with you in their chambers. They want to ensure that this thing works out. And it works. But sometimes because of the hardness of man's heart, Jesus even said that. People just want to just get done with this thing. But there are implications. So if you have already married somebody legally and you divorce her, and you think overnight you are not going to have anything to do with her, and she has children for you, no. It will only be injustice, in the eyes of the law, that those children are left with nothing because you now have another legal wife. No. So the properties will be distributed accordingly as the court describes. Then the first one you talked about was NOK. Okay, I think I talked about at the beginning. You see, that's why we talk about this thing called due diligence. If certain things are of topmost priority to you, you will place them at the level of the priority that they belong. You got into a job as a single person, you named your sibling as your next of kin. And at the end of the day, that sibling is the one who knows everything about you and not your spouse and your children. There is a problem. Because we have talked about the law, isn't it? But thank God the law has protection for those that do not have, that are vulnerable. So that's why we're teaching about letters of administration now, so that you know. So even if, I know that in the Armed Forces, there's a pattern, but that's why I said, let's go back and read the Armed Forces Act. A lot of people, personally, they've made me believe that in the Armed Forces Act, writing a will is not necessary. There is no such thing in that act. Go and read it again. From sections 275 to 280. Go and read it, particularly 270. It only makes for special testamentary provisions because of the nature of the job. So nothing stops us from writing a will. And at the same time, nothing stops a beneficiary from taking legal action. Particularly when you know that you have a valid interest in that estate. So NOK does not automatically mean, sometimes institutions and organizations, they do wrong. Because sometimes they act in ignorance. That somebody is an NOK does not make the person a sole beneficiary of the assets of the deceased. The person is only acting in trust that he would distribute these assets, justly and evenly, accordingly. Okay? So, I don't know if that answers it. So, if there's any person in that situation, and then, what that organization is doing is trying to give everything, because most of this NOK, let me tell you, once the properties get into their hands, they move. You will fight and fight and fight and fight. And so, sometimes, for the men particularly, please, and the other way anyway, let's not be afraid when our wives ask us, okay, where are the documents for this? Don't say, this man is planning to kill me, she wants to kill me. That's what we say most of the time. This woman, why does she have interest in this my property? Why is she asking me for the documents? Why? She has plans. And the same thing for the wife. Why is my husband so interested? Sometimes a simple conversation turns into something big. Oh, this thing that you acquired, where are the documents? Let me have a look. I'm a lawyer. My husband is an engineer. But for everything I do, he looks into it. In fact, these slides, he carried it. He's a lecturer. Sometimes we argue. I'll tell him, you are not a lawyer. This is legal language. It's not engineering language. You say, please, I think I have more experience in presentation. So sometimes we argue a whole lot. But then I let him accept things that are confidential, particularly maybe clients come, but things that he should, So why? And you're living with that person. So you're afraid to divulge your investments or assets, but you sleep on the same bed with that person. What if the person stabs you in the night? What wisdom is that? For me, there's no wisdom. If you don't want somebody, don't stay with the person. But it's hurting. I see a lot of people going through so much hurt. And for me, I also think that it shows that, there's a question to your love. Okay? So for that person, and sometimes it's just the fear, So for that person, the person can, meet a lawyer and they can institute an action. But it's always important they have the documents so that they can start the process of letters of agreement. And no matter what the Armed Forces Act says, there is a provision under Section 42 of the Constitution. Yes. There's a question. The one about joint account? I've answered it. Yes, I have. Still write a will. If you have joint accounts, joint investments, see, because you have your parts, state it clearly. In this investment, I have 40%. I have 60%. So this 60% of my investment in this business or in this asset, I am sharing it to A, B, C, D, E. Finish. If not, everything would move to the other person. I was saying we will stop so that we'll take our next session, but okay. Quickly, sir.
Praise the Lord. Well, let me relate it to what we do in the Nigerian Air Force. When you come in, there are initial documentation forms. We make you write your next of kin and everything. And most times when you come in, you are not married. You put your father, mother, brother, or whatever. Then by the time you enter, particularly when you get married, we always encourage you to please try and revisit it and update the record. But most times, after getting married or even giving birth to children, we don't change our next of kins. And we've been having several problems with people. So what we now also designed, we designed the confidential report forms. The confidential report forms and the annual performance evaluation form for both the officers and airmen for you to put your next of kin there. So, and one thing yes, Constitution is supreme, the Armed Forces Act, everything, but you also have to protect your own people. We recognize the spouse, the wife, and 4 children up to 18 years will do anything, go any extra length, even if it's to break the rules, to make sure that our wives and our children or husbands don't suffer. So with that as a background information, we'll try to make sure that we protect our wives and children from relatives. There are instances whereby, sincerely speaking, we pick up some relatives. It may not be right, but the thing is that, it may not be right, but yes, it may not be right, but the thing is, we cannot and we will not allow our own to suffer. So that's why the service, before you get married, you are supposed to bring your husband or wife to your boss, they interview your boss and all this. Then we'll have told him, these are the things we are going to do. So if those documents are there and well signed, we'll pick the husband because we told you, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. So these are documented things. That's why we always encourage you, before you get married, fill necessary documentation so that she's my wife. And so what? You beat her, I will allow you. No way. We'll pick you up. Yeah. So it's, you have signed the document. So, yeah. So the other one, I just want to. So we don't joke with our wives and children. Then even at times when you have this issue of someone having 2 wives or the wife not staying or things like that, what we do is we invite both parties. We now say, okay, you people discuss. You come with your father, your mother, your relations, your lawyer. This one comes and everything. At the end of the day, we agree maybe ratio 1:2 or 1:3 or whatever. Then you sign the documents and we write. The major thing is we want peace. Instead of going to court and all this, so we just try to make sure that we don't you don't suffer. So overall, the major thing is that even up till last month, a signal was still sent. Please change your NO case, change your NO case. But I want to tell you authoritatively that even till date, more than 60% of personnel are not having their wives or children as NOK. It's their fathers. I'm talking this as an authority. They are still having their fathers, brothers relations. One of my men died 2 months ago. He has a wife, he has a son. Next thing is the mother. NOK. The alternate NOK, a brother. Hey, I now say, God, what do I do? So on my own partner, I say, okay, this area, let's give the wife, let's give the wife, let's give. I was silently, some things we are just dealing directly with the wife. Then now we are now seeing how to talk to the mother and the brother that come. This one, our wife and our pikin, you must take care of these people. We are monitoring you. You must, we are putting fear into them. Because ordinarily, those people, they are poor. They will chop your money. So, thank you very much, man.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. But I want to note something. Now, you see, correct me if I'm wrong, sir. What the efforts is distributing is what is on the inventory. What they know that the person has. Isn't it? So what happens to the one that the efforts does not know? Or the army? What happens? Okay.
We have a form called Declaration of NOK form. It's called Form 56.
Okay.
In that thing, you tell us either according to customary laws,
yes,
Islamic injunction,
yeah,
or whatever. There are 3 aspects. And then we also have how you want to share it, the percentage. For your assets, you list them and you put the percentage, your wife to 40%, your child, your mother, whatever. So the provisions are there to guide us and to assist the family.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we don't update it and we don't fill them.
So now, the information supplied, now what we are trying to address, thank you very much, sir. Please, let's put our hands together again for the efforts. Okay, so what we are trying to address right now is so much of non-disclosure. That's what has led to so many unclaimed assets, particularly financial assets. So sometimes, because of like what we have now, EFCC pursuing people, sometimes people have private businesses aside their jobs. And even when you have legitimate means, and you have the legal ways of proving that these funds came from this business, you have witch hunters. They tell you have stolen from the office. So sometimes people don't want to divulge this information, to the organization. So they will just give what they know. My salary is 300,000, and you have property. Of course, those of you in the civil service, you know how this thing is. And you have property. Where did you get the money from? You will explain. And sometimes, no matter how you explain, see, the law is intricate. But the thing is, if you have disclosed these properties or this asset to a trusted person, either your solicitor, your spouse, also a trusted friend, and you have these documents kept so that they can access it. Now, when Air Force or Army or the Navy, they finish with their own, these ones that the person did not disclose. And most of the times, it is the heavier ones. Yes. Most of the times. It is the ones that would actually, it is estate that should actually really benefit, sometimes even a whole clan. Yes. But they are not disclosed. And that's why, we had the expert banker, telling us about all these unclaimed funds. And I think it's against the ethics of their profession, to begin to disclose. Yes. So somebody cannot go and, my account officer cannot call my husband and say, do you know that your wife has 300 million in this account? No. It's against the ethics of their profession. So we should have people that are trusted, because my pain is that at the end of the day, we are going to talk about business very soon. You have done business, it was legally done, carried out, and you have made money out of the business, you have worked. I know I said at the beginning, you always tell your children, it's what I'm working for. And then, unfortunately, somebody passes on, and then the people you said you are working for, they have nothing from what you are working for. So our focus is on, because I read the Emphasis Act, it's also good you have a will. It is your intention. I don't think any institution will say we don't need a will. We already have forms that you have filled. No. That will is valid. The only instances where those special testamentary provisions are is maybe when you are in a volatile area, you are in a war zone and all of that, and then you need to quickly, then holographic wills are permitted. But on a general note, the Act does not preclude us from writing valid wills. It doesn't. It does not preclude us from having lawyers. Anyways, in court, we have seen, particularly when they retire, we have seen so many personnel in court, families of personnel too in court, so many. So it's very important. Have your documents ready. Have someone you can disclose to, particularly a lawyer. Please, when you know you are rising the ranks in any service at all or in any job you're doing, you're growing a business, please have a lawyer. It looks like I'm coming to sell my market, Abby. No, I'm not. That's the truth. I'm not. But if you want to engage my services, I'm available. Yeah. But please engage the services of a lawyer. That's why you say, lawyers plenty everywhere. Please, the profession is not saturated. It is not. It is not saturated. Until she came, I have not seen any lawyer in this church. Sir, did we have any other lawyer in the church? A regular church member. Okay. He has not disclosed himself as a lawyer, so we don't know him as well. Okay, that has disclosed him. But then, okay, on the general note, but you can imagine a church like this. We should have like 10, 15 lawyers that are back to back, are there. So the profession is not saturated. Engage the services of a lawyer. If you want a son, there are many. I can even introduce you to my former boss. Just like they will chop your money, Sha. There are many I can introduce you. Falano. I worked with him for you. So we can go to his office in Metama. Since you want a big name, they will help you. And you will pay big money. But please engage the services of a lawyer. Any other? Okay, someone there. Okay, you first. I think it was you before him. Sorry.
Praise the Lord.
So we are the one taking our time right now.
Yes, I'm going to be brief. Thank you very much for this great package. In fact, all right, I wanted speaking on the issue of the NOK, but our daddy have spoken, because I know in the Nigerian army, commanders are given an opportunity when they discover that there is issue in the family, or a soldier died and there's a problem, or it was the father's name or the mother's name or the brother's name that are on the NOK list. They use their initiative and be able to change to the family. Then the next question I have is, can a customary law or religion law affect distribution of property under a will? The second one is, what provision can be made for minor children in a will?
All right, let me start from the last. I talked about trusteeship, isn't it? I talked about guidance. Okay, so you have somebody that will hold that property in trust. Now, in the under the law, they are all called personal representatives. So you have executors where there is a will, administrators where there is no will or there is a will and then the executors are not there to act. Then you have trustees. So trustees are people that not necessarily be family, but you entrust the property to. So they will hold the property in trust, for the beneficiaries when they are minors. It could be a business, it could be the could be financial assets, as the case may be. But like I said, these things, create and call for a fiduciary relationship. That trust must be there. Someone that, if you're not there, the person can act in the interest, can carry out your wishes and act also in the interest of your beneficiaries. Okay? So that's why it's also good that we develop good relationships, and we find ourselves in good places, that we would find people that to a very large extent we can trust. I know that we have some clergy that are not to be trusted, but we also have the ones that can be trusted. No matter how bad. Remember the story of Elijah when he was saying, I'm the only one that is left. And God said, no, I have reserved myself 7,000. So don't think that nobody is going to heaven. There are people that are prepared and ready to go to heaven. So let us pray that God would find us among such people. But for you to find such a person, be one. If somebody passes on and leaves his property to you, what would you do with it? So sometimes you attract who you are. So please, so the reason why sometimes we don't trust too much is because even you yourself, you're a problem. Okay, so that's about that, about NOK and, about the minors. Then the first one you talked about was customary law, yes. Now, normally, when somebody dies without a will, let me start from intestate. It is the law that the person subjected himself or herself to, that takes precedent. Although, like that case I talked about, Ukeje versus Ukeje, it was a customary law issue that, gave rise to court action and then, up to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court overruled the provisions of the custom. But on a general note, it is the law that you subjected yourself to that takes precedence when somebody dies without a will. Now, the will itself, that's why they call it will's law. Will itself is a law, is a legal document, is a legal instrument. So except somebody wants to contest the will, and the only way you can contest a will, a valid will, a formal will, is by going to court. So when somebody has left a will, actually, customs should not come to play because it is the person's wish. Customs should not come to play. But it's when the person did not leave a will behind, then the person also subjected themselves to customs and tradition. Particularly, you are part of the umuna that is sharing property to uncle. When your own happens too, the umuna will come to share your own too to uncle. So they know that you used to sit in the village meeting now, Abi. They know that you used to sit there. So they will say, it was the same thing that happened in my father's case. I had said it before. While my father was a very committed church member, he still believed in certain practices. And sometimes I'll tell him, I said, Daddy, you're educated, you're exposed. I don't know why you still hold on. He said, no, it's the tradition of my people. And thank God that, we are informed. And they were able to sway my older brother. And so he thought being next of kin would suffice. But of course, he didn't, and then my mom was not married under the act. So normally, customary law should take precedence. She was not married. They didn't have a court registry marriage. So all the people just wanted was, and I know what my customs are like. In fact, I was even talking, my paramount ruler called me and he said they have petitioned me, and he's a lawyer himself. I said, please, can you show me the codified law that states that we should do this burial in this way? He now said, no, in our custom. I said, okay, so we are going to call up the customary law that is going to back up what you're saying. So at the end of the day, most of the time, families get into this issue. So we should know where we stand. If you're a Christian, please be a Christian. For the Muslims, their own is straight. There is no two ways about it. They have how their Islamic succession goes. Nobody is disputing it. Nobody. So what they do most of the time is they try to buy properties in the names of their beneficiaries. That's what they do. Because they know how this thing would devolve. They know. But for we that are Christians, we are neither here nor there. May God help us. You are a Christian. So, let me just say something in passing, and it's also a food for thought. I was in Pakistan with my husband for a year. It's a Muslim nation. And in the course he was, there were over 100, if I'm not mistaken, and we were the only Christians there. Then the other foreigners that came, some were Muslims, some Buddhists, Hindus, and all of that. Okay, no, we were 2 Christians, the other colleague that went with him. And for the period we were there, I was just observing, and I had to ask a few of my friends. I said, why have I not seen any of you with 2 wives? And they started laughing, and they are Muslims. I'm not saying that some of them may not do funny things outside, but, and she was telling me the provisions of the Quran, the reasons why you should marry a second wife. Now, in Nigeria is different. They tell you that man is polygamous by nature. I don't know chapter what, verse what. And then you will see a Christian, you marry, you drop, you marry, you drop. You are causing problems everywhere. And sometimes it is the women that they even go to marry afterwards. I even say, somebody who told somebody before that he loved her is coming to meet you. And you think that he will not get tired of you. We see it everywhere, don't we? We see it everywhere. So please, let's ensure that we have our wills or make proper arrangements like I had explained before. If you are afraid to write a will, let people know what you have. But you see, in the grant of probate, it is faster than letters of administration. It's not as if they cannot contest any of this, but when you have proper documentation, the court process is faster and it's easy. But when, it can be contested and there are a lot of discrepancies and inconsistencies with your documents, there is a big problem. So please, if you really have people that you call loved ones, make provision for them. Thank you. Thank you. So, sir, your question will be taken in the general question session. Are you leaving now? Some of us want to ask sharp and leave. It's all right. Okay, so do we take a 5 minutes break? All right, please, let's stretch a bit and then we'll come back for the next session. So put your ears on the ground. So while you're learning how you're going to make that business grow faster and wonderful, make sure that you plan how to protect it. Thank you.
Please, 5 minutes break in situ so that we can have them complete. Today is loaded. This seminar is falling on a season that the Men's Fellowship Department is also organizing a weekend for our fathers. So please, just in situ, walk around and then come back. God bless you.
can you settle down for a very little refreshment while we are stretching our legs? Please. We have some refreshments for us. If you can hear me, please come in, settle down. Thank you.
Are you ready? Like this.
Hello everyone. Please can you settle down for your refreshment? Please. Please let's settle down. The earlier the better and the faster. Please let's settle down. Hello everyone, please settle in. Our break time is over. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. We are all doing a very beautiful work. All right. Media. Please turn down the sound. Media. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Welcome back. How's your break? How's your break? What were you doing during the break? What were you doing? A lot of people were just walking around saying hi, hello to familiar faces. And I noticed some people were looking out for, is the food coming yet? All right, there's refreshments for us, and in a minute, in a moment of time, it will be going around. All right, are we together? So the next segment of this training, before I proceed, I want to first appreciate us for our patience, our time, the investments we are making to gain knowledge for the future. A lot of people probably came across this ad in respect to this training, and some of them are not here, to be honest. But the single decision you make to invest in knowledge is a very sound one, and I must appreciate you for that. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. So I want to take a moment to appreciate our daddy, the chaplain, my senior colleague in the profession, Mrs. Ogiriki Tari Dokas. My mom is here. She's in the gallery. Thank you, Mommy, for coming. Please wave. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, each and every one of us seated here. So I'm going to be talking on the legal implication of businesses, and this is the right time to bring out your pen and your papers, because we are going to be sharing transformational truths and information. Please, while that is going on, ushers, please help us. Let the refreshments be going round. Thank you. All right. So the first session was, thank you so much, Ma. It was so powerful. It's not enough that we are harnessing wealth. Something happened yesterday while I was in court to file a process. And news just got to us that one of the bailiff there had passed on. And for a moment, I had to engage. I started a conversation with the staff attending to me, and I'm like, can you imagine, can you see how life is so frail? Life is so frail. This is somebody that is very agile, he's very active. Almost everybody in the registry department knows him. And from a little fever, that was the end of it. I was not telling her, oh, this is the end, oh, the struggle, the up and down, that's the end of it. Right? But it's not sad to us. We should not hear death and be sad. This is not our home. We are just on transit, right? So while we are here on earth as God ambassadors and God representatives, He has entrusted wealth in our hands in different ways. And it's our responsibility to secure it. Are we together? Please, let's not get distracted. It's our responsibility to secure the wealth that He has handed over unto us. We are stewards of these things. Remember the parable of the Bible about the servant and the tenant. The servant and the talents God gave them. They were able to invest. They didn't just invest in it. When the master came, he saw increase. Are we together? He saw increase. They were able to secure that investment until the master came. And that is what is expected of us. So yes, we'll leave the earth one day. But before we do, resources are entrusted to us as ambassadors of God's kingdom. Wealth, he said, he dropped man in the Garden of Eden to do what? To dress it and to keep it. So as long as we are on this earth, there is a responsibility. There are things There are gifts, there are promises, there are prophecies, there are resources. That's the word. There are resources entrusted to us that we are supposed to utilize while we walk this earth. And God should find us as able stewards at the end of the day in Jesus' name. Amen. So I'll start off by saying while growing up, I had a little, my mom is into business. But for some reasons, I just felt like, business is not my thing. I used to think that way, as a child growing up. Like, it's stressful. You have to do this, you need to do that to keep the business running. I just wanted that, the soft corporate setting where, where you're just making money, right, in different currencies. But growing up, I realized that business is another arm. Somebody jokingly said LLB means law, life, and business. Yes. So, a lot of us are into business, right? Are you into business here of any kind? Don't worry, we'll get, even if you have a small provision store somewhere. We're not into business. We don't sell anything. We don't offer any service. We are not doing anything. Okay. We'll get to find out too. So please just stay relaxed. Stay relaxed. We are going to be having a conversation. Okay? As the Lord helps us. All right. So, are you of the opinion that doing business in Nigeria currently is really hard? Me, I'm of the opinion that doing business is hard. Emphasis on hard with a long note. Doing business in Nigeria is quite hard. Yeah, it looks like our economy system, there are factors that we should leverage upon and do business. But look in between the line, right? The inflation rate. Does it support business? The fact that consumers are now using a large amount of money to purchase their purchasing power is so little that you can get to the market practically. I'll try and be as practical as I can be. You get to the market, we say, as a family of maybe 5, say you are going to get food stuff, and you spend not less than 200,000 to 300,000 naira for something that cannot even cover up 2 tobacco sacks, So the inflation rate. And funny enough, research had it that the worst time Nigeria had to, currently the inflation rate is around 15%, currently 15.87%, thereabouts. But as at 1995, during General Sani Abacha's regime, research had it that the inflation rate was over 72%. I didn't know how Nigeria actually survived that phase. Praise God. So the inflation rate was high at the time. So this is just one aspect of the economy that makes doing business in Nigeria hard. Yeah, you may want to say, but the inflation is favoring some others. We'll get there. We'll get to talk about that. And then the second issue, apart from this inflation, is insecurity, right? That is now the talk of the day. You cannot turn on your data without seeing a notification about something going wrong with some people somewhere. People are literally tensed. So there is high security concerns in this country. That is another problem. Are we together? And then the fluctuation of dollar to naira. I think as at today, it should be over 1,320 or so, or 60 something. So these are factors that, marketers, business people are investing so much capital into the market, into creating stuffs, and then the returns on investment, the profit margin is so slim. So looking at all of this, it just feels like, doing business in Nigeria is a dead end. But I don't think it's a dead end for us. Praise God. There is a wisdom to things, right? There is wisdom. There is wisdom. There is wisdom. Scripture says of the sons of Issachar that they were men that understood times and seasons because they knew what Israel ought to do. Praise God. Yeah, I know it's a business training, but we're all Christians and we're in church, so we involve God in every aspect of our lives. Another major problem we have, again, is in the oil sector. In the oil sector, as at today, we start have it that the gross domestic product of Nigeria is currently over 529 trillion naira. Gross domestic product is the cumulative of all our products, our productions, when it comes to telecommunications, finances, services, everything. Put oil, yes, oil. One of the things Nigeria is known for is its oil producing capacity. But as at today, the oil producing capacity we have on a daily basis has dropped so drastically. In 2005, it used to be over 24 million per barrel a day. Yes. But as we speak today, it's 1.5 barrel per day. So you see the gap. 1.5 million barrel per day. So the gap, and then these things have this bounce back effect on a lot of things. It affected the prices of fuel, it affected transportation, it affected consumer goods, everything. Because it used to be one of Nigeria's major income generation stream. But with a lot of issues why we are that back today, a lot of infrastructure gaps, a lot of oil bunkering, pipelines, vandalization, oil theft, a lot of issues. If only we have had better systems, I don't think we would be here, right? So this is why we need to talk about this. And I'm not a prophet of doom, but if you are running a business without system, what is happening to Nigeria economy might soon creep into your business because you fail to put systems around it. Are we together? Are we together? So these are gaps, these are challenges, the inconsistencies here and there. Even transportation now, you cannot even travel. As expensive as transportation is, your safety is still a major concern. So these are issues you look at when you want to do business, and it can be discouraging. Okay, say I want to do a business and I need social capital. I cannot even be assured that at the end of the day I am getting these returns. I'm taking this route. I'll come to the legal aspect of it. I'm taking this route because I'm equally a business growth strategist. That's why I'm taking this route. So I'm giving you a full package. You will not just hear the law, you also hear what you need to do to keep your business thriving. All right, that being said, there are gaps. But one of the major things that makes you outstanding as a business owner or as an entrepreneur is your ability to see solutions. It's your ability to see solutions, to see advantages in the midst of all the problem. A lot of people have leverage on the fact that, with the whole oil scarcity and fuel price, hiking fuel prices, they've tilted to another way. Your ability to adjust, to look at solutions in the midst of that problem. Solutions. They've had to adjust to solar. Some people now have agencies, they've registered companies that are strictly on solar installation. With the constant collapse of our national grid, I think this year the grid has collapsed twice. And for Asokoro to even hire to buy solar, you should know that this problem may take a long while. Are we together? So as a business person, you have to start thinking, how can I keep my business running? For some of us that have companies and we have employees under our companies, you know that you cannot run a business, you cannot run 24 hours on NEPA. The lights will go off, the elevator will stop working. So most times they get these big external generators and then they power it with diesel fuel. Now that's equally a problem because the price of diesel is high too. Are we together? So there are gaps, there are challenges, but your ability to leverage on these challenges, bring a solution out of it. First of the challenge one of those days when I came new into the estate, I had to ask a tricycle man that picked me. I said, how do you people do this Keke Marua movement? And he said, there are a lot of people that do this, just, rent it, and then they pay a certain commission. And I said, who own the tricycle that you are using? They take it on rent and then pay commission by weekends. And then you are liable for repairs and other things. I had to ask, how do you do it? Who do it? Who sponsor the supply of these tricycles that you are using for business? And they said, oh, it's most of the generals. So there was a gap in the estates before. Having to trek down to the gates if you are not mobile. Somebody saw the gap. We all saw it. But Nigeria, most of us, we have that spirit of complaining. We complain about a lot of things. Then we work towards finding a solution. Oh, this is not working. We are always talking. This is not working. The people that saw the power grid thing, the constant NEPA issue, it's been here even before I was born. The people that saw that gap and then delve into solar production and installation. Now, BioGreen is taking over. The research now have it that they are making biofuels. They are getting ethanol from plants to do biofuel, biodiesel from soya beans oil. So we should have that mindset. If there is a gap, it's an opportunity for value. And there's no way you give value that money will not return to you. Are we together, business owners? Or if you're not a business owner, you should start seeing things. Don't always be in the habit of complaining. Oh, this is not working. Oh, this is going wrong. Oh, this is going wrong. Can you see solutions? Some of us in our workplace, some of us, we are good cooks. You like cooking, you know how to cook very good food. But in your workplace, it's probably in a distant place where they cannot get food around. They have to order food. So somebody was telling me in my office that she took a training and, from where you are working, there are people that don't eat before getting to work. And that's the problem. There's a gap there. So you can liaise with them. Okay, how much are you willing to pay? I'll supply you food monthly. As little as 30,000 naira that somebody is paying. Say, okay, 3 times in a week, you pay 30,000 naira for a month. So that means you are cooking roughly 12 times, 3, 3, 6, 12 in a month. And the person is paying you 30K. It looks like it's small money, right? Imagine that 20 people are willing to buy into that. So every week, you are giving them food. You are giving 20 people food, and they paid 30 or 40,000 naira for that food. And you give them a class of food. Okay, today I'm making boiled yam and egg sauce with fried rice. So you only have the option of picking one. So you make these 2 variety of food for the day, 3 times in a week. When you multiply, do the maths, multiply that 30,000 naira by 20. At the end of the day, you see that the money you use to cook the food is little. And then you still have the remaining money to yourself. You are solving a need, you are breaching a gap, and you are bringing value, and value is bringing money to you. Praise God. So we should always have the habit of seeing solutions. Literally, you ask God to open your eyes. Don't always be the complainer. Oh, this is not well. Oh, this is not right. What are you doing about it? A lot of people are leveraging on these things. Even the oil now, with the whole backlog, oil accounts for 4% of our gross domestic products, as against other sectors that are bringing over 96%. The highest is telecommunication, those people that are into, internet, technology, financial services channeled businesses, are accounting for over 57% of our gross domestic products. So you cannot just stay back and say, oh, there is nothing to do. There is everything to do. There is something to do. Just tell your neighbor, there is something to do. You have been sleeping on it and you need to wake up. All right, quickly. Media. Session roadmap, please. So for this training, I had to bring down everything we need to talk about into 4 pillars. First, we are going to talk about understanding Nigeria business growth accelerators. I'm going to come to the legal aspect, but I said I'm equally a business growth strategist, so I can equally counsel you in that light. All right. Pillar 1, understanding Nigeria's business growth accelerator. Pillar 2, we are going to be looking at understanding the legal aspect of doing business in Nigeria. Pillar 3, I'm going to be sharing the cheat code for strategic legal compliance in businesses. And for the last pillar, we'll be looking at sector-based legal structures in Nigeria. Did we follow through up to now? Are we together? Good. So a lot of people, when it comes to, they just feel like, oh, my business is already working. My business is working. I'm having customers, people are patronizing me, and then they feel like that is all there is to doing business. You wake up one day and you're out of the market because you did not build structures to sustain. It boils down to the first session we had earlier. We are hustling, trying to make money, trying to make end meet, harnessing wealth for my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. It's not enough to harness wealth. If you cannot protect wealth, you will lose it. And what is that? It is likened to the labor of a fool. Scripture said the labor of a fool wearies the man and they that are with him because they don't know how to enter into the city. They are laboring, but it is the labor of fools. There is no structure. There is no structure for continuity. There is no structure to ensure that this property, I'm not just harnessing wealth, it is increasing. And the increase is not just for somebody to come and loot out tomorrow. It is going down to the right people. I'm leaving impact. I'm waking up every day to make effort to build legacy. Praise God. All right, so we're going to be looking at the first pillar, understanding business growth, Nigerian business growth accelerators. So we're going to be looking at this from two perspectives. First, we had mentioned that Nigeria is a difficult place to do business for a lot of reasons. Yes, for a lot of reasons. But notwithstanding, we still have some advantages we could leverage on. It's not totally bad. I mean, I gave us a comparison of how that the current inflation rate is over 15.87% as at during General Abacha's time, that it was over 72. So it's not so bad. The ability to see solutions in the midst of problems. We just lay back and expect that a miracle will happen. Our country will get better. Let's just keep complaining. Nobody is coming to fix it for you. You are a Nigerian. So you need to start seeing solutions. If something really bothers you, something is wrong, how can I sometimes when I go through social media, I cannot but appreciate, the YouTubers, the content creators. They are trying to speak in different ways. Oh, there's a problem. They don't just sit back at home and lament. They set their camera, they act movies, they act musical dramas. They are trying to communicate. They are asking for accountability. They are making moves. If you're a writer, oh, that's good. Just use what God has entrusted in your hands to solve a problem. And let's not be laybacks. Praise God. All right. So, first off, one of the institutional drivers of business growth in Nigeria, despite the pullback we are having in our economy structure, in the security system, and everything that makes doing business unfavorable in Nigeria, is the population advantage. I think you should write that down. Our population is our advantage. Research have it that Nigeria has over 220 million people, making it one of Africa's largest consumer markets. So if you're able to reach 1%, if you're able to reach 1%, it's like you've reached 2 million people. And imagine what reaching 2 million people will do to your business, and that's just 1%. So this is something you could leverage on. And don't worry, there are means through which you can connect to people and get people. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get to that, how you can really get people to see what you are doing, how you can bring people to engage in what you are doing, and then get money for the value But keep in mind, you must offer value. The market space is very competitive. It's competitive. And you don't expect to just bring rubbish to the table and expect everybody to come running after you to purchase it. There's a place for value, right? Value attracts wealth. Are we together? So the second thing we can leverage on is our financial infrastructure and digital identity. Until recent, with the inclusion of BVM and NIN systems, especially when you are trying to set up, take for instance, you got an app, and then maybe, okay, let me use most paramount one, OPay, Money Points, all these microfinance apps, and then you're trying to set up your account. There's something called KYC, know your customer. Then they will ask you for your BVN, they will ask you for your NIN details. They are trying to know who is interacting with their system. Now the world has gone global. It is digital. 95.6% is digital. So if you are doing business and you're not in that space, a lot of people do business and they make sales in the comfort of their house. They utilize digital infrastructures. Now, if you are digital, if you are not a too digital person, you have to really get help in that regard, right? There's something called sales funnel. There's how you can automate you create a website. You just have to go there. That's where the market is. It's not just at your doorstep. There are people that are looking for the value you have. Maybe you have a provision store. I'm going really far. Let's stay within the estate here. Apart from the mall here, I don't know if there's another, I think there's another, yes. But aside that, a lot of people will still find it difficult to come down to get things. In the comfort of your house, there's a WhatsApp group chat for these estate residents. You can set up something. I'm sharing a business idea now. You can set up something, and you're selling things to people. Not necessarily, they don't have to come to your house. Have a system where you want this, okay, this is what we have today, this is what we have in the comfort of your house. And if you're able to put the price rate equivalent to what they are going to the market to buy, I'm telling you, you are going to have traffic on your phone. Does that sound good? A lot of people don't want to go out. It's constraining, and a lot of people are busy. They have tight schedules. So if you can, that's a problem. That's a problem right there. So if you can bring a solution to them, okay, how about I help you? Some people even used to do market runs. Yes, they'll do market runs, and they make money out of that. Now, this insecurity problem is a big thing. A lot of marketers are trying to see how to transport their goods from one end to the other. They cannot travel as before. So how about owning something mini, like a transport system, where you help people get their goods delivered to them? Just tell us the pickup points. People want somebody they can trust, somebody that is visible. We are coming to that. So if you're able to position yourself and build visibility, so instead of them hitting the road with the insecurity, they'll say, why not? Okay, the money I will even use to go and distress and everything. Just you go here, pick my goods, we'll communicate, and then get it to me. So if you're able to get a group of people who are from different locations, you have some vehicles. It's not all the roads that are totally bad. You can have your drivers to take the main road. It may take a longer route, but it's safe. It's safe for your business. It's safe for your customers' business, because you're trying to get their goods to them, right? So insecurity is a problem, and there is a solution for it. Are we together? Are we together, please? I need response. Let me know we are together. So I say you should learn how to leverage on technology. Now, with this KYC system where you provide your NIN, your BVN, even if you're a small business owner and you need funding, you need finances, with these details, you can easily access one, right? So, yes, you can easily access one. And if for some reasons you are into the tech space, we'll be coming to data privacy and all of that. If you're into the tech space and you are trying to set up, say you have a software program, you are creating apps, you are coding, you are creating apps for institutions. There are a lot of things are evolving. That's just what I really want to emphasize on. Even in our profession now, they are proposing e-filing, electronic filing. You don't have to go to, they are battling it. And for me too, even in the profession, I'm seeing a different way to do things in the tech industry. I'm seeing a different way. Research takes a lot of time, you know. Imagine your desk is filled up with so many things to do, and then you have to research this, you need to get that, why not have a system where I just work with my mobile library? You know, peculiar to each state, because one of the issues we have in the profession is the diversification of laws. When it comes to tenancy law, Abuja has its own. When it comes to tenancy, Oyo has its own. So we can compress them according to your jurisdiction and make it so easy. I love making things easy. It makes you productive, much more productive. All right, so we can leverage on these systems. You can get loans because, your BVN is verified, your NIN is verified, and if you are into those category of people that are building apps, you can equally leverage on the system to get to know your customers and the people that are signing up for your product. So we equally have fiscal and investment incentives. There is something called pioneer status. Say, for instance, you are starting a company, but you have to apply. Yeah, it's not automatic. You are starting a company, say, under agriculture, or tech, something really profound. The law permits that as a pioneer, you are starting something fresh, not something that somebody has done, or you are just trying to make it better. You are trying to start something fresh. You are trying to maybe create something that really serves people and is new. The law permits you to enjoy what they call pioneer status incentives. For a period of years, you will be exempted from paying tax. I'm sure we don't want to hear tax. Well, this is the reality of our nation, and there is a wisdom to everything. Are we together? All right. So small and medium enterprises can equally get tax exemption and reduce tax rates. Funding support from banks, Nigeria Startup Act Investment Innovators. These are regulatory bodies that we can leverage upon. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. Next slide. Legal and institutional reforms. All right. I don't know if it's, I kind of feel like the reason why we have to flog on the issue of you being legally literate is because we feel law is boring. Yes, let's say the truth. Like, it's boring. Why do you have to, section this, subsection this? You read about this, you read about that, and then sometimes it feels like when you open the Constitution, you feel dizzy. The letters are dancing, Abi. The English is, lawyers, this is hard. We just have that mindset. So we kind of, okay, somebody's already squeezing his face to express how difficult it is. All right. So it's a thing with people who feel like law is hard. But as I always say, there is always a better way of doing things, right? So under our system again, we have legal and institutional reforms that help us, right? Reforms like the recent CAMA, that's Company and Allied Matters Act. Now, filing of annual returns, registration of business is not manual. It used to be manual. I heard of it before we came into the bar, that you go there, you go to Corporate Affairs Commission, the one close to High Court. You go there and you see people. You see lawyers grabbing customers. It was so manual. It would take a lot of time before you even register your business or file. The tussle is tough. It was a lot. But now in the comfort of your house, though you cannot file as a normal individual, you need to be an accredited agent, which I am, either a lawyer, an accountant, or a chartered secretary. The only thing you have public user access, where you could just, but you cannot apply for a company registration except you fall under this category. So we'll be coming down to company registration and all of that. So this makes registration of business easy, and it equally helps investors to check you out. Some people say, go and check me out online. It helps them to check you out. They can go there and search your name. Oh, I want to invest into your business. You are doing this. Oh, a lot of people will say, oh, write business proposal. We've heard of that. Have a good business proposal. Be able to market what you are selling. So when you are done marketing and pitching, they come back to check who is this person. They will go to that CAC to check the validity of your company standing. We are coming to that. That is why you should not play with legal compliance. They will check you out. Except you don't have, the insight for long term, for partnership, for investors. If you don't, you can just lay back and wait for somebody to take over your business. It's okay for you. You don't want to secure it. Somebody will help you do that. But if you do, you shouldn't play with these things. They will go back to check, oh, is this business real? Who are the directors of this company? What do they do? Who is the secretary? And your details are there. We'll come to that. So human capital and digital expansion, something else we can equally leverage on this tough business environment, right? So Nigeria is said to have a young workforce with a median age of about 18 years. That means half of people are under 18, and the other half are over 18. So this gives you the room to have workforce. But there is still an issue there. Nigeria is full of issues, but we have answers. Right? So there's still a problem there because a lot of times you see employers, it's like counterintuitive action. They are trying to get employees are looking for jobs. Everybody, we're just looking for ourselves. There are a lot of applications. People say no job. And when you want to hear from employers, they say we cannot find people to hire. I don't know if we are familiar with that struggle. So it seems like we have a lot of workforce, but there's still a pullback. There's still a push. Maybe for some of us, we may feel like, okay, we don't have a business, we don't have a company structure. How about you that have business and you want to bring hands inside? I mentioned something about leveraging on technology. If you're not a social media marketer, you cannot automate sales, you cannot automate emails, you cannot automate these things. You still need a hand. Right? The mentality of, I want to just do everything myself, it will slow you down. As it is, we have agencies that is just peculiar to consultation. You consult them for your businesses, they can help you. We start with the registration. There's an agency that reached out to me to partner in the legal department, AMDA. So they are into business consultation. Even if they'll give you a form, or send you a Google link, ask you certain questions to know how grounded you are in the idea of your business. Except we don't want to really enlarge, and then that's the problem. We just, apart from us denying responsibility, running away from responsibility, we equally have this mediocrity thing. I'm just fine here. And making the sales is okay. We don't think long term. That's why we don't even secure our business. We don't secure our properties because we are not thinking long term, and this is bad. Right? So I mentioned that you should be curious. How do I get more reach? She said if I reach 1% of people, I've reached 2 million people. There are people that are running ads. A friend of mine was telling me of a training she took, and then on the group, they were over how many million people. She was able to run TikTok ads to get them. And then at the end of the day, they signed up for that program. I think 30,000 naira per person. And 600 people paid. Do you know how much that is? It's small money. It looks like small money. Put them together. When you have a wider reach, you have the problem they are looking for answers. You have the answers to their problem. And you're able to reach them and bring them in. Then they pay for that value. That is a lot of money at the end of the day. So the thing of, seek knowledge. If you don't know how these things work, ask questions, right? No man grows by himself, okay? So we can leverage on these things. Okay, I even highlighted logistic challenges. Yes, it's difficult to move now. The place is not safe, but you can leverage on it. The ability to see solutions. I think that was what made Joseph to stand out. Famine is coming. Everybody is seeing hunger. Pharaoh is panicking. But there was a man who saw answers, who saw solution. Let the king not be troubled. There is an answer. So we really have to trust God. We are Christians. Engage in every, open our eyes to see what we are not seeing. Let's see answers. The secret of selling to Nigerians, please. Next slide. Next slide. The secret of selling to Nigerians. So we just spoke about media. The secret of selling to Nigerians. So we just spoke about one aspect, right? That despite all the disadvantages we are having in this country, there are some things we can leverage on, like our population, digital infrastructures. We can leverage on these issues. We can even leverage on the trying moments we are having, right? The difficulties. Human capital, we can leverage on it. Digital and institutional reforms that make registration of company easy. You know, we can still leverage on some things. We are not all done for. There are some things we still have in our hands that we can use. It's like the media room is empty. Secrets of selling to Nigerians. Media, please help us. Thank you. All right. So why I'm taking this route again, I really want us to grow and our business to get better. Right? So God will help us. Secrets of selling to Nigerians. Number one, understand the market. Understand the market. And by understanding the market, some of us are already into the market, but for some of us we have not really thought of it. You like the idea of making money, of having money, but you don't like the idea of making it. So if you want to venture into business, which you should in this economy, you should understand the market, understand customer preference. You know, while I was preparing this, and one thing came to my mind, I remembered Sonia. Who is it, Sonia Sachi here? Or you know it? Sonia. Good. Prior before now, we had Gino, we had the likes. Some people still use Gino. They are a big fan of Gino. But something really outstanding, Sonia did something really outstanding. Their pouch, their Sachi pouch, there's a way you can sit it, unlike the rest. So even if you have a value you want to share, okay, understand what these people would prefer, right? Like, okay, I want to sell something, but people don't like coming out. So even if I want to open a kiosk, I can't open a kiosk for those people close to me. But can I also devise a means where I can get to them? Because they don't like coming out. It's sunny, it's raining, I'll be at work, I'll come back late. Can I put a system when even if it's 10, 11 o'clock, I can reach out, I can get to them. If they reach out to me, I need this. Can I have that means? That's where you start thinking of networking. Let's have different people stationed here to make the movement easy. Let's do this. You start thinking, right? So you need to understand the customer's preference. And I really appreciated Sonia for that. I mean, you can literally keep a search now, unlike before. So say what customers actually want. You say what customers actually want. It is not, I just want to do this. This is the way I like it. This is the way I want it to be. So you are doing it in your own way. You can take market survey. You can ask questions. When you want to do something, you saw a problem, and then you feel like you have a solution to these things. When you talk to people, how would you prefer this thing to be? Ask questions in that light, right? Ask questions in that light. Then further, you go down to build trust and respect. One of the company that I would say have built trust over time. I don't know, some people still have different preferences for milk. But for me, I sincerely do appreciate Peak. It's been here from day one. Some people like Dano, some people like, what's this new one, Cadbury. Some people like Cremella, right? There is, somebody is wagging his head. But for some reasons, Milk had built, Peak Milk precisely, Peak, I love Peak, had built that trust with time. It has built the trust because you can, from way back, Peak has been in the market and is still thriving. So you need to think of means, how do I build trust? You build trust by giving quality. What do I do to make my business more outstanding? How do I treat my products that when customers patronize me, they want to come back? How do I offer this service? There's so many people offering the service that you're offering. But what can I do to build trust with these people? That they will see other services, some prices even lower than mine, but they will still prefer me, right? We should also look at doing that. It could be from excellence, the way I package this thing. In school, while I was in my semi-final year, I started a business. I was making pudding. Anyway, it was quite a lot making the pudding because I had to put a lot of things: soya milk, dates, tiger nuts, over 10 Tom Brown. So people, some Tom Brown, yes. So I had to really, and then when I'm done, I got a Ziploc, I packaged it. Just from the packaging, so people were like, "Whoa, this is nice." Just the packaging, it enticed them to buy. And then when they now taste the quality, they will now ask for a custard rubber. Have it together. So yes, you should be able to build trust. So, and then another way to, one of the market growth accelerator again is to leverage influencers and social proof. This is where digital marketing comes in again. I'm going to talk about branding. They should equally know that this is what I do. People should know that this is what you do. Don't just be that silence marketer. Oh, you are selling this, we don't even know. Some people say, carry your business on your head. They should know that this is what you do. Your ability to put yourself out there to get to the larger audience really matters, right? So you can leverage on people who are known. Take for instance now, our mommy, she will have a larger reach, you know. You can do, I was thinking about this, and for some reasons, if you are doing something and then you bring it to our spiritual parents in the house of God and say, this is what I'm doing, the single reference they will give can go a long way. Say, she does these things. Maybe you're selling jewelry. She sells this. Just that referral. A lot of people will come because the authority that is directing them is a reliable one, right? So please, leverage on these things to promote your business. Use storytelling and relatable market experience. Don't just speak. When I was giving all of these instructions, I mentioned Sonia tomato, I mentioned peak milk, I mentioned cremella. These are things we could relate to. I mentioned keke in the barracks. You know how that I was asking the keke, I was telling you a story, and so you listened to me because you could relate to my story. So we should adopt that. Number 2, stay informed. That is where knowledge comes in. It's not enough that, I'm putting this principle, if I am not informed about, how much is dollar today? How is this thing going to affect my business? What's the plan B that I'm having? Doing business is a lot of job. You don't just sit back and then expect it to thrive, right? So you have to stay informed. How do I get knowledgeable? What are the laws that are being enacted? In what way can it affect me? That seems like a lot of work. And this is why technology should really come in, and it should come in at a faster pace. I mentioned earlier we had to go for a training, and I was trying to it was Microsoft and AI automation training. So they did a particular group reach out to me. They created a legal app that can help you to filter regulations that relate to you. So I had to go to stand in for a colleague for that presentation that morning. They made it to the semi-finals, but they didn't make it to the finals. So this particular app, the demo of the app, you can filter it to reflect regulations. Recent one, say for instance, the Tax Act that was passed. That's been last year. The Electoral Act, election is coming. And you want to know the newly enacted section. Some of us are not even knowledgeable about it. And we have smartphones. We are online. Ask questions. Be curious. Be curious to know the things that affect you. Right? So that when you are being asked, or when somebody is trying to take advantage of you, you will not just be a dummy. You know what's happening. You are informed. So by the demonstration of this app, you are just supposed to write the subject area. During the KYC process, your onboarding process, they'll ask you, oh, what areas are you interested in? If you're into finance, or you're into human management, or you are into communication, or you're into marketing, they will just ask you, you highlight it. So when there is a new law in that area, you get the notification. By that way, you can stay abreast with the new section, how it affects you, and then you think of how does this affect my business or myself as an individual. So we are getting there. God is helping us. Technology is taking over everything, yes. So our ability to leverage on it really, really do matter. And don't say, oh, I'm old. There's still something you can do, right? There's still something you can do. So stay informed. Ask questions. Okay? Stay compliant. Build strong business networks. It cannot be overemphasized. You're a chef, you cook. Liaise with other people that cook. You're a marketer, you sell products. Liaise with other people that sell products. A time will come where, oh, maybe they are out of stock. And because of the relationship, we're getting there. Goodwill is an asset in business that people ignore. If you have goodwill with customers, you have goodwill with fellow marketers, you will be the next person to come to mind. They will be eager to recommend you. So networking is really key. Don't do it in isolation. Nobody rises alone, right? Are we together? Are we together? All right, thank you. So yeah, build goodwill by delivering quality and consistency. Deliver quality and consistency all the time. You should have a threshold, you should have a benchmark, and you don't go below it. Like if it's not quality, if it's not excellence, I'm not going below that. In your business, that is how you can do something better than every other person doing this. And then that makes you stand out. That makes you the go-to. That makes you the most preferred. Right? So please, you should have a benchmark that we don't go below this. If you have a business setting, you have people working under you, that should be your watchword. Sometimes we just see, business people just see hiring employees as, I'm just bringing somebody to work for me. If you don't train them, if you don't teach them the mode of operation, their modus operandi, things will go bad. Don't say, oh, it's a lot of job. How do you want me to bring people to come and start teaching these grown adults what they should do and what they shouldn't do? If you don't invest, don't expect a return. Sometimes you can even take it upon yourself if you are so knowledgeable to talk to them about these things, right? Prioritize customer satisfaction, maintain strong customer relationships. Very key. Very, very key. You could leverage on social media the people that are always engaging your page. If you're on IG, you're on Facebook, you're selling a product, you're offering a service, and they know you, they know me as a chef, they know me as somebody that connects buyers, they know me as somebody that do procurement, or they know my company for this. You should prioritize your customers. Even as little as having a provision store, they should know that they are a priority to you in the way you relate with them. They should know. They should know. One day you can just get their details, randomly send a message. That's something. They say, wow, this woman remembers. Then at the end, you write JK Ventures. Let them see. People want to be noticed. People want to be appreciated. So let them see that you really do prioritize their patronage with your business all the time. So maintain that relationship. Prioritize customer satisfaction. Maintain strong customer relationship. And foster strategic partnerships and collaboration. I have said that. I wouldn't want to flog on that again. Let's go to the next. Okay, take home. Take home. Next slide. Thank you. I'm trying to run up so we don't get overly bored. Yes, thank you. So businesses that combine Nigerian institutional advantages with strong market understanding, adaptability, and customer trust are best positioned for long-term sustainable growth. First, we identify that there are a lot of issues doing business in Nigeria. We are not denying. We are acknowledging that there's a problem. And we said we can always see solutions in the midst of problems, right? Yes, because we have the spirit of excellence in us. We will know what to do. And then that makes us an outstanding businessman or woman. I want you to go back. Look at your environment. What is a concern to you? What is a concern to other people? If you can solve it, that's value. And money comes back to you for just solving it. Right? So we looked at, yes, there's a problem, we can solve it. Then we went further to look at Nigeria holistically and the things we could leverage upon for our businesses. Right? Then we equally look at the other arm where you as an individual have to put in work and effort. It's not enough. These advantages will be there and you will still be suffering in your market if you're not putting in the right principles. So we equally looked at that. Now we are going to our second pillar, the legal foundation of doing business in Nigeria. Yes, thank you. The legal foundation of doing business in Nigeria. So earlier stated, during the morning session, we are not just doing things. You didn't just wake up and, you are just doing business and laws. There are laws that governs everything. Even the way you use your phones, there are laws. If you are somebody that makes reckless comments on social media, there are laws that you should look at. If you are somebody that says things forcefully about people, there are laws. There are laws. Somebody can just bring an action against you for slander. They can just bring an action against you for cyberbullying. There are laws. Down to how you cross the road. Yes. So we are governed by laws. Thomas Hobbes says something that without law, life will be nasty. It will be brutish. It will be brutal and it will be short. Because man, by nature, we don't like being constrained. So law is put in place to see that we are able to. So in every area of our life, talk marriages, businesses, finances, there are laws governing it. And the earlier we know how it affects us, the better it is for us. Are we together? All right, so what's the constitutional basis for doing business? The first seminar we had, we spoke about the constitution, how is the ground norm, and other laws involved from it. So you are not just doing business because you just wake up one day, I feel like I want to make money. It is your right. And if you are still poor, sleeping on that right, we need to talk about it, right? So the constitution, precisely by section 16, section 17, sub 3, Section 43, Section 40, permits you to engage in businesses. Now, how many of us know that the money in your bank account is a movable property? Okay, we do know. There's an authority that established that principle, EFCC and Thomas. It was reported in 2018. So you can bring an action against a bank for unnecessarily putting your account on PND. PND means post-known debit. Because it's your property and they are infringing on your rights. Right? Without a solid reason. Some people are going through that and they don't even know. Bank could just put your account on PND without any explanation. They are infringing on your rights and you can bring a case against them and claim damage and collect your money. Yes. All right. So there's a constitutional ground for doing business. Section 16 promotes economic growth and private enterprise. That is why private individuals can equally do business and make money. Section 40, freedom of association and business. Section 43, right to acquire and own property, including your money. It is a movable property. Equal economic opportunities in section 17, sub 3. So these are constitutional grounds. This is why these sections of the law back you up when you want to do business. The law permits you to do legal business, legal, within the sphere of law. Let it be legal. Anything illegal can bring you to book, right? So please, legal business. So also they said we can do business, legal business. Emphasis on that. Okay, let's have the next slide. Major business sectors. Major business sectors, thank you. So I earlier asked us how many of us are into businesses. Some of us are quiet. Some of us are not into business, but I do not accept that feedback. I do not accept the feedback. I just probably said, oh, they probably did not understand what kind of business. So a lot of people are into business. Even if you are selling chicken in your house, you are rearing livestock, that is business. So people come to buy egg in your house, you are into business. And you can even get more sales if you are more visible. Yes. Don't say everybody is doing this. No, that's how you do this separately. That's how you do this differently, and people will be compelled to come to you. That was the second part of the business growth accelerators we went through for business owners. How to position yourself for excellence, how to network with people, storytelling. We will come to branding and all of that. But when you're able to leverage on these things, we need to get ready to put in the work if we really want to change. I earlier stated that we are Nigerians, and if we sit back and complain about everything, we'll just be here complaining while our life is wasting. A time will come, we'll just die and go. Honestly, you know we will die, right? From the first session. Just have to accept it. And it's not something you should be scared of. You shouldn't be scared of death. You did not come to the earth to live forever. We are on transit. We are pilgrims. But while we are here, we must harness the wealth entrusted to us. And we must utilize it appropriately. Are we together? So yes, your business can fall under agriculture. Some of you are into fishery. You have artificial fish ponds in your house where you feed fish and people buy. I don't know if some people are doing that, but if you're not doing it, it's a business idea I'm just selling to you right now for free, you know. So you can liaise with people that are always restaurants, people that do barbecue. That's something you can do, all right? So some of us are into manufacturing. We'll probably have a small store somewhere where we put people, they sew clothes or we sew clothes. Yeah. Some of you have some stores. Some people make cobbling shoes, cobblers. We have some cobblers working on those. They make shoes. You sell them. You put them out. People order. Some of us are into trading and commerce, marketing. I have a provision store, or I have a mall. Yes. Some of us are into services, financial services. You could say, some people are into, they get certification for money laundering acts. They will get certification from there, and then they are able to lend money to people for a certain return. Other people are into tech, creation of software. They are into that, and logistics, transport logistics. Some people own transport companies. So when you want to go for an event and you need entourage, you need to book cars. Even female do that. You can just consult them. Okay, can I take this car and this car and this car for so time? And then they make money out of it too. Right? Some of us, oil company. Do you have oil companies here? We are getting there. We are not small. We'll be big. All right? All right, take home. Next slide. Take home. So every business, every lawful business, emphasis on lawful, every lawful business in Nigeria operates within a constitutional and regulatory framework. So even if you are into agriculture, finances, technology, there are rules that govern your business sphere. You're into marketing, just say, I'm just that woman at the kiosk behind. If you're not looking at long term, there are people that started from that small kiosk and they have malls today. So you have to see long term, especially young people. You have to see long term. How can I build structures? How can I make this one 100? That was what the servants who were given talent did. The ability for increase. And I earlier stated that it's not enough that you're looking at increase if you're not building structures to sustain that increase. Are we together? So please, these are things you should look into. All right? The generals that saw a need in Navali and got tricycles on the way and they are collecting remittance every weekend. Is it no money? Do you know how much goes in? I was doing the maths in my head. If one keke will bring how much weekend, 30K, one keke is bringing a remittance of 30K and you have 5. How much is that? 1960. You're talking of 150K by weekend. Let's say if you have 5. If you have 10, you are bringing 300K every weekend. It can fit in for the feeding. Use your salary for other things. Buy shares. We'll get to that. All right. Okay, that's the take home. Next slide, please. Legal business structures, yes. So a lot of us have just limited business to the previous structure. You know, I'm just under here, I'm just under here. Let's talk about the legal aspects. We've emphasized that the importance of law, knowing building structures legally cannot be overemphasized. I can be doing this business. Some of you maybe are even on social media, doing your business on social media. But if there are no structures around your business, you will just wake up one morning and see that somebody is positioning himself as you. There is this matter, that business consultancy firm that reached out to me, that he was now sharing the fact that somebody reached out to him. Oh, he started this business and he had over 20-something K followers on IG. So people know him to do this, and they were patronizing and all. All of a sudden, another person now opened an account with the same name and, you know, positioning themselves. Say, for instance, we have Indomie, right? Indomie. Imagine another company coming to say they are Indomie, but instead of INDOMIE, we have INDOMEE. That's passing off. You are trying to project yourself as another. It's a clear case of passing off. So now, a lot of things can go with this. It's just one aspect, though. That is if they have not even gone to register themselves as Indomie. Exactly. Because Indomie slept on its rights. You did not register. You did not trademark. So somebody can go and do that before you, and then the person owns the business. When you go to court, the evidence, document speaks for itself. When you go to court, document speaks for itself. They bring the document, oh, I'm the registered owner of this business. There is something, we spoke about CAC registration, now that it's mobile. So when you want to do CAC registration, you have to do name search, name reservation. You put in your suggested name, and then the system will run it to see if there is a registered company in that name. So imagine I'm running a business, and my business is thriving. I'm online, people know me for this, and then I'm getting sales. And I do not register the business in any form. Somebody can easily go, apply for name reservation because it's free. The person can proceed and register. By the time I'm dragging the person to court, that the person is doing my business, is using my name, is using my logo, the person has documents, much more than you do. So who would the law listen to? The law would tilt towards the person who has documents, who has papers, who has evidence, who has proof, and not you, who just have your business running on a live strand. A lot of us have our businesses on a live strand. You know, what you are doing is just there. You see, you are now fighting your neighbor that, oh, because I'm doing this, my neighbor now went and start doing this. Is it registered? Did you have insight for long term? What are you doing to build structure? Your neighbor can do what you are doing. But if you have a better advantage than that your neighbor, you will make more sales, you will expand, you will increase, and you will scale. Are we together? So we're going to be looking at the profitable aspects, right? So by this, you can register a business as a business name, right? Business name is, let's take it by this grade, it's the number 1, right? Number 1 grade. Say, for instance, I'm trying to test run this idea. I want to start a fashion business. And I'm trying to test run if, okay, this is good or not. Or I want to do a legal service business. It's service, it's still business. Or say I want to do fisheries. I want to do a business of any kind, and then I'm trying to test run if this business will work. The first step is to get your business registered as a business name. Now, generally, the registration of businesses makes your business once you register your business with CAC, which is the approved is Corporate Affairs Commission, the approved sector by law. that regulates that. Once it is registered, your business becomes a legal personality, a legal person, a separate person from you. So for the fact that I am Gift Ogbole John and I registered my business as Greeting Empire or something, that business, the moment it is registered, it becomes a separate legal entity. This business can now own property in its name. It's not a human being, but in law, it is seen as a separate human being. It can own property in his name. It can buy property in his name. It can sue people, go to court, sue people, say for that thought of passing off. The company can sue in its name, and it can be sued too. We will get to that. So, by the time it is registered, it becomes a separate legal entity. But for business names, the business and... Thank you, ma'am. All right. Sorry for the break. So for the business name, say I'm trying to test run an idea. Let me see if my tailoring, this thing will work. First thing to do is to secure it by registering it as a business name. It is really cheap, and that way you could see if this is a scalable business. That is if you are not sure. Yes. So for fashion owners, if you are into catering, you bake, or you want to just do like a small, livestock farming, I just really want to see how this thing works. You can quickly register that as a business name. It is quite affordable and it is easy. So limited partnership on the other hand, okay, say you have a system, you have a structure, this is going to scale up. But, I need capital to run this thing. I need money to run this thing. You can bring in 2 or 3 persons. Even in let me take an instance from our profession. You can see a law firm being managed by 3 people, 4 people in the same law firm under an umbrella name, but they are all partners, right? So they stake some amount of money. Okay, you are entitled to 30 share, you 20, you 20, you 10. And your liability is to the extent to which you are a participant in this business. So if anything goes wrong, you'll be 10% liable, 20% liable, 20% liable, and all of that. They could pull up resources and say, we want to do this. Some people do that for family business. Yes, family businesses. If it's a wide, your relatives can say, okay, if you can put your heads together, we want to do a family business. All right, this family of Mr. John, you are bringing so amounts. Family of Peter, you are bringing so. It's a partnership. So the profits that we get from this business, we distribute it according to your stake in the business. So we have limited liability partnership. Similar to this, and then I must emphasize, the limited partnership, it could be 2, 3 more to 20 people. So we have limited liability partnership. Limited liability, the liability of these people partnering is only limited to their stake, but it's more of a wider reach that limited partnership. These are rare instances. But the common one that a lot of people do engage in is private company. I first mentioned you're into business and then you want to test run if, this business is going to scale in a later time. You register as business name. And then later you're saying that, there's room for increase. This business can actually scale. We can actually have it on a large scale. Then you talk about registering it as a private company limited by shares. And as a private company limited by shares, you are saying the liability of these people, there is an issue shared capital for private company, and it cannot go below 100,000 naira, 100,000 shares distributed by 1 naira each. So for private company limited by share, you are saying, this business has the likelihood of scaling. I want to upgrade it. A lot of people just, register it and leave the business name running underneath it. But most times, other people do what they call reconstruction or re-registration. They do a re-registration to register it as a business name. That's where you say, okay, I'm the share owner of this, the shareholder of this company. even husband and wife, somebody asked the question earlier, and then that was what popped to my mind. If a family have a business and you want to register it as a private company limited by shares, say maybe between you and your husband, what is his stake and what is your stake in the business? You can say, okay, my husband, somebody reached out to me. I think immediately after my call, he wanted to register, and then I was asking, okay, between him and his wife, he wanted him and his wife to be the shareholder of the company. I said, how many shares are you sharing? What's the percentage like? He said he's going for 17 and his wife is going for 30. So her liability in that company, her stake, the cost in that company is limited to her shares. Say she has 30% shares. She's having 30% liability. But what I mean by that, in a situation where, say, the company gets into debt, she's only liable to the amount, to the extent of the share she's holding in that company. If that 30,000 naira goes, that 30 shares goes, that's the end of it, right? And then he, the husband, will be liable to bear the other 70%. Now, don't forget that I said that a company registered becomes a separate legal entity, right? So if liability arises as a private company that is registered, private company limited by share, the company bears its liability. We will sell company assets. Some people do some kind of reconstruction, they do merger, they do acquisition to get back in an event of bankruptcy. Say they are bankrupt, but your liability in that company is limited. I don't know if any of us have share with private company. I've had to, ask somebody, oh, can I get a share? And there are advantages, right? You may be asking, what share? What share? It's your stake in the company. You are buying a percentage of the company, right? So the total share they have, I'm saying I want to buy 5%. I want to buy this percent. I'm coming to public company limited by shares. But for private companies limited by shares, it's usually within. They don't really want to bring in. I've had to approach someone else like, oh, it's a family stuff. We don't bring in people and all of that. So their liability is to that extent. When the business crashes or the business is in debt, they will get to sell company assets. And it's easy to get funding for private companies because they can see structures. We can see people involved. So it's easy for banks to give you funding and all of that. So public company limited by shares. They sell, this one, the difference is private public. They sell shares to outsiders, so a general public. Like I got one little amount of shares with Dangote Sugar. So when I got an email that, oh, they are having meeting, they are having annual meeting, I was so happy. It was just really small. But then it meant something to me that, oh, I have a stake in this place. So they list out, there are platforms that you can check. Platforms like Bamboo, like Trove, like Cowrywise, where they put out their shares time to time. When the prices are down, that's a good time to buy. Even a little, you become a shareholder, and your decision too matters. When they're having annual general meeting, they'll send you an email. I mean, it feels good. All right. We're there to laugh. All right. So public companies give out their shares. And why they do that? They are bringing investors. Maybe they need money for expansion. Even private companies, but within family, close people, is limited. We need money for expansion, or we need money to establish this so the business can keep running. Then they now bring out an offer to the public. Oh, can you buy a portion? Can you bring money so that you buy a portion, you have ownership in respect to this company? Dangote, even MTN, when you follow all this, they are public companies limited, and your liability is only limited to the amount of share you have. So if anything goes wrong, these public companies barely go wrong, the known one, they barely crash and all of that. But if it does, your liability is only to that extent. Nobody's coming to come and drag you to sell your property to pay companies' debts. It's not your liability. All right? So we have unlimited company. But this seems a bit, you can really see an unlimited company per se, especially within our jurisdiction, because we are all out to make profits. The investor is out to make money because, when you buy a share, you get dividends. When the profits, they share dividends, and you have a stake and all of that. And then the value As the company is advancing, the share you are having is equally the value you have. The stake you have in the company is advancing on the other hand. And then for them, they get funding, they use your money, they give you a portion of the company, they use that money to better advance the company and all. Then we have exempted foreign companies. Okay, these ones are not registered companies within Nigeria, but it could be within the ambience of business. Say, for instance, Nigeria is contracting China to come and do a construction business, or you are into construction and for some reasons you want to employ foreign hands, you have to get a permit to that effect. You have to get an approval to bring them in. Let's have the next slide. Non-profit structures. So we've looked at the profitable aspect of businesses, how that we can register our businesses as business name, as private company limited by shares, as limited partnership, and all of that. Let's look at the non-profitable ones. Yes. So people still register businesses or register entities as non-profitable. Let me not use the business so we don't confuse ourselves. They register it as non-profitable. Example is our church, right? It's not for profit. It's not to gain money back. So it falls under this category. Public company limited by guarantee. Okay, say for instance now we want to register this law literacy society that we are having. It is for the betterment of the general public. So it could be a company limited by guarantee. Oh, we are going to do this. But the sole aim is not for profit. Right? It's not for profit. We just want to come and teach people, get people enlightened. We just want to build structure. We can come under company limited by guarantee. So whatever money we get out of this, or say maybe at some point we have had to do some businesses, not like business, people bring in money and, money came in. There's something called the doctrine of Cyprus. You are supposed to put the money back. It is not for profit. It is not for, unlike what we have with private company where we are sharing dividends. We don't do that. Are we together? So incorporated trustee, on the other hand, you register an incorporated trustees, bodies like NGOs, churches, foundations, all the NGOs we are seeing, they are registered as incorporated trustee. And then public company limited by guarantee. So why it is important to have structures around these things? Don't say, oh, me, I'm not into business. I just want to do this. Is it necessary? It's still necessary, because if you're not able to build that structure, let's say for instance now, this Protestant church does not have a structure. It is not registered. We don't have a board of trustee. Do you know some people can position themselves somewhere online and be taxing people of money? Yes, we've heard a lot of cases like that. Even RCCG, Redeem, we've heard a lot of cases. Tony Elumilu's foundation, we've heard a lot of cases. A lot of people will just post themselves on social media and say, oh, this is what we are doing. They will say we are from this foundation. Imagine the foundation is not registered, and then they've gotten the influence, the number, the followers. A lot of people will be misled. All right. So even if you are not looking at, oh, I just want to have a research hub or a study hub where people come to read and get knowledge and all of that, you should still have in mind that you need to get it registered. Because with time, you have influence, and that's an asset. Another person can impersonate you for that. All right, let's go to the next slide. Take home. Choosing the right structures affects liability. Yes, I mentioned liability. If I'm buying into this company, my liability is to the extent to which I have a stake in this company. I mentioned fundraising. It is easier when they see a structure like a private company limited to give loans to it, because they can see a structure. We can see that you have a director. We can see people. Business name is so hard because it's also you and yourself. Yes, some people can come in and say, okay, we want to do this business with you, and then you people are registered as signatories to an account. But mostly, it is so hard. You can just wrap up a business in a day, a business name. You can wrap it up in one day. But for a company, it is so difficult because we have a structure, we have directors, we have board of directors. We have documents, their ID numbers are there. Even for non-incorporated trustees like the church, board of trustees, minimum of 2. So we have people there, and it is so difficult to even say, oh, somebody's trying to impersonate. It's easy to get fund for such structures. Ownership, taxation, and growth potential. Yes, ability to scale, to expand. And for taxation particularly, for small businesses, they are tax exempted. Say your annual turnover is less than 25 million naira. Turnover is the total amount of money you have from your company, including expenses, before removing expenses. Everything we have sold, we have purchased, we have sold. The annual turnover is the total amount. And if you have a business and that turnover is below 25 million, you are exempted from paying tax. Well, if it's above, you have to pay what they call company income tax. Above 25, that's for medium scale. And then you pay 30%. You pay 20% for medium businesses that their turnover is around 25 million above. Then for large businesses that their turnover is over 50, you have to pay 30. You have to pay over 30%. All right. Let's have the next slide. Choosing the right business structure. Okay. I'll just run through this because I explained this extensively while I was talking about the profitable business structure and the non-profitable business structure. For business name, if you have small businesses, you're a trader, you just want to secure this, or you're trying to test run it. Does this business have the ability to scale? Can we scale? Can we expand in a later time? What's the possibility? You can register it as a business name while you are trying to find out, just so that you secure your place in the corporate space before someone else do. Then for limited partnership, I mentioned that family ventures and investments. Oh, family is coming to pull in money together to do this. And we want the liability of each and every one of us to be limited by their contribution. You can also do that. Then limited liability partnership, that's for professional firms. We have accounting firms, lawyers, I made mention of that. Then for private company limited, we have startups, schools, hospital, small, medium enterprises, all these small business. Private company, sorry. I'm dehydrated. Are we together? I'm dehydrated. All right. So for private companies limited by shares, they have the structure which gives them the leverage for growth and all of that. But most times, private companies will have to, put in a lot of work. Startups, schools, hospitals, private tech firms. When registered has a limited liability, you can bring in people, but it's limited. It's limited to a number of people. You cannot go above 50. Yes, that's the position. You cannot go above 50, and you must have a minimum issued share capital of not less than 100,000 naira at registration. Now, we are not saying you not be thinking, but if I want to register my company as a private company limited, does that mean I should have 100,000 naira strictly in my account? That is not. It is like a paper frame or a paper text for that category of registration, right? Then we have the PLC, that's public company limited by shares, large corporations, and then I made mention of the Dangote. We have a lot of them, even Total Energy, Seplat, MTN, you can equally look out for that and own a share and have a stake in the company. All right. So unlimited company. They are specialized high credibility ventures. We said they almost don't exist, but theoretically, in other jurisdictions, unlimited, the liability of the investors are unlimited. If you buy a share in a company that is unlimited, your liability is unlimited. Your liability is not just limited to the share that you have. In a situation where the company becomes bankrupt or they are into debt, they can even come to your house and take your properties. Yes, your liability is unlimited. It's not just limited to the stake you are having. So we have exempted foreign companies, government-approved foreign projects. Say, for instance, there's this construction company that had to come and do railway in Nigeria, and then you're bringing them from outside country. You need a government. If you're a private-owned construction company on your own end, you need a government approval for that. Then company limited by guarantee. I spoke about that, association and charitable bodies. I say, for example, if we want to register the Law Literacy Society, the Law Literacy Society can come, it can come under this description. Are we together? Because the main aim, it is a non-profit entity. It is not for money. It is not for profits. So every profit, every money gained will be invested back into the business by Cypress doctrine. So for some of us that, you have the vision of building something that will serve humanity, whatever it is that is not profitable. If it's not an NGO, it's not a church, not a foundation, it can come under maybe a research hub, it can come under company limited by guarantee. Therefore, incorporated trustees, NGOs, our church is one of it, right? All right, let's have the next slide. All right. Next slide. Sorry, this is faint. Sorry. All right. So, most popular structures we have under the profit sector, private company limited by shares, which I have explained extensively. Their liability is limited to the amount of shares. I have a company. It is registered as a private company limited by shares for me and my family members and friends. We don't want so many people, just a maximum of 50 people to buy into this company. We raise money. Their liability is limited to the share that they have, to that number of shares that they have in your company. So if I'm coming to your company, I say, okay, I want to buy 200 shares at 15 naira per share. My liability at the end of the day is just limited. In a situation where the company becomes bankrupt or it gets debt, the company will pay off itself. It will sell its asset, it can do merger, it can do acquisition, to get back. But my liability, say I lost that investment, it is just that money I invested. They cannot drag me to pay companies' debt. And then there is something again, there is something in law that is called the doctrine of lifting the veil. Now, we may say, okay, if the company is liable to pay off debts, to pay up, and my liability is only limited to the shares, to the stake that I have in this company, what happens in a situation where maybe the directors acted outside their scope of power? There's something called lifting the veil, when the law will step in. The company is being run by directors, represented. They are representing the company. We said the company is a legal entity. The moment it is registered, distinct from its owner, it's a legal person. The law sees it as a person. It can buy property, it can sue, it can be sued. And the hands of the company, the physical body of the company is the director. So if they act overboard to do something, to say, they do something outside their scope of operation, you are not equally going to be liable. The law steps in to lift the veil, to apportion liability to the directors. That's what happens. I just need to emphasize that, because if you're hearing these things for the first time, you'll be like, okay, if my liability is just limited to this, what happens when it is a tortious act or a criminal act by the company? Will they go and drag the company to court? Is the company a person? Yes, we said it's a legal person, not a physical person. So the representatives are the directors, who are physical persons, and the law will drag the directors to court if they act outside their scope of operation. Are we good with that? Okay. All right, for non-profit sector, the most popular is incorporated trustee. An example is our church. If you want to run a foundation, you have in mind to establish a foundation, it should be registered under incorporated trustee. So decision factors, you look at your liability. Okay, to what extent do I want to be liable, right? Before you register a company or business name, liability is solely on you. They can even come and carry your property. It's you and your business name that are the only people in that business. Are we together? We said when registered, that's why I kept emphasizing this. When registered, when you register a business, when you register a company, the company is a distinct person from the owners. They can sue the company. But for business name, you have to go and sue the person who registered the business name under his name. The business name and the business are the same. They are one and the same. It sounds like tautology, but I needed to reiterate that. So you can know the liability. To what extent did I want to be liable? If something goes wrong, you will ask questions. Or you want to invest in somebody's company that is a private company limited by shares. To what extent do I want to be liable? So when you look at liability, when you look at funding needs, the company should be able to fund for itself. Except for business name again, because the company and the owner are the same. So the owner will fund for the company. But if it's a company, private company limited by shares or a public company limited by shares, you look at the funding. How do I get funding for this company? Company should have its assets, should have how it's run, how it runs itself. When it becomes bankrupt, when there's liquidation, the company should be able to look for money, source ways to get back to their feet, right? Ownership, who is going to own it? Business name, one and the same. I own it, it is my business. But for private companies limited by shares, oh, my wife and I own it. She owns 50, I own 50. Her liability is 50, mine is 50. Her stake in the company is 50, mine is 50. In a situation where the company goes wrong, she loses the 50, I lose the 50. And the company pays its debts. But if the director now goes further to act in a way that the debt was incurred by the director, negligent act, the law steps in to lift the veil. Are we together? Then you look at compliance. What is the compliance structure? And long term, I would advise that for long term, for longevity, you register a company as a private company limited by share. You can do public company, but it needs a wide range if you have a lot of resources to pull in like Dangote does. But private company is a safe place to be. Let's have the next slide. Media. All right. So business protection. We'll be looking at business protection. So now it's not enough that we have registered the business. First, we spoke about how that the law gives you the power to do business. We went further to look at the different structures under which you can register your business, either as profitable and as non-profitable. But it doesn't end there. Oh, I've registered my business, then you go and sleep. It doesn't end there, right? Are we together? It doesn't end there that we've registered our business and then that's the end of it. There is work to do even after registration, right? So there's something called trademarking. There's something called trademark. Earlier when I was giving an illustration and I said, imagine that Indomie is not registered. The name Indomie is not trademarked. The logo of Indomie has not been trademarked. Another person can come and impersonate Indomie and just change that E. And that's passing off. So we've mentioned that. So for you, once you've registered your business, CAC has approved, you send in your documents, your business is now a legal person, distinct from you. You have to take the next step to trademark it. By trademarking it, you register its name, you trademark and protect your business name, your business logo. Let's take, for instance, Money Point, right? Money Point. When you see the color, you see M, you know that, okay, this is Money Point. Well, let's use PalmPay. A lot of us have PalmPay. They have their logo. So imagine somebody coming to say they are equally a financial company and they are using PalmPay, as in P-A-P Paypal. Okay, that's Pampel. So you know that this company is, then they use Pampe color, green and white. You know they are trying to impersonate. So the moment you are able to register your company, the further step you should take is to protect your business name, your business logo. If your business logo is KT, it should be trademarked. Something happened after the last election. I think I followed up a bit on that news. The returning officer that was counting the votes, they were doing LUP 77, LUP. You know, the moment that whole social media rush went down, some persons went to register, went to produce product juice, and they wrote LUP, then WWE has the name of their product. So he had to take the matter to court. The man was really smart. He had already trademarked the name, he had trademarked it has his own signature. So that was what saved him. Because they were already out. Anything that is wild, people want to leverage on it to, you know, to use it for their own advantage. So the returning officer quickly went and took the matter to court. And that was how it all boiled down. So once you trademark your name, your business name, or your company name, the logo, the slogan. Some of us have businesses that have slogan. Maybe even if you register your business as a chef, you cook, and then you say the taste that changes everything. That's your slogan, and you should trademark it. Are we together? So secondly, we look at patents and industrial designs. Patents generally protect innovations. Say for instance, now, patent does not necessarily protect the production or the manufacturing of that thing. Say you are inventing something new for the very first time. I'm trying to find a very easy example. Say, okay, for instance, you made a phone, and in the phone, the battery is not a normal battery. Maybe you are using a plant, maybe some bio-green energy to power up the phone. Let's assume that you invented this. You can patent that particular innovation. The law allows you to register it as an exclusive reserve for a period of 20 years. Now, that doesn't mean other people cannot make it. They can make it. You're not protecting the idea. You're only protecting the manufacturing process. How you got to, use bio-green or use whatever you use to power up the phone. You can protect that result, but not necessarily the idea. You can protect the results. So others cannot legally make it. Others cannot legally sell it or import it or use it commercially without your permission within that time frame. Are we together? So patent protects the functional idea. It protects the functional idea. How is this thing working? How is this thing working? So now, some people can invent the same thing that you invented, but they can use another means to invent it. Are we together? So if you do an innovation, say maybe you produce a machine that is supposed to help you weed without taking out the crops, that is supposed to even help you strip out some layers of the plants. Say you produce it. Others can make that stuff, but not your idea. How did you produce it? Let me give a practical example. I use flour and sugar and butter to bake. Another person uses water and egg and butter to bake. Different ingredients, but we still arrived at cake. So patent protects that idea. Once it is patented, you have patented that particular innovation. It is there for 20 years. How I did it is known to me. You can also do it in your own way and get the results. But that exclusive right is mine. Okay, so that's for like top innovations and all. So when you have an innovation, you know somebody that is working on something that is new, you should cancel the person, right? Then industrial design, on the other hand, helps you to protect the design of your products, right? Say for instance, somebody makes a phone, and then the phone is not normal phone shape that we have. Let's say the shape is in zigzag form. We are getting there. Innovation is gradually. So we have a zigzag form shape phone. You can equally apply that this. You can apply for an industrial design protection. It is yours exclusively for a period of 5 years. Are we together? It is yours exclusively for a period of 5 years, renewable for another 5 years. I just need to mention that. Then for copyrights too. For copyrights, you're a business owner, you're even an author, or you're a content creator. You can equally copyright your productions. You can copyright your book. So copyright is a bit different. It's automatic. You don't need to apply and all of that. It's automatic. But there's this copyright symbol that, once you write, when you flip over on a new page of a book, you see the copyright symbol. Say, for instance, I write a book or I wrote a poem. I could, just write the copyright symbol and write my name. Give to Bole John 2026, all rights reserved. You've copyright your material, and that way nobody can replicate it without your permission. Nobody can sell it. Now, that does not mean they cannot, talk about the same topic or the book or the same subjects of your content, but they should not do it verbatim. So the law protects your publication. It protects that intellectual property that you have. There was one recent case of an actress. I think it was Bimbo. So she came on social media and she was ranting that there was a cinema in Ghana that displayed her video. It was asking her that it was her copyright property. And we were supposed to seek her permission before displaying that. They mimicked the video, the storyline, the way everything about it, without seeking her permission. So that's a case of breach of a copyright. So data privacy. Data privacy is another thing that we really need to pay attention to. If you're into a structure of business that you deal with people information, email, phone. Earlier, the paper was going around and we wrote our names and our emails and all of that. So we have a duty to protect those details by law. We have a duty to protect those details. We don't leak out your information. Data privacy is a very serious offense. I don't know if you have a data privacy officer here, anyone. It's a very, very serious offense. If you deal with people's details at any point, even a secretary on the desk, you don't have any right whatsoever to expose people's details. It is their right, and the law protects it. So if you're a business owner, and then you deal with customers, you interface with customers, you have to take their names, their phone numbers, you have a duty to protect their properties. All right, let's go to the next slide. Let's run up. All right, so I just want us to take up this one line from the previous, we spoke about registration, then we talked about trademarking, then we talked about patents and industrial designs, we talked about copywriting, we talked about privacy, data privacy, your privacy as an individual. So when you register, you've created your business, a distinct legal entity, except for business name. Now, that is not enough. You have to go further to protect what you've created. When you don't protect it, it's like a house without shield. It's now registered, business is ongoing. Your trademark is only the name. So somebody can go and still impersonate you. It's only the name that is registered with CAC. How about your logo? How about your slogan? If you see Peak Milk anywhere or Dano Milk anywhere, you can easily know. Because Dano has this symbol of a cow, right? Yeah, in front of it. So I can easily know that this is cowbell, this is Dano. I can easily differentiate. Those that, even Coca-Cola. When you see Coke bottle anywhere, you know this is Coke. That's their trademark. The color, the name, the way they wrote the name. Then they have this caption. I think they used to say great taste. Those people that used to take Coke very well. Great taste also. They have a slogan. So these things stand them out. These things will make you stand out in the market. When your customers see your products, they immediately, if I see, say for instance, if you see Indomie products anywhere, you know this is Indomie. Nobody can talk into buying because of the color, the font size, the writing, the chicken flavor. Those are items that must be trademarked. Because another company can come up and, impersonate it. So it's not enough to register. When you register, you go further, you trademark your business. Whatever it is, you trademark it. All right? So let's go to the next slide. All right. Just emphasis on that. Trademarking protects the identity of your business. Patents and industrial designs, they protect the innovation. I've stated that. Innovation, design. Copyright protects your content. And then data privacy compliance protects customers' information. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, final take home. So to have legal success for your business, you need structure. That's registration, regulatory compliance, asset protection when you go for your trademark, risk management. Then businesses that protect these 4 assets are better positioned to attract investments. They are better positioned to build public trust and achieve sustainable growth. So if you're able to register your business, you're able to trademark, you're able to copyright, even if you're an author, you're a content creator, you are positioned for growth. That way you can keep growing and you are rest assured that nobody is coming to impersonate you or poised like you to deceive or take advantage of your customers in any way or divert the traffic that you are having with your customers and your sales. Let's have the next slide. Thank you. All right. Are we together? I know it's really exhausting. We've been here since. But let's just try and sit up and then just finish up quickly. Let's finish up quickly. All right. So what's the cheat? I've made the main version of this. I have already stated, but I just want to tell us a cheat code for strategic legal compliance, how we can easily navigate these complexities. So registration is not compliance. Many businesses believe CAC registration equals compliance, but in reality, registration is only a starting point. I've mentioned that when you register, you have to go further to trademark. And then compliance for profit-oriented businesses. Maintain the correct corporate structure. There are corporate structures that are needed for different types of registration. Business name, the business owner is there, private company limited by shares, the number of directors that you should have in this company, the minimum issued shared capital for this kind of company. Maintain those structures. There are corporate governance that governs the running of these structures, filing of annual returns. Update. Some people open company and they don't file annual returns for years. For years. After a while, CAC can even declare your company inactive. Yes. And so you have to follow up with all of that. Meet up with your tax obligation, paying of company income tax, value-added tax. Whether you are a company, a profit-oriented business or not, know how it applies to you. Comply with labor, pension, and workplace regulations. But some of us that are employers, there are laws governing it. Some of you are even offered employment later, and then you don't even know your stand in the company as an employee. You don't know that in a week you're entitled to 1 day of rest. Yes, it's in the Labor Act. We go to work all the time. You don't know that after 6 hours you're entitled to 1 hour of rest. You don't know. Yes, don't go and be dragging you don't even know that your employer is supposed to remit 8% of your salary into your pension account. You don't know. At the end of the day, they'll just kick you out of work and then that's all for you. You have nothing to your name. So we really need to be informed. We need to be informed. When they offer you a job appointment, an appointment letter, it's an offer. You can counter offer. Yes. Oh, this clause doesn't sit well with me. Oh, how about this? You can give a counter offer to that company. But we've been reduced to, we've just been reduced to anything. All right, next slide. Really running also we can. All right, take home. Registration creates the business, but compliance sustains your business. Are we together? So having registered your business, it is expedient for you to take further step to comply with the structure of that business. This is where you need to bring a legal practitioner in, not just register a business and go and sit down. It doesn't work like that. All right? So next slide. Compliance for non-profits. Same thing, there's structure for these things. There's structure for governance, for financial accountability, for regulatory compliance, even for non-profits. Don't say, oh, mine is an NGO. Oh, mine is just a book club. It's not for profits. We are not. There is a structure that you must follow. Stay compliant. All right. Then we go to the compliance checklist. Next. Compliance checklist and risks of non-compliance. So when you're not in compliance with these rules, like in businesses, you do not register, you're not tax compliant, the annual turnover of your company is over 25 million and you don't remit taxes, you don't even have sector licensing. Maybe you're into petroleum, you don't have sector licenses from the relevant authorities, or you deal with people's data and you're not adhering to the data protection law as it relates to people's information. There are repercussions. There are repercussions to these things. Somebody can take an action against you for breach of data privacy, and that's a big case. Claim damage, the law doesn't smile at those kind of. So you need to take extra steps and consult a lawyer, honestly. Let's go to the next slide. Governance structures, financial transparency for NGOs related. And I don't know if we are aware, according to the Anti-Money Laundering Act, as a private individual, if you are doing a transaction of over 5 million, you are supposed to have a certified SCOM certificate. And for a business, we had a matter in court, and this man had this business running up. He's into Bureau de Exchange company, and he's not certified. He's not, the object of the business is different. This is where structure comes in. It's not enough to register. What objects? You don't act outside your objects. You don't. There are systems to these things. You don't ask your lawyer, okay, if I registered, what are the kind of things I can do? You don't act. So this company were acting outside their objects. And the money in contention was over 10 million naira. And by the provision of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, as a business corporation, you're into business and you're dealing with above that 10 million, you're supposed to be certified. You're supposed to have a SCOM certificate. So it was a very big issue. It was a very big issue because they were not certified. All right? So let's go to the next slide. Risks of non-compliance. Okay, regulatory fines and penalties, banking restrictions, tax recovering actions, loss of license, mentioned earlier, reputational damage. Imagine being dragged over using people's data. So people sell data. They sell people's data. They sell your phones. They sell your... Sometimes you just sit and then from nowhere you are receiving emails. There is this new controversy that is even coming up with the use of WhatsApp now. I don't even want to delve into that. But somehow you can see that when you are operating your phone, you are seeing people's statuses that you do not save their contacts. How do they get your number? Somebody was saying, they need to answer to this. They need to answer to this because how did they get access to your phone number? It's your data. So it's either that the company is exposing your data, or they do not put structures in place to see that they protect your data as a customer. All right. So these are serious issues. Let's see the next slide. Quickly run through. All right. So consequences of non-compliance. Regulatory actions from governing bodies like CAC, FIRS, NDPC, that's Nigerian Data Privacy Commission, CBN, SEC, NAFDAC. And those of us that are into food production, crops, you are packaging powder crops without powder crops, yeah, beans and all of those things. Yeah, some people are even shipping out, and you don't have a NAFDAC number, or you have a pure water factory. You just type anything and paste it. I don't want to say NAFDAC will come for you, but they might come for you. All right. Stay compliant. Oh yeah, next slide. Next slide. Non-compliance is not merely a legal problem, it is a business risk. I cannot overemphasize that. You're having people's data, you are not registered, it's a business risk. Or you are registered and you do not trademark, that's a business big risk. All right. Next slide. Benefits of business compliance. So why compliance matters? You're able to reduce risks. You have a strong corporate reputation. I earlier mentioned that they will go to search you on CAC. You want investors, you want people to come and invest. Oh, buy a share from my company. Oh, invest in so. We are trying to scale to this level. And after you are done pitching, they will go to search how compliant. Is this an active business? Are you registered? Who are the directors? So when you are not compliant and maybe you've not been filing your annual returns and CAC flagged you, that's going to be a big turn off for the investors, right? So you wouldn't want that to happen. All right. So strong corporate reputation, access to funding, market access and licensing opportunities, intellectual property protection. I've spoken about that. Your data, people's data with you. Business continuity and scalability. Your ability to stay compliant. You've registered, you've trademarked, you are paying your tax, you are filing your tax returns at the expected time. These things build your reputation as a company. Especially for those that are even into procurement. They say there is a standard. If you're into procurement business, when people procure things, for government agencies, private agencies, if you are into procurement, there is a standard of compliance. It's so strict that you cannot bid for governments. Sometimes you can get a contract to procure products in thousands from governments, but they will have to check if you are compliant on all sides before they even issue you such contracts. So you can just lose it for not being compliant. All right? So compliance is not a cost, it is a strategic investment. Next slide, please. So as much as you are registering the company, you are putting effort to get more customers, it is an investment. It is an investment. All right, next slide. I'm running through. All right. Let's look at strategic best practices for compliances. So having done all of these things, we want to stay compliant, we want to keep up with our annual filings, annual return filings with CAC, with our tax compliance. The first thing that every business owner should do is to build a compliance culture. Tell your employees, it's not a matter of, it's just business. Let's just do it this way, especially if you're interfacing with people's details. Tell them the repercussion of doing otherwise. They can bring a suit against your company and you will pay a lot of money for that. It will cost you. So tell them, you can train them on why they should keep people's data, and why they should be compliant. Then establish a calendar, a compliance calendar to keep track. Like what we do sometimes when we're in court, we are not with our diary. On the calendar, you can easily go there and say, okay, you're having a matter in this court as so. You can do that, set reminders, so you can keep up with that. You leverage on digital compliance platforms that helps you to easily keep tracks of your compliance. There's this app now, it's new, it's very new. But I saw someone launched it, they launched it the last time, and somebody reposted on tax compliance. You can use it to keep track as a company, even for small business owners. But all these things are not free, they come with subscriptions. But when you're able to subscribe to it, you can keep track of your compliance habits. You will see when last you filed this and when you're supposed to file this next. It keeps tracks of everything for you. So we can leverage on technology like that. Maintain proper corporate records. Strengthen your corporate governance. There is a structure for for corporate governance, depending on this corporate category, either as a private company limited by shares, public company, there are corporate structure governance for your company. So make sure you are compliant so the law doesn't come against you. Train your employees on compliance. I've mentioned that. Prioritize data protection and cyber security if you're interfacing with people's data. Really important. Then you monitor regulatory changes. I spoke earlier about the app that filters new regulation. These things cost money, but it is good. It will still cost you a lot of, it will save you from a lot of cost and trouble. So build compliance into daily operations by setting reminders. We're supposed to file our annual return by this year. You can even bring private legal practitioners, auditors. What am I supposed to do as a company registered or by shares limited, private company registered? Ask questions, know what you're supposed to do as your responsibility. What's the tax structure for my company? How do I pay it? I'm supposed to pay a certain amount of money. Even if it means splitting, a lot of people just sleep on their rights. Employers don't even know to what extent their rights exist. But for you, an employee, just, make sure you are able to bring it to them and say, I'm entitled to this. Don't sleep on it. You need to know it. And then final takeaway. Next slide. The most successful organizations do not react to regulations. They build system, and that's what we've been talking since. Building system, building structure to see that you are able to keep a compliance routine. So compliance, protection, credibility, growth, and sustainability. You are able to stay compliant, you have registered, you are protecting your business, you are compliant with tax acts, you are compliant with data privacy, you've trademarked your products. You just keep scaling from there. All right, let's go to the next slide. Rounding up, please. Thank you for your patience. We are all tired, but knowledge is necessary, right? It's necessary. All right. So pillar 4, which is the last pillar, sector-specific licenses. We'll make the slide available too because I had to run through the slide because of want of time. So for certain sectors, there are certain licenses that you must have. So yes, CAC registration creates legal existence. I have stated that you are a distinct person from the company. The company is a distinct legal personality from its owners. But specific licenses provide legal authority to operate. So now there are situations where you have registered your company. Say maybe you want to run a filling station, you've registered your company. But for you to operate, you still need specific sector-based licenses. Even for fintech companies, or you want to enter into fintech where you lend money to people. Now you've registered your company as ABC company. You don't stop there. You get specific sector license like the money lender authorization certificate. It authorizes you, it satisfies you. Once you have it, you can lend money to people on that ground. So there are specific base certificates that are needed. So we'll just run through the basic ones and then we'll call it a day. So major regulated sectors like food, you are into food. Some of us, that ladies, women, you want to enter cosmetic products. Do you know you need a NAFDAC certification for that too? Yes, you need NAFDAC certification. Pharmaceuticals, you need NAFDAC. When you go to a pharmacy, most times, the only thing you see is their certificate of completion from school, their license. You see their license, but you do not see NAFDAC. And I don't even know why our system is not, they are not enforcing it. Yes, they are not enforcing. They just go to check the products in the chemist or in the pharmacy to see if, it's updated, it has a NAFDAC number, but they don't ask if the pharmacy has a NAFDAC certificate to that effect. Because pharmaceutical companies, pharmacies there is need for them to have a NAFDAC number. All right, NAFDAC certificate. Number is for your products. You need a NAFDAC certificate. Yes. All right. So banking and finance and fintech, I spoke about the money lenders certification. If you are entering into finance, there's need for you to have that certification. telecommunication, media, construction, engineering and mining, transportation, aviation and maritime. So we'll look at these specific sectors. Okay. Regulatory bodies in charge. We have the NADAC, Nigerian Agency for Food and Drug Administration Control, CBN. We have SEC, Security Exchange Commission. We have NCC, that's Nigerian Communications Commission. We have NUPRC, that's Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission for oil-related sectors. We have MNDPRA, that's Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum and Regulatory Authority. If you are into oil, you want to open a filling station, you want to sell side by side. So you need these certifications. And say for instance again, NERC, you need certifications from these regulatory bodies. NERC is for Nigeria Electrical Regulation Commission. Yes, COREN, Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. COREN, yes. Then we have NCCA for aviation. All right. So these are regulatory bodies, just the basic ones. Risks for no compliance. You can be asked to pay fines. Your license can be retrieved. Your products can be seized. Say if you are selling food items and you don't have a NAFDAC number. A lot of people even have the guts to want to ship it out without a NAFDAC number. It can get seized in the airport. So there are a lot of things to non-compliance, even business closure. Your business can shut down. All right? All right, are we together? Okay. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. The slide will make available. Thank you so much for your patience. I understand everybody is tired. Thank you so much for your patience. The slide will make available. The form that we're giving to us is to take down our email and our phone numbers. If there's need, we'll send it to your email or to your WhatsApp number. And if you have any questions, I think this is the time we take them. Thank you. If you have any question around business. Okay, yeah, some people had question earlier on wheels, right? Okay. You had a question on wheel earlier. Some persons. Okay. Okay, let's have you. Voices. Yeah, he has on this session. On this session. Okay, so please, can we have the mic? Please, let him have it. The voice is out.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much, resource person. I really appreciate your lecture. So my question is, how and where can a business, in quotes, logo and slogan be trademarked, apart from registering one's business with CAC? So how about trademarking the logo and the slogan?
Okay. So when you've registered, you want to trademark.
I have another question. Let me just.
Okay, sorry, you have another question with respect to this. Go on.
Would one need to register a literary work for copyright when you're talking about copyright? So apart from getting an ISBN, for example, a book, so would you need to still register the book under copyright before you could lay claim on when somebody use? So you have to register it. Under
copyright. Okay, let me take the second question, then I'll go. Under copyright, I said copyright is automatic. Provided it is your work, your original work, it's automatic. There's no need for registration, and it exists during your lifetime. All you need to do, some people just put the symbol C, and then a circle. That's the symbol of copyright to acknowledge that, oh, this is my property, this is my intellectual property. The moment you do that, say maybe you write a literary work, you can put that C, then write your name. Say for instance, I wrote a poem. on purpose. I could write C and then that symbol, copyright symbol, C and the cycle outside of it, or C inside the cycle, then I'll write my name, 2026, all rights reserved. It shows that this one is my original work. I am saying this is my original work and nobody should pirate this work without my permission. That's what I'm saying in respect to that. Then for the trademarking, we know CAC, we have the institution where you go to register your business and then you can do accreditation of agents. It's one of the things I inquired during when that business consultation reached out to me and say, oh, we want you to come into the legal aspect. I had to reach out to someone and say, how do I do trademark? Do I have to set up that there are people that work in the industry that could help you do that? So we liaise with them as professionals to help you get your product trademarked. Yes. All right, there's a mic.
Okay, praise the Lord. And to add to his questions, I can tell that we have a lot of agents registering business, doing copyright things, literally everything under IP. I would have asked the question on IP for agriculture, but maybe I'll do that on a personal note. But please, how can we know fake agents, or agents who necessarily will not do the needful, because it's quite bulky and it's also boring.
All right, thank you. That's very beautiful. It's true. This question is very important because for people who position themselves as agents, I think somebody narrated that case to me. Though just because you feel like, oh, you met a lawyer who is an accredited agent for CAC registration, and then they tell you, oh, this is the price we do business name, this is the price we do private company registration, and then you want to go for a lesser one, and you get somebody who will just go and bring papers of a registered company and change the names and bring to you. I've heard of that issue. So you really have to be careful. It's not everybody positioning themselves. That's why you need to meet a professional. For CAC, accredited agents, lawyers, chartered accountants, secretaries, chartered secretaries. These are accredited agents for CAC. So you don't just meet anybody on the street that says, oh, I'm into CAC registration, and then you give them a lesser money. They bring fake documents to you. And now you even have access to the portal, but it's a user aspect. You cannot use it as an accredited agent or registration. You have a user aspect in that portal where you can search and follow up things. Do you understand? Thank you.
Sorry, a bit of more emphasis, because I know someone who did a registration for 8,000 naira. As cheap as that. Yes. So please, I would want you to emphasize that on that portal. Is it that for you to know a registered business, maybe you want to do business with them, you really want to know if they are registered? Is it that you have to ask a solicitor or a lawyer or an agent, a certified agent, to check for you, or you can do that yourself? Please, more emphasis, please.
Okay. I think you're talking about name reservation, or you want to know the existence of a business. For you to know that, you need an accredited agent. Now, the public user access that you have to that portal may not allow you to search for names. It's only accredited agents, like the chartered lawyer, and a chartered accountant, a lawyer, or a chartered secretary, that can do name reservation. So if you want to know the existence of a business, you want to know who are the directors of this company, you have to do a search. You conduct a search, and you need an accredited agent to conduct that particular search. The public access user space would not allow you to do that. Are you clear now? Yes. Any question? Okay, can we take the marriage with the will, interstate? I think we had a question from that aspect. Okay.
Praise the Lord. Sorry, my question has to do with a post I saw on social media, and I decided to try it out sometimes back. That if you have to go to your bank, It has to do with our sister who gave this in there. So that you have to go to your bank and then request for POD form and fill, after which you are filled and submitted. After you died, your family can make claim to your whatsoever amount you have in your account. But I tried out with my bank. I just deliberately went into my bank and then I tried. They said they don't even know that form. So it's as funny as that. They said they don't even know the form. So they directed me to like 3 places. This one will say go to this. This one will say go to this. I finally got to the person that sat me down that it only works abroad, but it doesn't work in Nigeria.
I was just about to say that.
So I don't know if you can shed more light on that. Then secondly, who is supposed to be your account manager?
Okay. Maybe she will throw more light on that. But let me talk about the first one. You know, as this seminar is going on, so many of you are going online. You are doing chat GPT search to check what we are saying. Abi? And then information will pop up. Then you will now pick the one that you have seen immediately and say, that's what few to the questions you are asking is ChatGPT that raised it. We know. See, one mistake we shouldn't make when you're dealing with people that have expertise, don't just go. You know, the internet space, people can impute, anybody can just go and impute information. Okay? So some of the things you see, if you just impute an information, it is what you impute that you will get. That's why I say is what garbage in and garbage out. So if you don't know how to do proper research on the internet, you will fall for anything. I know some people now, they will say, I'm not coming for this seminar. If you just go online, you will see information. But are you getting the right information that you know you need to know about your jurisdiction, where you live? Because immediately he just said that thing, I just know that it is abroad. It's not in Nigeria. So sometimes we just go to the internet, we just pick up some of these things, and then, you know, we quickly, and then also, for those that have international transactions, maybe that's why sometimes they put up these things. Okay? My area of specialization is international commercial law. And then under international commercial law, oil and gas, environmental. So there are some things that are transboundary. They are, you know, across the shore. So you would have to look at those jurisdictions. So sometimes people can put up these things in the internet space just so that in case you're getting into international transactions, you know what to face. But we are talking about the place where we live in. And most of these things, they are codified. They are in our law books, but we don't read them. So we quickly go up. So except you impute the appropriate search. So let me give us a tip now. You want to find out something, let's say, how does the probate registry work? If you now just go to the internet and put, how does the probate registry work? Now, you will see, you know, the way the algorithm works. It will it will put different processes from different jurisdictions together. Some are applicable to Nigeria. Some are not applicable to Nigeria. So for you to get the proper one, you will now put in Nigeria. Now, in Nigeria, like we said, our laws are pluralistic. So when you have the general law, you also have some laws that some states have adopted. So if you now say in Nigeria, it will still bring what? General laws about estate administration in Nigeria. So now you will have to look at the jurisdiction where you live in. So what we just did now is what is generally applicable. But there are some specific instances where you will have to look at, you know, the laws that are applicable to that state. So if we just go to the internet, you know, we see that a whole lot. Sometimes you're talking to somebody and say, no, I can just, someone called me from the UK and wanted me to do alteration in his company. And I looked at it, and as at that time I was doing a process that I could not help him handle the process. And I looked at it, and from, you know, it was like he was the one giving me information. And I just knew he had gone to the internet to get information. You know, sometimes you're looking for help and you're going fully loaded with information. You will not get help. Yes, because that professional knows the loopholes, knows a lot of things that you do not know. So we should be careful how we quickly get information from the internet and then we think, okay, I'm informed, I know. It's not enough. It's not, Doc Abi, when you are researching, it's what you impute. And that's why normally on Google, when you just go like that and you impute, you will just get a whole lot. I even tell my children, for you to use, now we have a lot of AI tools, they are good. But you must do your research. For me to come out here, I had read different articles and up-to-date articles. So I normally tell my children, wait, don't just go to ChatGPT and then you just ask, they give you answers. You say, this is the answer. No. Research, particularly peer-reviewed articles. So it is from peer-reviewed articles that you get recent writings. The recent writing I just got on administration of estate is by an associate prof in University of Abuja here. So let's make sure that we get proper information. And then sometimes too, because people just want to mislead people. They just put up these things out there. You see, the devil has his devices. We are Christians. So let's not act like people who do not have knowledge. Always seek professional advice on anything, not just even law alone. You want to delve into property, you see a lawyer, you also see, people that are into property. Anything you want to do, always seek expert and professional advice. Any other on estate administration? Okay. Back to the court process for LOA.
The bank only acts on what is stated on the particular letter of authority you bring.
Yes.
So bank cannot act outside the law. So they must act based on the documents you present to them. Then you also asked about how do you know your account managers.
Yes.
One thing we should know is that for every account that is in the bank, they are all classified. Classified in the sense that we have personal banking accounts, the regular accounts, the people that bring in petty, small money, 2-5, those ones are personal banking accounts. For such accounts, for some banks, they have designated account officers, usually from the customer service units. By default, they are your account managers. Then for some other accounts that let me use simple words, that hold bigger funds.
Yeah.
Maybe you are an elite customer. You have a specific relationship manager, that's what they call the person, that is in charge. And there is no way you will not know for such accounts, if you are that kind of elite customer, or a royalty customer, as the case may be, or a commercial customer, like talking about businesses.
Yeah.
For every business account, SME, MSME, all those accounts, they have a designated relationship manager that manages that account. And it is your right to know who the person is. So if in any case you don't know who your account manager is, you can walk into the bank and then request to know. Some bank apps also state it. So if you go to your bank and your mobile app, you will see account officer details. You click on it. It's either you see the customer service number or you see the name of the person. Sometimes bank also circulates phone numbers. Even after I left the bank, my sister is there. Sometimes people still call me because they'll circulate your name, the account officer's name and phone number. So I don't know about your bank. They normally circulate it. So it's just that sometimes Nigerians don't pay attention to all these little details. So one will see alert from bank. If it's not credit alert, we like credit alert, we just quickly delete it. Sometimes the bank might be passing from birthday notifications and debit alert. There could be other information the bank is also passing across to you, which includes your accounts manager or officer, as the case may be.
Okay, thank you very much. So going back to what you said, it's taking us back, but no problem. That's the reason why we're here. But like I said, you are the one that is eating into your time now. Okay, so for someone who died without a will, there are people called beneficiaries, people that have interest in what the person left behind. Now, if the person is not subjected to customary law, but we are still advising that even when the person is subjected to customary law, because of some of our customs that in the law we say they are repugnant to natural justice, and equity. So because of that, you can take court actions. Okay, so somebody dies, is a loved one, maybe a sibling that was not married passed on, and then the person had properties, but the person didn't write a will. Now, there is a downline of succession by the courts. Why? Like we said earlier, a will is your intention, is your wish, is your desire. So the counsel there is that when there is no valid will, the closest person or someone who has an interest or someone who knows the person, that's why the courts will start from surviving spouse if the person is married. If the person is not married, it is from the surviving parents, as the case may be. Then if there are no surviving parents, then siblings, where the person is not married. And I also want to advise, even if you are named as an NOK for someone and the person has a wife, know that whatever you are acquiring is in trust for the wife and the children. Sometimes people do that because, they have, some people thrive on ignorance. There are some wives, they will tell them, go and update, go and upgrade, come and learn this thing. They will say, I'm not interested. So when you have that kind of wife, in that instance, what do? You cannot really leave, your assets completely like that to that person. You will have to, look for someone that at the end of the day. But it is not like that if it's not in a will. In the courts, it will still go back to that spouse. Except the person is maybe insane, the person, is ill and, cannot attend to it. Then the next person, and the next person in the downline of succession, according to the law, is surviving child. Or the children of that child, if that child or children are not alive. So do you understand, sir? So where there is no will, there is a plan by the law already, how somebody's property, should, be managed and should be distributed. Now, because of ignorance, a lot of people don't know these things. So that's why even people that are even married under the act, some don't know. We've seen these instances, right? So they subject themselves to the custom. Yes. And so I'm imagining how somebody that was married under the act, and even if you weren't anyways, you are a legally married spouse, to the deceased. And then you are subjecting yourself to a culture that says the family would divide the property equally. And they are giving property to somebody who is already taking care of his wife and children. And you have just a little to take care of your own. So that's why the courts devise that means. So when there is no will, all hope is not lost. The nearest person to the deceased should be able to obtain letters of administration, but you will have to provide proof of your relationship with the deceased. We still take into consideration that sometimes people come with, like they talked about forgery, they come with forged documents and all that, but the court normally does due diligence to ensure that they are giving that LOA to the right person. But sometimes too, the interest too may be wrong. So that's why you will see mother and son in court, mother and daughter in court. They are trying to prove. Some will say, okay, before my father died, my mother and my father were together, but my mother has, an extramarital affair. Therefore, she does not have the best interest of my father at heart. And they can contest it. So if they can show proof that there is, something else going, or my father has another family somewhere, and we are not sure that this property that our mother left for us, or left behind rather, he is going to give it to us. He might want to share this property with the other family, in as much as he may not be married to the person who raised the offsprings for him. So in such instances, it can be contested. And the courts will look at the instances and they will say, okay, if you can show proof that, okay, this is the issue. If you can show proof, okay, and that's why if you go to family court, it's very messy. If you sit through a divorce proceeding, it's very messy, it's very dirty. Everything, even the things that happen in the bedroom, they bring it out. Yes. So you can even see a child, you can see a cousin bringing pictures. So people do all sorts just to prove. So that woman that is, there is infidelity in that affair. Somebody may have planted cameras somewhere. They've taken pictures of you and that boyfriend. And then you come to court, you are seeing pictures of you and a man. You are shocked. So please, these are the reasons why we're doing what we're doing now. Do we have any other questions? Have I answered your question, sir? Okay, do we have any other question? Okay. So I think with that, we've officially come to the end of this seminar. Okay, there's still one more. Sorry, we're here. As far as there's a consensus and they're saying we can go on, no problem.
Okay, it's just for clarification. Maybe one word answer may suffice.
All right. Lawyers don't give one word answer like that. Okay. Yes.
Speaking about, I have few questions. Number one, debt. So what if a beneficiary?
Okay.
What if a beneficiary has dire need of an estate? When the deceased is owing, had incurred debts before passing, and now the beneficiary needs that estate for something and does not want to use that estate to clear the deceased debt. So that's one. And then does bank custodian service include lands? So if one wants to keep estates with the bank, apart from material things. Okay.
Yes, I'd said that earlier. So your land documents, particularly your C of O, your land documents, valuables, your incorporation, the certificate of incorporation, all those documents, your share certificates, very important. You can lodge them with the custodial services of the bank. And then, okay, you're not satisfied with that? Okay, there is a picking question. Okay, all right. Then you talked about beneficiary. These are the things that give rise to serious legal action. Now, I remember when my dad died, one of the things was that, my elder brother, he was not financially buoyant then. He just wanted to sell property and do burial. Yes. So sometimes the pressing need is either you want to spend it on the funeral or and you see, the court is not stupid. That's beneficiary that has so much interest, that has pressure. Why is it your disease, somebody who just died? Why is it that person's property that you are waiting for to use to solve your problem? There are other means that one. So if at those people, the court will already flag you. If you say you have a pressing need to deal with the estate, the pressing need, as we have seen, the first is what? Liabilities. They must pay the debts. Yes, because you're owing other people and their businesses need to run, their lives need to run. So yours is no more pressing. And besides, like my learned colleague said, it's not your property. So what is pressing about another person's property? It's not. So let me come down home, except now you kill him. Yes. Except you are the one that killed the person. You want to do sharp. Yes. So there is nothing pressing about a diseased property. Like I told my elder brother, I said, if you don't have money, well, I'm not someone who advises people to borrow unnecessarily, except it's for values, maybe like, a property and all of that. I said, you have other siblings. We should put heads together and see how to lay this man to rest. Why do you want to sell property? And of course, he connived with my uncles and all of that. I had already informed the commissioner and, his people. When they told me that, I was petitioned and my mom and all of that, I said, when these people come to your office, please check all their names. Ask them their relationship with my father. And they did that. So when the man was asking, my mom said it was so funny. She would ask this one. Okay, the man would ask, you, what's the relationship? His grandfather and my father. My friend, leave this place. You don't have any stake here. What's your own? The only person, my dad doesn't have a direct full-blood sibling. He has a half-brother. The only person that they even looked at and said, okay, this one is half-brother. So, but even at the half-brother, we have seen the downline now. There is a surviving spouse. And we are 10 children from this woman. Please, can you appreciate her? So, we are 10. So, how can the law pass all 10 of us? Then we now go to half brother. So, if my elder brother is not there, or my brothers are not there, I am there. My sisters are there. My younger brothers are there. So, of course, the police, they know what is at stake. So I told them, of course, you know that you are not supposed to be, because I already I said, if you try, I'm going to petition to the IG, and we'll take the matter up, and we'll go to media. And, at the end of the day, they don't even have that kind of money. Because the money they are looking for is the one they are fighting for. Yes. So please, let's be aware of these things, and so that we would avoid unnecessary disputes. So sometimes because somebody, this next of kin thing is a problem. So even most of us say that you have put somebody as your NOK. Please open your eyes now and be checking that person. You have a next of kin that since you have been working, that person is begging you money. Please remove him. He's not fit to be a next of kin. A next of kin who doesn't want to go to school. These things now, but these are the counsel your lawyer would give you. A next of kin who doesn't want to do anything productive with their lives. Please remove them immediately. Fast. Because they will constitute problems in the eventuality that you pass on. Because most of the time, they are the ones that lay hold. And then let me quickly say something. When we have a sick loved one, and the person has not written a will, like I said earlier, because one of the valid elements of a will, or what makes a will valid, is that the will was written when the person was of sound mind. Most of illness is not a good time for somebody to write a will. Now, even in Africa, sometimes we are so rigid. You know that you might not live. I remember my brother asking my father, "Daddy, do you have anything to say?" He was still doing. He was still, so as we are now, we don't even know whether he even has some children somewhere or he has some property somewhere. We don't know. Yes. And that's the truth of the matter. And we are the people he worked for. We are the people he slaved for. My dad saw all 10 of us through school. If there's anybody who's not a graduate in my house, he chose not to be one. So does it make sense that you left these people behind and you did not, all that you said you worked for, So please, let's take these things into cognizance. The people you're looking at as next of kin, because most of the times, so what I was saying, when someone is sick, I remember somebody was sick, the relatives were busy, not the other story I was talking about now, they're just waiting. So sometimes the person passes on, whoever lays hand on that original death certificate, most of the time is the one that gets the letters of administration. Because sometimes the question the court will ask, where were you when this person died? Sometimes you are a spouse, your spouse is not feeling well, you are busy running up and down. I think that's the time to stay by the person and do the necessary things that should be done. Because the minute you leave that place, somebody else is acting on your behalf. And so sometimes what the court will ask you, okay, where were you? All through, the person died, and then to the point of somebody getting a death certificate, you were not there. It can be contested though, but sometimes, some judges will even look at this person and like, you're not even a serious human being, So please, let's not use maybe grief or difficult circumstances, to overcloud our sense of reasoning. Any other? Okay, are you okay? All right. So can we say we have actually come to the end of this seminar? Thank you very much for your rapt attention. And we want to plead that we didn't just gather us here so that we can come and speak grammar. Already we have places we are speaking grammar every time that gives us headache. But because we are Christians and we see what believers go through because of ignorance, it's really sad. And sometimes, my colleague can testify, sometimes, for some time now, I have not been going to court, but in fact, yesterday she was in court till 9. Sometimes it is terrible and it is sad. And there is little or nothing anybody can do. So this information that we have is not just for you. Prepare the people around you. Tell them, talk to somebody. I remember the first time I talked to my husband about a will, he looked at me. He said, which one is will? Okay, on a lighter note, say which one is will? It will look like you are praying that the person should die or you're interested in property. Please, let's erase that mindset. And so many women, because of this kind of culture thing, they don't want to talk about it. And then at the end of the day, the person passes on. But like I said before, you have worked for 30 years, you've worked for 10 years, you've worked for 15 years, you have a wife, you have children. Why should your property go to somebody that never spent life with you? It doesn't make sense. Even if you don't like that spouse, for the fact that you have made a family together, I think your conscience should push you to the fact that, you see, when you go abroad, you will be shocked. Some people even leave their property to their ex-wife. And sometimes I'm wondering, some to their dogs. Yes, and some to charity. So make a will. And then if you want to cater for now, this your extended family that you love so much, put it in the will. My maternal uncle named John Nkem, give him my bicycle with registration number, so, and so. They will give him the bicycle. Your wife will not fight with it. That is your wish. My grandfather, if the grandfather is alive, or my brother's grandchild, you know the kind of things that we even think about. So people just go on procreating on your account. My brother's grandchild, my dad trained his younger brother. And then, immediately I got married, the younger brother brought his daughter. And I said, I'm not doing this. I said, if you want to follow culture, uncle, you are supposed to train me. My papa train you. You go train me, then I can train your pikin. How can my father be the one to, my father trained you, you are bringing your child. Then that means my child will train your child's child. We are perpetual slaves. Let's stop some of these things we do and make family members or close relatives responsible. Thank you and God bless. Hands together as our chaplain comes up. I really want you to appreciate him, because when I talked about legal literacy with him like 2 years ago, he kept pushing. He kept pushing. He said, see, a whole lot, and particularly as a man of God, they go through a lot. Sometimes people want them to perform miracles when they are not Jesus. So please, let's put our hands together again for him.
Praise the Lord. I want to thank Barrister Mrs. Ogiriki and Barrister Ms. Obole for doing justice. This is an eye-opener, and I have benefited tremendously. Recently, I discovered that you could have a good intention, but if you do not go the route that the book stipulates, you could be faulted. Praise the Lord. And so it's important that we know the law. It's important. Like they will say, ignorance of the law is what? It's not an excuse. I noticed while Barrister Obole was making her presentation, she took her time to drink water. That shows that energy, call it exhaustion, call it fatigue, either in putting up these slides and the paper, took a toll. If you go to advanced climes, or even in our society back here in Nigeria, this is a seminar that you pay for, you register for, and you attend. These are legal practitioners, well trained, well qualified, called to bar, and we have them free of charge. And to make matters a lot more challenging to me, they provided refreshments themselves. I sat over there and I was thinking, okay, we need to get people water. And then I took my head up and I sighted them bringing drinks, water, snacks, and all that. This is my opinion. I am led that we just give them an offering. Even though she has argued with me and said the husband won't like that, I whispered to the husband and he said no, but morally, it won't be right to be in such an audience because they are parishioners. Let's not take them for granted. There's what we call honorarium. Praise the Lord. So I'm going to request that we flash an account. Barrister Obole, could you kindly go to the media? Give them your account, let them flash so that parishioners who are led can send. Praise God. How many of you have been inspired and blessed? You know, it opened up realms when our daddy, AVM Oremusu, I came to meet him, sir. Do you have any comment? Because he had worked in the unit that you can consider the Wahala unit of the Nigerian Air Force, where you manage issues of NOK and related concerns. And he shared his thoughts. We received from Barrister Ogiriki, we received from Barrister Obole. Have you given them? Okay. Okay. So please, if you have transfer, do something. I want to be proud of these people, and I want them to be proud of us as a church that we reached out to them. What I'm doing is with no approval from them, but I said no. As your spiritual father, we must take steps. So send a seed so that they will be motivated to come up with more ideas. It's important to state that not just church members alone benefited, but a lot of people came who are not members, and then many online following. The Lord bless you as you send a token. Pick up your phones and just do a seed offering of thank you. Praise God. On behalf of the leadership of this church and our esteemed parishioners, I'd like to thank you very profoundly for doing due diligence. The presentation on your paper is well researched, and everyone can attest that hard work showed in the presentation. Can you please give them a round of applause? What you have done here today, you might not quantify. I sat behind almost from the inception of your presentation, and the comments from our mothers, big mothers, for me, resonates with this package. We would reach out to you again, and it is hoped that when we reach out to you, you will oblige, and we trust that the seed that you have sown, God will use other channels beyond this gathering to replenish your pockets in the name of Jesus Christ. At this juncture, I shall humbly request that we please rise. Else will always want to be sure that you are not being coerced, you know? Praise God. Can you just lift up your hands and just wave to God, appreciate Him? Just appreciate Him, celebrate Him, honor Him. Oh, tremendously blessed, tremendously blessed, tremendously blessed. I can assure you that this will be the first of its kind in any Naf Protestant church. So we are privileged, we are blessed. Father, we thank you. Appreciate God for our barristers, Giriki Mrs. and Ogbole Miss. Pray that the Lord will reward them, that the Lord will replenish them, that the Lord will give them a special gift on account of this sacrifice. Go ahead and pray for as many who are going through one form of legal battle or another, that the lessons learned, the insight from this seminar will help them to go through the process victoriously. Let's commit the Men's Fellowship Weekend into the hand of God, thanking God for packaging this legal literacy seminar to fall in the week of our Men's Fellowship Conference. Pray that as we gather on Sunday for the grand finale, that the Lord Himself will be glorified. Let's take a step of faith and pray for every parishioner, wherever they are. Pray for family members related, connected to parishioners, that the Lord will keep them in perfect safety, that the Lord will watch over them. There shall be no harm anywhere around parishioners and their family members. May the Lord answer our prayers in the name of Jesus Christ. Our gracious God, eternal Father, we are grateful to you for the honor and the privilege to be a part of this seminar. And thank you, Lord, for the vessels, your daughters. Thank you for Almighty God using them greatly to impart this community. Thank you, Lord, for the light, the insight, the understanding, and the various aspects of this seminar shared to us. I pray that God, it will further enrich our knowledge and guide our actions in the name of Jesus Christ. As a congregation, we are deeply grateful to you, O God. As a congregation, we are excited that you minister to us in this manner. Every concern around your children, Lord, you know. Let this seminar avail us the desired results in the name of Jesus Christ. And thank you for our fathers. Thank you for the roles. Thank you for their impact as we celebrate this weekend. Lord, let this program usher in greater outpouring of your presence, your glory, your virtue, in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Heavenly Father. As we disperse to go attend to some other commitments, we receive strength from you. We receive grace from you. We receive, oh God, vitality from you in the name of Jesus Christ. Blessed be your name. Peradventure, there's anyone amongst us burdened with a need. Lord, you are the burden lifter. Scripture tells us, come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, for I will give you rest. Let the scripture, O God, be activated in our lives and situations in the name of Jesus Christ. I give you praise, glory, honor, dominion, and adoration. Lord, we are grateful. And thank you for the assurance that we are yours. And thank you for the gift of salvation as we seek you daily. Help us, O God, never to veer off the center of your will for our lives. In the name of Jesus Christ. Blessed be your name. In Jesus' most holy name, I pray. Let's share the grace together. Forever and ever. Amen. Shalom, the peace of the Lord be with you. All our fathers, wait very briefly, very briefly.